We get Trent in here. Let me put in stream announcements. Um. Okay, let's see. So there's one thing I gotta do. Is that for
The
some
video's
reason?
still playing, by the way.
Oh, you see that it's playing?
Oh yeah, it's moving.
Oh, it's not even moving for me. Okay, hold on.
I thought we were doing B.
Okay, you see on the main screen,
Water.
it's like staying there, right?
Yeah, it's staying there.
That's how it can go.
You did it a while ago, like when I first got in.
Listen, Gungo. We're doing a whole thing. This is gonna be a thing for a while. So hi, Val. Hold on. Yeah, I can see myself from there. Okay. I've never done this properly, so I'm like looking at my hand to see chat. Though this should be fine.
You
But
got this, brother.
Yeah, so for quick context,
Oh, you're using the extension?
yeah, I'm using the extension so I can read chat. But for context, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm doing a lore presentation stream for all of Guilty Gear. There are some people in the stands right now, just like in the office room with me. They're gonna ask some questions whenever a question needs to come, and this is the whole thing. We're gonna be here for a while. I gotta turn down the audio on this thing. Let's see.
Get in your fucking chair. We're supposed to be civil.
Yeah, if I sit, it glitches out.
I'm not talking to you. You're trying your best. You little penguin.
Are you echo? Is Dom echoing?
I think it's just you.
I think it's just you.
I'm gonna be
It's
completely honest. I forgot that I was in Discord.
Also, hi Funky, hi there, hi Clarence. Yeah, this is I don't have an actual avatar, so we're just gonna get people in before we start the presentation, because this is gonna be a thing for a while. Once we get beaten here and stuff, I'll lay the ground rules for the presentation, because I'm gonna try to I'm trying to finish this all before my headset can die.
What's the worst I could happen?
Hello, Ongo Goblogian, the art collector.
Oh fuck,
can't see it, but-
guy got here.
Hi Getsu, I am presenting all of the Guilty Gear lore in one stream. This is the promised thing for 1K followers, and so bear in mind this is actually just gonna be a full-on presentation. I'm lore dumping.
We love our lore dumping king.
Oh, we're doing B team, right? Hold on.
The B in here.
What?
You love-
fucking trend.
You love the ocean that is not near me? What do you?
It's B team, Bean.
Hold on. Are you guys spamming the fucking B?
No. No.
Where the fuck is B?
Fine.
I can't see him.
Why
He's
is it
invisible.
Behind you. Turn around, Dom.
I forgot how to get up. I'm gonna be real.
Just move.
Okay.
Oh,
Jump.
Do you guys hear the beep?
Ew. What fucking beep?
No,
Yes?
I don't hear a beep.
Okay, let's
I
start
think
the
it's just
issues.
you then.
I don't know how to fix that, but we'll find a way.
Wait, let me open your stream volume then.
Oh yeah, I hear that.
Oh, I hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what that is.
There's something going on with your stream.
Yeah, there's
It's
something going
beeping.
on if that one.
We are 4 minutes in and look at fucking chat.
I think that
Okay.
public execution needs to occur in chat, personally.
Okay, I fixed it, right? You guys don't. Other than Jada making really laggy noise, you don't hear it. You don't hear the beep. Okay, so I've never have had this fully work before, so I'm using a Discord program for my left hand. So if you see me like looking at my hand, it's because that's how I see chat right now. I can't bring back the beep. It's way too loud. That was on like 5%. I didn't think you guys would even hear it because it's a separate program entirely. But where's Bean? I also have several camera angles. I have some for. We have Dom. We have Tren as Mimikyu. We have Jaded as the fucking weird ass penguin thing. I don't know where the fuck Bean is.
Is that?
He ran off with a cow in Walmart, bro.
It's an octane penguin. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
It's
that's not
disgusting.
bad, is it?
Listen,
Fuck you.
I'm sorry, but you're an abomination to
I've had
nature.
enough.
Fuck
I'm being
you.
someone who's cute and hot.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah, the octane is an abomination to nature.
Alright, let me change it.
So, okay. Well, there's Bean.
Yeah.
Bean, you can't cover Dom's ass, you know. That's very rude.
Get the fuck out of the way. You
Fuck you, man.
sit
For chat-
down. There's a reason there's a chair, dude.
Oh shit, my bad.
Okay, so chat room, you guys can hear them, right? There's no issue there. You can actually hear them talk.
Oh my god, Trent, you're so big.
Yeah, you can hear them? Okay, cool.
That's
okay.
so awesome.
Tim's on his way. They'll be the last one, and then I'll start.
Nope, lock him out.
I recommend getting any sort of water or any kind of thing you want now. There's not going to be a lot of breaks once we get to a certain point. So if you need to grab something last second, do it now.
Lame.
Yeah, Daniel, can you get us refreshments?
Okay, let me get some water. Give me like 30
Dom
seconds.
did not pull out the
Can we
VR E-Boy avatar.
Can we kick this Dom guy out of here?
What the fuck is this?
For real.
Can we get
Huh?
that Trent dude out of here?
What the hell is this?
Oh, fuck, what? What do you mean?
Who comes to a
Me.
presentation like that?
Monkey D. Luffy.
You are not Monkey D.
I'm here to
Luffy.
find the One Piece.
Is there gonna be paint? There might. If you guys act good, there might be paint.
Fine, Daniel, is this better?
I don't think that's better.
Are you sure?
I think that's significantly worse. Okay. Okay. Okay, Tim's coming
I'm
in.
so ready.
And we'll set it up. I think I've set everything up right. I cannot see the stream's perspective, but I think I set it up so you guys can actually see like this perspective, and whenever I switch perspectives, you can see their perspective. Like right now, like
Oh yeah, it's perfect right now when I'm seeing
you can see them.
Yeah. That's good.
That's us.
I have a third more devious cam, but we'll worry about that later.
Devious.
Yeah, a third more
This
evil
dude's
option.
big ass head.
Oh, fuck
Okay.
you,
Remember
pal.
how to do push to talk. I'm here.
Ion's joining too? Okay. Ion's the last person before it becomes two credits. So Ion's the last person, you join an Ion, and then that's it. Where's the third cam?
Nah,
Don't worry about it. It's a devious
How,
occasion.
how do I get down?
What the
the
fuck?
third cam is right here.
Help me!
What the fuck?
My blind ass can't see.
What
I gotta get
happened?
a closer seat.
No, what the fuck?
I just wanted
How
to
do we
be a
get him out of
seal.
here?
What is going on with
Oh my
Tom?
god, he's a seal.
How do we get him out of here?
How'd you get stuck in the room?
I just wanted to be a seal.
What happened?
I actually can't see any of y'all's avatars.
Oh, I'm good now. We're so back.
Oh my
Other than
god.
Daniel. I can see
I'll put this in the
Daniel,
hallway. I'll
but
put
I
this in the
can't
hallway
see
for now.
anybody else's.
Listen, that's on your thing because you have the security thing. I literally, I'm not even charged that. That's literally your account. You have to go to the shield mode and like, you can also click on everyone's accounts individually and activate it. Okay. Okay, Pan wants to join. Pan will be the last one. I'm making an exception for them because they're a silent listener.
I fixed it.
Yeah,
I
you
set the
hear that?
turret
He's
shield
telling
mode
us to
on.
shut the
Oh,
fuck up.
Hello,
Alright,
Jaden.
Trent, get out of here.
I wish I
Okay.
could see the
Okay.
thing if Trent's fat fucking head wasn't in the way.
Grow up, pal.
Are you sure you're gonna be able to see, Jaded? You're all the way in the back. Like, I know there's business behind you. Maybe you're big business, but you might struggle to see.
I had trouble seeing behind Trent's head, not gonna lie. That's why I went
My
to the
bad. Here, I'll trade.
Teacher, I think we should take Trent out of the classroom.
I got it. Don't
I
worry,
think so.
got it,
He's
guys.
being really disruptive, and we haven't even started yet.
Wait, Iron, can you see
What?
behind Dean's head?
Oh, wow, okay.
What
Who's-
the fuck
I,
is
if I
that?
turn to the left, I
alright.
see through him.
Are you good?
He doesn't.
Did the world get smaller? What happened?
It's all fine, Clance.
Who are
It's
you?
all fine, Clance, because we're gonna have like a whole thing here. I think once Pan joins, that's gonna be complete enough. Pan's here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we haven't started yet.
Where's my...
Get into your appropriate avatars.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Ben. He's a Fubo.
Trent went from one fathead model to another fathead model. Okay,
Is this
we're-
better?
Get the fuck out of my lap,
Yeah,
Dean.
that
What are you
works.
doing?
Sort of.
Trent just runs
in
shit
the
that
chair.
if he presented himself like that to a village, they would like someone fire.
Awesome.
Tim's
Fine, I can
in
only
the
look at your
Kokomi
screen
model. We
for
don't worry about it.
listening.
I'm
Okay.
worrying about it
Why
a
am I here
lot,
now?
actually. It's very concerning.
Okay.
I'm in the roof.
Not my problem. You know, you're stuck up there. Okay, there you go.
Holy shit, the queen of the tuck?
Oh, okay. Let me restart it. Let me restart it because it autoplays for people.
Ah, damn it, Daniel. I can't believe this. What the fuck?
That's not me. That's VR Chad.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
it's-
only the
God
ones who
damn
just
it,
recently came in
Daniel.
and starts playing.
Okay, that is it. That's everyone we're bringing into this world.
Daniel, simply become VR chat.
Shh.
Listen. As much as I'd love become VR Chat and make $1 million, that's I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
Do we get coloring?
I am gonna do. I have not done a presentation or taught in probably like 8 years, so I'm just gonna lay the ground rules of how I once did it. Because I used to teach elementary people. This is gonna be a presentation, but this is gonna last a good time. Like, Drive itself was like 30 slides. There's gonna be a lot of talking. It's gonna be a whole bulk thing. You can take notes if you want, but I'm gonna post the VOD anyways. So if you feel like you're gonna miss anything, you know, get whatever you want. After every like other slide or so, if you have a question, just say I have a question. Don't like all talk over each other, or I won't be able to answer anything because I didn't include some details in this. I just didn't think they were worth jotting down, but I know the information for them. So everything should be that's relevant. Keep in mind that's relevant. If like Joe Guilty Gear, like random characters side plot is in here because it didn't matter and nothing really happened with them. So as far as this go, this is gonna be a
I do
long
have a
presentation.
question.
Okay, what's your question, Ion?
Am I going to be pulling an all-nighter?
That's only if you want to. See, that's your individual choice.
Okay, but theoretically, if I wanted to and was willing, would I have to?
I mean,
It's
That's
100
not how
slides.
that works.
To be here
That's-
for the whole thing, you think?
that's the generation of pure human will. I can't control that. That's completely up to you. I advise against it because again, I'm gonna be
Okay,
posting
let
this
me
VOD.
let me change the question. We're gonna be here for several hours, yeah?
Yes, we're gonna be here.
Yes.
Yes.
Probably.
All right, cool. That's all my questions.
Okay. Before this, hi Soul, hi Tamaki. Also, it's weird because honestly, Xrd was easy to skip through. TBH. So for one more time, this is gonna be a whole presentation for the Guilty Gear lore for 1K followers. We're gonna be here for a while. This is purely bulk information. There's gonna be a trivia testing on Friday. So if you know, I will pull by marbles or something for anyone in chat room. So even if you're not in this VR chat room as you may now, they're just a stand-in audience. Whenever the testing does happen, we will pull like just random people from chat, and you can have the chance to get a permanent VIP and in a Discord role, just for the fun of it. And
I'm
will
winning
be
that,
on,
by the way.
that will be on next Friday. So everything on this will be on the trivia. And no, gum is not allowed. If I see you chewing gum, if I see you any of you chewing gum, I'm personally taking out all your guys' teeth, all the teeth.
Sensei, I have a
Fine,
question.
focus.
I have a question, Sensei.
What's your question?
Gum makes me control my ADHD. Are you sure I cannot be exempted from this rule?
You're exempted from the rule.
ADHD isn't even real.
Thank you.
Question?
Okay.
I have a question.
What's your question?
Can we use our calculators?
You may, but it's not going to give you any value here. It's just going to make you look like a fool.
What do you think?
Damn.
Well,
One more question before I start this.
We haven't
I have a
even
question.
started. How do you guys have questions?
Literally.
because I come
See,
prepared.
Bean's already my
We
favorite
have,
student
we
right
have
now.
pre-class questions.
Let's go.
Okay. So
Can we turn the lights off? Set the mood.
this is a lecture. You did not pay for the class, but you are going to learn this against your will if you wish to stay in chat room. If you wish to stay in chat room against your
You're
will,
so
you will
real.
hear an entire thing, and I'm not gonna advise you to not hear it or hear it if you want. If you want to learn Guilty Gear lore, I'm just gonna be yabbling on. That gif of the dude like writing on the chalkboard and stuff, that's gonna be me for the next like few hours. So prepare for that.
Alright, I'm pulling up Discord. I'm just gonna be writing a bunch of shit down. Go, I'm ready.
Food is allowed in class if you're a child. If you're a silent shooter. Where's my
Baller.
fucking laser pointer? Oh, over there.
I aided it. I'm sorry.
I do also have a nifty laser pointer, so I can point at certain things.
Oh, that's actually so
You're gonna
useful.
give someone a serious retina burn.
Listen, it's a
Awesome.
sacrifice. It's a
There's no
sacrifice
fun in.
I'm willing to make.
I think
I'm willing to
Dom's
make that
the
sacrifice
average
too.
It's crazy.
Whatever it takes to win that VIP.
So I guess
So
keep in
awesome
mind,
for that, Dom.
I'm very new to like doing this kind of stuff, so there's gonna be a lot of stuff. So just bear with me here when it comes to this kind of stuff. So the slides are on a 10-second rotation, so they're gonna take a second to come up, but like there we go. Just any quick context, if you're not a gearhead, even though like everyone here plays gear in some capacity, 25-year-long series. For some reason, people can't agree off it came on the PlayStation, but apparently it came on the PlayStation first. It's a 25-year-long series, so if you don't know that you're coming into this much lore, it's going to be a lot. Half of this is nonsense. Half of this is pure like nonsense. The guy made it up in the lab. Don't worry about.
As we did.
As the first slide said, things just happen. It's just the way it is. If you have any logistical questions, sometimes there's some things I just won't be able to answer. He made everything up as he goes. And like, you can obviously tell with like some of the writing.
Real.
Okay. Let's see. Just takes a second. Okay, there you go. Before we learn about anything, the person that literally happens is Raven, so I thought I would put Raven in here. There's a whole information dump and a whole image for him. You know, take screenshots if you wish, you know, write it on your notes. But the long story short of all of this is that, you know, if any of you guys know Raven, if you're a knower of Raven, I got this info from an art book from archive.com. So this was kind of bitch to find. But in the very beginning, crusades are real crusades, like the Holy Roman Crusades. Raven himself, he was just a dude. He was a dude being a guy, just killing people in war. And, you know, trying to do his thing. He got shot to death and he woke up in a mysterious, you know, cave full of birds and light for some reason and started getting tortured and feeling agonizing pain. The summary mostly of this is that he's an immortal dude that experienced some of the worst shit imaginable. I like, this doesn't really apply to most things. It's just the first thing that ever happened. And so if I mention Raven for some reason, he's going to be around the entire story. He just sometimes shows up, he just leaves. He's a dude that has suffered an absurd amount of pain for literally no reason, and he's immortal. He has to live with that. It's just something.
He's so hot and dreamy.
That's a high T.
I agree.
Gears are not an instrument. I'm sorry to tell you. And I will be posting after this VOD is done. I will upload the slides onto my YouTube page, and I will add on the Discord. But all these pages will just be like raw there. All the info that you want, it will just be like raw, like as it is. So you don't have to worry about like not jotting something down or missing anything. This is also like all sources. So like I sorted I sourced 2 different wikis. I sourced archive.com and Woolly Versus' official lore series on this. So there's a lot of info from a lot of different sources that you can also look for yourself. A lot of this is also based on the Guilty Gear official Shrive story, like Archives 2. They kind of rewrite half of the things. So if you see info that you're like, I thought it was something else, or like a different time period, it's because the Guilty Gear Shrive lore glossary rewrote them themselves. So like, don't worry about that. That's just gonna be like a thing.
Yes, Sensei.
Does Biken have a big personality? I mean, she's pretty cool, pretty awesome. She's got a sword. She's an awesome
True.
samurai.
True. Just
Very
big cannon.
competent in her craft.
Very competent in her craft.
Literally.
Kill her.
Give me a second. I'm just looking next slide. Again, this is another side of Raven. He's just a dude who's been wandering the world. He looked like this in his original design. They could never decide on Raven's design. So he's just an immortal guy just walking around. Nothing too crazy. I already explained all of it. All you gotta know about Raven is that he suffered absurd amount of pain for like literally no reason. And he's just like he's chilling. Now the
I
first
can
actual
heal
thing
him.
that happened, the first thing that actually happened is the United Nations was settled in 1945. This is real life lore. Guilty Gear takes place in our world. So a lot of the things until like around 2016 will mirror our world. I guess until 1999, they'll start mirroring our world. So the United Nations is a very important thing for this. The UN will be brought up a lot. A lot of Guilty Gear is like random politics. Interpol was also founded. That's also a very important one. Interpol is also referenced and used a lot in the story. I'm not going to mention that Raven comes when he feels pain because Raven is a little groovy. At least for this, another context is the Assassin's Guild. This gets mentioned a lot. They're either known as the Assassin's Guild, the Assassin's Syndicate, or later on in the story, they get known as the Post-War Administration Bureau, though that isn't a group that does exist during this time. It is formed by Slayer. And mostly everyone believed that he just did it for purely noble reasons, but the Guilty Gear Shrive glossary itself reveals that he just kind of did it for blood. He just wanted some blood, and then also like at the same time held up the group. The reason for this group existing is that it's literally Slayer hiring a bunch of assassins just so he can like take out political leaders, be under the law. He's Black Ops guy. He's Black Ops guy that's doing Black Ops guy things. He's hiring assassins just to assassinate world leaders or do what needs to be done that isn't under the law. There's a lot of characters and a lot of like stuff in the story that does relate to this. So thanks for following Shirtsu. And hi, Percival. You will see Slayer, and Slayer's mentioned a bit. He kind of also bounces around the story, and sometimes he doesn't even really matter. But the Assassin's Guild is mentioned quite a lot. It's just like imagine like any Assassin's Guild, like Assassin's Creed or anything like that, but it's hosted by a vampire. Because this world also has vampires.
He's so dreamy.
Now, he also practices dandyism. This is a thing that's mentioned a few times in the story. You know, it's just a way to live by. You know, if you want to live by dandyism, you know, go by me. This is a great way to live. So he's a noble dude. He made an assassin group. That's just something that is just a part of the world. Let's see.
I have a question.
You have a question? Okay, hold on. Pause the slide. What's your question, Dom?
Is Slayer single?
I have very bad news for you.
Can we kick him out?
No,
people?
no.
He
Ban him.
notoriously has a
Can we
very hot wife.
sacrifice Dom to Raven?
Fuck.
He is married later though. During this time when he makes the guild, he's not married yet. So that Slayer you saw, he's a little bit of a bachelor, you know. But
If you go back in
Oh,
time, Dom, you
I
might
still
have a
have time.
chance.
yeah, if you go back in time, if you go like way back in time, you still have a chance.
Okay, you got it.
Dom's gonna create the time machine now.
again, because this is a VOD, all this info will be just like straight up on like YouTube. But Filipino people just joining, this is a Guilty Gear just presentation lore. So I'm just talking about the entire lore. We're gonna be here for a while. So if sometimes I can't see the chat, it's just because I'm literally going into like full presentation mode. Like right now, this is gonna be a whole thing. I just wanted to preface this now before we get into some of the juicy stuff. Where is Cum? Cum is not even born yet. This is like 300 years before Cum's born. The time skips around a lot. We skip around a lot. But the big you have something to say now?
Okay, I just thought it was really funny the way Bean said he'll make cum appear. I'm sorry. I just thought it was really funny. I couldn't control myself. I apologize. I'll shut up. Sensei, I apologize. I'll shut up for the rest of this. I'll shut up now.
Did somebody clip Bean saying that so he'll be immortalized?
I didn't even hear Bean saying that.
He whispered it like a little fucking gremlin. He like leaned over to my seat, teacher, I swear to God, and just whispered it. He tried to get me in trouble.
Teacher, Bean's passing notes.
He's passing notes. He's trying to get me in trouble.
How old is Soul? He's like...
Okay, genuine question.
What's that?
So you said like we could like write everything down in a notebook, right? But like,
If you really want to.
when it comes for the time for the when it comes time for like the trivia, is it like, are we able to use the notebook at all, or do we have to go based purely off memory?
When it comes to trivia, I would prefer that you not take notes, but also at the same time, you could if you really want to. It's either gonna be Jeopardy or trivia, but I will make it hard. This will be hard.
Okay.
So
It's based off of this, right? It's based off the Guilty Gear.
it's
story,
based
right?
it's based on this. Everything on this will be on the test in some capacity. So if you want to make a note just to have something in mind, you can. But I would advise against writing everything because again, this is 25 years of lore. I can pull any brand of bullshit I want.
All right, thank you, sir.
I have more questions, but we're gonna be here a little while, so I'll just like ask you after stream or some shit.
Will Soul come if you marry him? No, I think he'll just like grab you and throw you into like the cement and you'll die. Actually, that's the same thing as killing you. Never mind.
Isn't that killing?
It's killing with Riz, okay?
I get it, yep.
Sorry, I'm just like, I've never done the whole thing of having a screen. This is very like weird to manage. Yeah, Van, you can move to the like to the side or like more to the front. Don't you worry. It's just like a little Puma walking around in the back. We do have a packed class here, so you know for all the chat watchers, you honestly guys are kind of like lucky because it's really packed in here. So yeah, just if I don't see the chat at the time, I will read it later. We're just at to get into some really big beef. This is like where it actually starts. So like, as of now, the first notable thing, or like the big thing, is Y2K happens in this world and it's real. So it doesn't specifically say that it's December 31st. We just kind of believe it to be. No actual like date or anything implies that's December 31st, but it pretty much is a Y2K reference. A man named the Original, he's already like a prophet. He's kind of walking around. He's already like a hyper intelligent dude, and he warns the scientific community that if they don't ditch technology, it's gonna go bad, man. And they just think it's stupid. Some people believe him. We'll get to those people later. But most of the people don't believe him. And around that time, when the time does actually happen, every technology on Earth, so this is like Y2K now, every technology on Earth does get infected. Like your television, your radio, your transformer toy that says I love you. Everything gets taken over and gives like a warning saying humanity will fall. During this time too, every human on Earth also feels the power of a divine will. I'm not sure what that fully means, but it's people are feeling the vibe that a creature is trying to break into reality. During this time, like a few days after this event, natural disasters start happening. Some cities are just completely wiped off the map. And United Nations, for the meanwhile, bans like technology like TVs and stuff. Not like the radio or anything crazy yet, but they ban mostly like a lot of the smart technology. That's hi Maxwell. And we'll continue on because that at least is like one of the main catalysts for like everything happening. And remember, if you ever have a question, you can just ask anytime.
I did have a question and then realized where I was, so I will be refraining from said question.
What was your question, Dom?
I permission to speak freely.
Permission granted.
So when you said all technology, does that include the sex toys that are automatic?
Yes.
Or do
Anything?
I have to, or do I not give up that as well?
Everything. I mean, like,
God damn it.
literally everything.
I paid $1,000 for that.
Oh, so we'll get to that Tamaki. Shirley is not the one that's typical, but yeah, all technology. Everything, even like a teddy bear that says "I love you," like if it's wirelessly controlled or it has some sort of technology in it, it does count for that.
I'm on my fucking knees now.
And now I did mention during this time that the original the Prophet did have some followers, that people that did believe him. During when the original did warn everyone of this event that was happening, they essentially, in the background, all this like apocalypse type shit was happening. They were all planning a relief effort for humanity, and so they all came together. They came out of the wake after like everything horribly going wrong to give relief to people, and they also introduced people to magic and magic-based systems. Now the magic-based system kind of comes later, but they introduce the concept of magic to people and start building stuff. Like you'll see random magical shit in the world. It's due to them doing stuff to help the world, because during the time it was being relentlessly attacked by whatever was trying to manifest through like reality. During then too, a lot of people believe that the works of like these people are essentially like religious. So they form a religious group called the Sanctus Maximus Populi. If you want any kind of relation to it, it's the Catholic Church. There's a character later, it's the Pope. They're literally just the Pope. It's the Catholic Church. That's the best way to like relate to anything. It's a religious group that's based around the belief of what these people did, and the organization becomes so fucking big that they essentially spread magic around the world in downright no time, and teach magical particle theory, or literally just mana. So magic does spread around pretty fast. They introduce it as an alternate solution to technology, as a better source to help humanity progress, since they couldn't use technology anymore.
Damn efficient.
That's so cool and so base of them.
Max called me boring. What the heck?
What the hell?
Whoa, Max.
Get that guy.
That is uncalled for.
SMH, man, what the fuck?
And I was about to give my
Get
credit
him
card
outta
number to
here.
chat. SMH, dude. SMH.
Ruined it for the rest of us, Max.
During this time. Oh, okay. Yeah. What's up?
Genuine question. So since we're gonna be here a while, if we need to go to the bathroom, are you gonna pause and wait for us to get back, or?
Once we get through this bulk of like the pre-pay stuff before the Crusades happens, I will offer the chance for you guys to have a small bathroom break and like do some stuff.
Okay, cool.
Because
I just wanted to ask that. You're good to continue.
like I said, this is gonna be a lot of info.
Yeah.
Is Oscar the Pope? Oscar's not the Pope. He's just stylish. Though Oscar is one of the disciples of the original. So he is pretty magic like. He is a dude hanging around. Don't worry about the cat doing weed. He just lives here. He's awesome. During this time, the UN calls for a total ban on technology, like flat out everything. India disagrees. China kind of disagrees in the beginning, but I think they decided to settle with it. But India essentially fractures in two from this entire thing. They have an entire group that just wants to keep technology, and the other half is like, we got to get rid of this shit. They get rid of everything, like everything, even like radios or like any kind of stuff, or guns, even guns too. They call them under the term of black technology. That's just the term they're called. Again, don't ask me why it's the way it is. It's just the way it is. Around like 2010ish too, while all this stuff is happening, the big notable people from the group, from the originals, made their own magical group called the Conclave. They're essentially the Illuminati, smoking wizard weed and hanging out all day, just being wizards and controlling the world behind the scenes. And India starts a development project called an Ultra Dreadnought class ship. This is gonna be important later. It's just, this is when it starts. They're building something big.
I like big things.
Okay. Yeah, surely the Conclave are good guys. Sorry, I gotta get a drink really fast. I'm already dehydrated.
Don't worry.
Okay. I have to walk up to this thing every single time. I have very shaky hands, so like trying to click the panel, trying to click the thing that like pause and unpause is very inconvenient. I don't know why they have the board thing up here in a tiny little screen. For a simple,
Because they want you to suffer.
so this is kind of a simple thing. This is kind of important, but also just if you ever have a question of like why the fuck can Axel use fire, wind, and like all that shit all at the same time, this is not like My Hero or any kind of special like anime thing where everyone has one specific type of power. Magic is just a fundamental system of life. So these are magics that everyone can just use. Fire, thunder, water, wind are just base magics. Ki, every human specifically can use ki. Though it's kind of like it's still not really, people aren't really sure the basis of ki, and there's only really a few users that can use ki very well, like Jam, Chip, Cliff is the most notable one, but these are all magical systems that are around. There are known to be 666 spells, though 660 of them are fit. 6 aren't deemed unfit, and we'll get into a couple of them. Some are just never really mentioned. They haven't been used yet. There's a lot of stuff that haven't been used yet, which is kind of crazy to me, but we'll get more into that later. We are in Dragon Ball now.
Oh, I get 666 in total. Oh.
Baiken also is a key wielder. So if you have any questions about that, Baiken's also a key wielder. If it's like a spirit kind of magic that doesn't really seem to relate with any of the other types, it's key. Baiken's nothing crazy special. She's a woman that's just that good.
She's just crazy.
The chat could not see that. Even if I put the camera on you, they would not see that comment ban. But that's just a simple thing.
Pan.
What?
Pan's so real for that, dude.
Pan, why do you want her to hold your key?
Okay, so this is where we get to the point where a lot of stuff is just brought up but never mentioned again. The Gear projects originally started as something called the Ecosystem Evolution Project. It was brought up by a guy named Vince McDonald. He's never brought up again. The country that the Gear project was started in, it's implied to be the US. Shrive kind of implies more it was the US too, but they never straight up say it's the US. But Vince McDonald was just like really good at using magic with DNA. So the US brought them on to a research program. Just to like study like magic and stuff like that and see what they can make of it. And so Vince McDonald hired his students, which was Frederick Bolsera, that man, which we'll get into that man stuff as we go, but he's just called that man. And Arya Hale, which during this time, like that man himself pretty much completely gets the project done. He turns it in himself to the US government, saying that he does not want it to be used for any military systems. All of his workers are secured. and pretty much everything's for the well-being of people. He does. That man does not want this to be used for anything bad. Hold on. If guns are banned, why does Viking have a cannon? That is literally just a cannon. That's not a typical gun. Cannon is just a spark and fuse and stuff. That's not a gun. Well, it is a gun, but like she's allowed to, I guess. She's an outlaw. During this time in 2016, Arya herself gets a condition called TP. I cannot find anything that can relate to TP in real life. Not like tuberculosis or anything like that. There's no. It's a made up disease that they made up for specifically her. It's a condition that just kills you. Frederick and that man try to find a way of curing her though. In the meantime, because they don't want to lose her, and Frederick, both Sarah and Arya in a relationship. They're lovey-dovey.
Ooh.
That man's just like that man's just kind of hanging out. He's a good friend. They eventually rename the Gear Project, the ecosystem project, the Gear Project. It just makes it easier. And during this time too, that man converts Frederick's DNA. He turns Frederick into the first ever Gear, with something called the Flame of Corruption. This will come up later. This will be probably a 20-minute rant, but like, all you need to know is that during this time, Arya's TP was worsening. She just wanted to live out her life with Soul, like till the end. Soul and that man, or Frederick, which is Soul, and that man pretty much decide that they want to find a way of curing her. So they go more into the Gear DNA research, and they try to do whatever they can to stop her condition. During this time, Frederick breaks out of containment after he was made into a Gear. He blows up the entire fucking facility and then makes a Gear suppressor, which is a headband. It just covers up his Gear form. That's the dragon install that you see on Soul Bad Guy. That is his true form. That's what he normally looks like. But he wears the headband and it covers up his powers. Do you have a question?
No, I was saying how cool that is.
I'm watching you.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
They don't really say what TP is. It's just a fatal condition. For anyone in chat room asking about it. Soul is implied to also be. Soul is straight up said to be a U.S. citizen. Soul is from the U.S. I don't remember if they mentioned Arya's or that man's, but it doesn't really matter. And his name is not Soul Gunnar Guy, as much as I'd wish it was. Yeah, the headband is a limiter. If you wonder why Soul wears a headband, it's because it limits his power. It hides away his Gear form. Normally he'd just be a dragon all the time. Next slide. Let's see. During this time, and around in 2026, so like 10 years later, after this Gear research is happening, and Frederick broke out of the facility, everyone's kind of scrambling around to do research on this. But an important thing to note during this time is that the chunk of India that wanted to keep the technology completed the Ultra Dreadnought class airship, which it's just a massive fucking ship. I wanted to include the image and I couldn't last minute. It's a massive ass airship that hosts the entire nation of Zet. So if you ever wonder where that giant floating spaceship nation comes from, it comes from India not wanting to be a part of the UN and wanting to decide to make their own sovereign nation. It originally starts as a slave underclass, like hyper oppressed, like military, like sovereign state. But for now, this place is called the Empire of Zep. That's nothing crazy. That's just something that happened. That's just gonna be there for the rest of the story.
Teacher, can you tell the chat room that I am not fruity?
Hold on. First of all, you're really quiet, but go on.
I don't think the teacher should lie.
What? I'm not fruity.
I thought your argument was that you weren't furry.
No.
Well, Tim
I
isn't
am
furry.
that.
Well,
Yeah, that one I'm okay with. But fruity? Get out of here.
Listen, when it comes to
Teacher is
teasing,
crazy.
Trying to learn.
yeah, when it comes to the classroom teasing, you gotta just settle it outside the classroom, you
Turn
know.
up my mic volume.
I'm
See,
trying
that's
to
why Bean's my
learn.
favorite.
See you outside the classroom at 3.
That's why Bean's my favorite class class member right now. You know, we're gonna get into straight into the information. We're about to get into it because we're still in the setup. I had to chop this out.
He's teaching children to vape.
Listen. Thank you for listening. Listen, it's its own free will. You know, I'm a cool teacher. Around in 2042, after all this stuff happens, the US relaunches the project without that man to do military use because they saw, like, after the first mess up that it was possible. So they decided to make military gears and go against what that man wanted, just to make like a military force with gears. I didn't mention it, but pretty much most of the other countries are also developing this. They all saw this and thought, yeah, this is kind of sick. So I was showing it. That man does eventually rejoin. They do make a prototype, but it just doesn't work. That's around the time that man joins. He comes to help. He makes the project better. I think he just wants to monitor the project. During this time, the first combat gear is actually done in 2065. It takes like 20 years, but it's just they're monsters. They're like little dudes that look like little slimy creatures. They're not people. They don't look like people like a lot of the gears that we mostly know. Most gears tend to be monsters, typically dragon-esque or just kind of random whatever fuck all. During this time too, Frederick, who broke out, just starts destroying gear facilities that were researching it. And a lot of the authorities at the time call him bad guy. The other half comes in like 100 years later. Why is chat room talking about boobs?
No particular reason.
By the way, I just wanted to acknowledge this guy. Look at him, he's beautiful. This is also a gear.
Does he have
So,
a name?
Leopolden. He is part dragon,
Oh, yeah, but that.
part dog, and there's a wizard in there. The wizard is separate. The dog and the dragon are one part of the gear. It's just also kind of just to show how messy they can get. They aren't always dragons. It could just be a weird creature. This is like a fuck off boss from like Guilty Gear, like Asuka. It never really comes back. Though Daisuke does say they're around. So like one day they might come back if they really want to. But this is a Guilty Gear character. They did cover up half the screen, and all their attacks consisted of giant fireballs that covered up the entire screen. So
That
you know,
sounds awesome.
So he was a zoner.
he was a boss fight. The only way it was so impossibly difficult. The only way you could really beat him is by playing Faust and crawling under the massive fireballs that covered the whole screen.
That's crazy.
I don't think he's coming to Shrap. I'm very sorry to say, but I don't think Leopold's coming to Shrap as much as I really want it.
I have a question in regards to the previous slide before Leopolden.
Yeah.
Just so I understand this correctly, you said it was like 100 years after 2065 where anything major happens?
About in 1999 is where most stuff starts happening. Leopolden shows up later, but I put him there as a representation of what gears can look like. They're mostly monsters, and they mostly look like that. Leopolden comes in around 30-ish years later. 30, 40, 80 years later.
I understand now. Thank you.
Also, hi, Siri. Welcome to the classroom. During this time, is in 2073, they do declare themselves a fallen military state. Zep is a military state now. They were still developing, but they are one now. Frederick, on his own time, notices how many gears are being made. So he makes a weapon called the Outrage. This is not relevant for 25 years of games. Because of how strong this weapon is, he does separate them into 8 parts, which is the relevant thing. I think the next slide is the weapons, but he does separate them into 8 different weapons. The Outrage, what it essentially is that it's a giant cannon. but like, okay, the weapons are a little later. They do make Justice. I forgot to put Justice on the other side, but Justice is here. Justice is the actual first gear made by the U.S. government for military use. As you can see, they look like any like typical like Gundam mech or anything, but the video games don't really do it justice. They're like as big as a skyscraper, way bigger. They're very well endowed, as you can tell.
Queen of the Tuck.
They're considered a commander class gear, so they have the power to control any gear they want. They're just the commander. They have that authority. During a test run of Justice, things do go wrong. I will get more into what happens in that event, but as we know of the during this time, stuff goes wrong, and Justice fires their weapon at the nation of Japan and destroys the entire nation. The entire nation becomes a hole. None of Japan is left. It's an entire just big hole in the earth. Nothing is remaining. Right after this, like right after Justice blows up Japan, they immediately take control of every gear that is made at the moment and declare war on humankind. And this starts a whole thing called the Crusades. And I will give you guys the time now because the next slide is going to start the Crusades. Give me 1 second.
Like Christianity?
Can I blow up Japan?
Kind of like Christianity, actually, yeah. I will get into all of this, but we're about to enter a 100-year war. So if you guys need a break to like get restroom or water, you guys have the time now. You guys,
I'll be right back.
yeah, okay. I will reach out on Japanese people are some of the strongest characters, but we'll go into that reason later. This isn't talked about like way later.
Wait, Japanese are canonically the strongest?
They're just some of the strongest people. There is a reason for that. Sorry that I do get close to the camera sometimes. So the laptop that I use to control the screen in the background is right up here. So I have to go to the screen and like manually click it, like pause and unpause. So it takes me a second.
I think the toilet's clogged.
Wait, so
I think you clogged
in the test
No.
run, the Justice
Yeah.
destroyed Japan.
Yeah, they shot a laser at Japan and destroyed Japan. The entire nation is like gone. Like all the
Okay,
islands.
so this is when Justice fucking destroyed Japan.
Yeah, Justice it obliterated Japan. This is the thing for the rest of the story. Japan does not come back.
And then like war was declared.
That's the high chart. Yeah, right after this, immediately after this, Justice just takes control of every gear. Like on the spot, takes control of every gear, and they all rise up against humans. Justice is pretty cool. They are pretty sick. This will be a whole thing. There's a lot of reasons of what happened with the Justice event, but a lot of this is relevant later and not really described here. And I just don't think it's like it makes sense to describe it all here because then I'd have to go into whole other tangents. But this isn't relevant until Xrd. There was a Japan stage in Xrd, and the stage is just a massive hole, and like you just see it in the
They need to
background.
bring that back. They need to bring that back.
They do need to bring it back. It is one of the most beautiful stages in Gear, like flat out.
That stage is so fucking cool.
I'm back and ready, Sensei.
Be back and ready home, making my drink. For context, I have been working on this for like a week or so. All these slides and stuff and getting all the proper information. I have been up for probably 29 hours right now. So I am
That's crazy.
so I am on a lot of fumes right now.
Going for 40. Going for 40.
Rookie numbers.
I will probably be up for like 35 hours or so, but like after that I'll sleep. But it was to get all this stuff done.
At least you need to sleep for at least 3 days after that.
I'm not gonna lie, the Guilty Gear story does have hands. I did not anticipate for it to have this much bulk of knowledge and stuff that just kind of doesn't matter, but stuff that does matter. But don't say I didn't ever do anything for your chat room. So everyone's back.
We
Everyone's here
appreciate
back.
your efforts.
Why didn't
It
Why
seems
did
everyone is back.
Roll
yeah?
call.
No one says. You guys are all here. Okay. It comes back.
I'm good.
Okay. After all these events, it starts a 100-year war. Well, nearly 100 years. It's like 90 something years. But in 2074, the 100-year war starts called the Crusades happen. And keep in mind that all weapons are banned. Like technology, guns, all this is banned. So they start up a sacred order of the Holy Knights. The United Nations does that themselves. They create an entire group of knights to fight off the Gears during this time with swords and shit like that. They also do discover the outrage parts that Frederick did scatter, like eventually. We know of some of them. We know of the Fire Steel Sword, which ends up being Soul Bad Guy's weapon. That's just the one he carries around. The Thunder Steel Sword, which is Kai's weapon. The Sesson Wind Fan, which is Anji Mito's fans. That's his weapon. The Flashing Fang, which is a weapon used by a villain in a Plinko machine. So you will probably never know about it. The Dominator, which I don't know what that is. I couldn't really find any good info. And same with Bykel. And Slayer does have a dagger, apparently. Which they don't go crazy into it either. We don't know what the 8th component is. We have no fucking clue. That's just a part that exists.
What was the Flashing Fang?
The Flashing Fang is pretty much a light bulb. But it's really strong.
Just a lightning bolt?
And like it's just like the image of it that I find on the wiki and stuff is like a light bulb. Though they might have changed it over time.
Light bulb, okay.
But it just is it's just a magical weapon part. Keep in mind that like this is like all parts from like an insanely like a god weapon. So if you ever wonder why Anji Mito fans hit like a truck, he's literally hitting you with like a god weapon.
That makes a lot more sense. I don't feel as bad losing to him now.
The Phantoms are gonna start spawning soon. Listen, we have windows out here. Any Minecraft Phantoms that want to get me, they cannot get me. As much as they want to. The Flashing Fang does become a part of Soul's weapon, but that's later. He does separate it, and it does get back into his weapon, but that's way later. But that's just like some of the early context for this. Oh, wait, let's switch to the next slide. The Roger has practically no lore, but I will kind of mention in a sentence. I do have a page for Bridget. Because I don't talk about her much in Strive, so I do have a page for her. Before we get into anything, we have to talk about Cliff. He's the GOAT. I don't have an image for him right now, but he's just a small old man with a giant sword. He's the GOAT. He's born in 2097. He was like born an orphan during the Crusades. Around this time in 2103, he gets saved by a mysterious man from a gear attack, and it makes him want to join the Knights. He immediately in 2115 becomes the commander of the Holy Knights, like out of nowhere. Somewhere around this time, it's not specifically given, but Testament is born, and Cliff does eventually adopt Testament. I thought Testament was their their blood child, but apparently they're an adopted child. In 2120, there is a monster that shows up. And the only reason I mention it is because they show up again. It's a Mega Death class gear, which is just a massive, giant Hydra. It destroys all of London. London is gone.
Thank God.
Cliff single-handedly fights this giant Hydra monster, like Heracles, for 7 days and nights without any sort of sleep. He fights it off and then contains it. Testament does eventually join the Holy Order Knights. Cliff is very against it. He does not want like their kid to be involved in this war because they were involved in the war very young. But Cliff will be mentioned a lot. That's why I brought him up here now for his own slide. Oh yeah, and then a year later, Testament dies. They join the war. They immediately die.
What?
They
Blood
lose.
was not cut out for this.
Yeah, they die. Teehee.
Teehee.
Wait, a year later. Wait, what happened in 2021, 27? I might have missed it.
In 2127, Testament joins the Holy Order Knights. Against
and then dies a year later. Okay.
against their father's wishes. And for Testament, for sakes, Testament is a non-binary character. During this time, they do call them he, but for like future sake, I will just call Testament them, they them. for future context. Same with Bridget. Bridget, I will just call her. A secret grats in the car, yes. They never found the body testament. Eventually, a group that I did mention earlier called it was still kind of being made, but they do eventually become the Post-War Administration Bureau. They take Testament's body and subject it to a bunch of tests, fusing them with gear DNA. During this time, they do come back to life from this test. It's not really specifically said what gear they're given, but it is implied to be a gear power that can overcome death. Right after they do that, Justice gains control of Testament because they're a gear now. So Justice immediately takes control. Testament does eventually in 2040 fight their father, Cliff. They're mortally wounded in the fight. They do not win. They get their ass beat, and they do not interact with each other for the rest of the war. Testament is out of the picture for the rest of the war. Cliff has no idea what happens after that point for the war.
Oh wait, Testament fought Cliff after coming back after Justice took control of Testament.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do fight their father. They lose. This text is a little small. Don't worry again. For any text that you cannot read on stream chat, I'm gonna post the raw VOD on YouTube anyway. Not the VOD of like this, but the VOD of these slides. So there'll be a full thing that you can just copy off of if you really want to. In 2166. And by the way, I'm going to be doing a lot of dates. For this time, we're just skipping years. So in 2166, an orphan from Spain called Zeta 1 does get taken into the assassin's guild. In 2167, an orphan named Kai Kisk and his friends, a few years before, him and his friend named Tyr, they do get saved by Cliff, and they get motivated to join the Knights. I don't know if Tyr ever joins the Knights. I didn't really check on it because no one ever mentions Tyr ever again. But Kai does join the Holy Order. In 2168, Slayer does eventually retire from the Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild has been around for a while now. They just become a group of like murderers for like no reason. Slayer doesn't really seem to like vibe with this. He leaves this, and around this time too, he does meet a bounty hunter and he gets into a fight with him. They're both equally skilled, and he sees the bounty hunter as being as vibrant as the sun and having a bright flame like the sun. So he gives that person a name Soul, and that's Soul bad guy. That's the names together. This doesn't really get brought up until like later on and when the first game comes out, but Slayer does give the name Soul to Soul bad guy, and the bad guy comes from the authorities before the war starts.
Using the two smart.
Axel has not been mentioned yet. Axel will be later. Later on in 2172, Cliff actually recognizes Soul. He sees him and he recognizes him from like when he was a child, when he was like a 6-year-old child, and like Soul saves his life. He immediately recruits him into the Knights. Begrudgingly, Soul joins, but Soul during his time was just murdering gears. He thought it was his duty to kill every gear. So he goes around just murdering gears, so he just joins the Holy Knights to do it more efficiently. In 2173, this will be brought up more, but that man meets a woman named Ino. And this will be kind of confusing that I describe him as that man, but don't worry, this will be talked about later. Eventually, during this time, I couldn't find an exact date for this, but Soul and Kai do fight. Soul beats Kai, but Soul ends up being very upset because he thinks that Kai is just holding back the entire time. He sees the way that Kai fights gears, and he gets upset that Kai does not do the same force towards him. The battle for Rome does begin during this time. Soul does run into Justice and try to square off against Justice and immediately loses. And after that fight, being upset after all of this, Soul does break into the Holy Order's like weapon storage and takes the Fire Seal sword because they've come into claim of it. Kai notices this happening and tries to get into a fight to take it, but Kai immediately loses. Cliff pretty much lets Soul go, saying he was going to give him the sword anyway, and then gives the Thunder Seal sword to Kai and deems him the leader of the Holy Order. So Kai becomes the commander, like the leader of the Holy Order Knights.
Talk about a promotion.
Okay. during this time, this is never really specifically stated on when this does happen. But Zato, the orphan I was taken in, does cast one of those forbidden spells from the 666 spells that were made. One of the forbidden spells was called Life Eating Shadow, which manifests a shadowy creature. They kind of just call him Eddie later on, but the creature himself does possess Zato's body and lets Zato freely control shadows at the cost of his own vision. During this time too, Millie, Rage, and Venom Venom do eventually join the Assassin's Guild. It's not really specifically said, they just do join around this time. Zato is an older dude.
How old?
Don't know. They don't really like to confirm Gary characters' ages. If you're asking about accent core,
Good.
if you're asking about accent core does not happen until way later. Accent core is way later, and a lot of it isn't relevant to the story. So I will go over accent core a bit, but a lot of it is a lot of what ifs. It's like the what if storyline, so a lot of it won't matter, but I will go into it later. It's not we're not even nearly there yet. We're not even to the first game yet. Zato was named Eddie because of a reason we'll go into later. Don't worry. In 2175, Kai, Cliff, and Soul do all find Justice all at the same time in the same place. They try to take over. They try to take down Justice. Justice does claim that Soul has a flame of corruption inside of him. Soul has no idea what it means at the time, and they do seal her into a prison. So Justice is sealed, and the Gear Army does eventually fall apart because their leader is gone. Millie during this time does join, she does cast a spell on herself too, which sacrifices her hair for a forbidden beast. I'll go more into that a tiny bit later. After the war, Kai does join Interpol because he has no other fight, so he just joins the International Police Force because he just has nothing else to do. Cliff does retire. He's an old man during this point. This is like at the end of a 100-year war. He's old. Before I go into any more stuff, this is the end of the Crusades. We're about to get to the first game. Does anyone have any questions?
I think I'm
Teacher.
And don't worry, Eve. We'll get into the whole Zato stuff of being revived later. That's all later stuff. What's up, Eve?
I was not here for the entire presentation. Can you repeat it?
Can you do the whole thing?
I think we need to give him a penalty. Personally thinking, teacher. What do you think?
1,000
Teacher,
years
can we
in the
cast one of the forbidden spells on Bean?
1,000 years in the dungeon.
I was getting food.
You got off easy there, Bean. It could have been way worse.
Well, listen, like
You're
any
right.
college classroom, you can mostly slack off half the time and just watch like the presentation later.
You're so right.
Who's the MVP of the Crusades? Cliff. Cliff and Kai. Cliff and Kai. So Cliff is like. Okay, how do you describe it? Kai is like Doom Guy, and Cliff is just a better Doom Guy. But like they're both pretty much to go to the war. Soul does do a lot, but Cliff and Kai are very notable because they're both really powerful and like do most of the stuff in the war, and they mostly end the war.
My goats.
That information is incorrect, Eve. I'll go into it later. But like for now, that's the end of the Crusades. That's a 100-year war. Like 100-year war. This is all like background from like the game. This is still post Crusade stuff. The world is essentially destroyed from the 100-year war. Like it's literally them fighting magical beasts. Most of the world is destroyed. The U.S. is fucked up. Like the entire west side of the United States is completely destroyed, and it's the Wild West. Most of Europe and Russia do combine and become a kingdom known as Illyria. They're not recognized by the UN yet, but they're trying to. They're a developing nation. During this time too, a young girl is dying from a disease, and she, while getting surgery from a man named Dr. Baldhead, she does die on the table. From the whole like shock of her dying, Dr. Baldhead does become a serial killer. He's running around murdering people. And after the war, Japanese people get considered, I forgot what the exact term is, but essentially like there isn't many Japanese people left. So for protection sakes, and so they can like live on, they put them into colonies. They put them into colonies and essentially just put whole villages and stuff surrounded by magical barriers, so people can't go in and like try to kill them.
So what you're saying is that Japanese people are now endangered species.
Yes, there's very little. Ariels apparently is said to become the head of the Sanctus Maximus Populi. This doesn't really add up with a lot of stuff that happens later, but the Gear summary lore does say this. I don't know why they say it's here when Exer does this later, but I just put it here that a woman named Ariels does become one of the heads of the religious group that is the Sanctus Maximus Populi. Oh, so good morning, Assyria. But we're still in the post-Crusade stuff. We're about to get into the first game. Okay, and this is the first game. I will say, this entire presentation is around 114 slides. We've got about 4 minutes out of the 18-minute long video. We're actually like a decent bit in. The presentation will go as long as we need to. That's why I'm like saying, if you guys have any questions or you guys want to take your time on stuff, we have a lot of time. A lot of the lore before Strive and Exerd is kind of nothing sauce. Like a lot of stuff just kind of randomly happens. Both the Thunder Seal and the Fire Seal are ancient. Their weapons are part of the Outrage. So does anyone have any questions before we go into the first game? Like from the Crusades or anything like that?
I'm good to go, Sensei.
Everyone's good? Okay, cool. The Guilty Gear 1 is named Missing Link. In 2180, there is a lot of rumors coming around that Justice will come back. And overall, the people are like, oh fuck, we don't want this to happen again. Everyone's really worried. And so the UN, after hearing all this news and being worried themselves, announced the Sacred Order selection tournament. Essentially, this is just a selection tournament to find people who are strong enough to fight Justice. This is the core cast of the first game. I don't really do this for the other games, but these are characters that do come around for the rest of the series. So I don't get into it, but right here, this head is Testament on the very left. The top right is Justice. Viken has no lore here. She's a hidden character that gets made up later. But I will go into every character a little bit before we keep going. Don't worry, there's a lot of time between Axe and Core. A lot of your questions, Eve, are like after Axe and Core. So you have a lot of time. I will get into a whole Q&A thing at some point when we end plus R, because like there is a lot of stuff that does happen. There's a lot of bulk information. So I will start.
How many games are there even?
There's like 7 to like 12 games. It's weird. There's some DS games. There's some like mini games. There's some games that have no implication of lore. Guilty Gear Double X has like 5 different versions that just keep adding on. That becomes like Axe and Core and plus R. That they just keep getting added onto over time.
So are most of them like lore heavy?
No. Most of them aren't lore heavy.
Okay.
There's like 3 or 4 games that are mostly lore heavy. Most of them are side games that have like random builds.
So are we just going over like the main games that go over like the main plot lines of the story then?
Yeah. Yeah, Eve, all your questions are for later. They're all later. Like way later. Johnny is not really confirmed to be anything. We actually have no idea where he's fully from. We assume he's American. Some people think he's Swedish. But keep in mind, there's a lot of misinformation around Johnny because there was this person who tried to give Johnny like a fake name and stuff. Like they made like their whole OC about Johnny being like this fake name, and that person ended up being like heavily racist online. There's a whole thing of it. A lot of Johnny info isn't really fully covered but there isn't really a lot about him. He's just an orphan. We'll get into some of these characters one at a time. This is important for a different character later. So, one of the first fighters that does join the tournament is named Dr. Baldhead. He's a little shiny guy, but he's the doctor that did lose the girl during the surgery. He went into a violent murder spree, and eventually they did capture him. During this time, Testament does return. Somehow Testament returns. They come back and free Faust from a dimensional prison, and they tell him to join the tournament to help save lives and help make the world better. So they join the tournament for that reason. I'm just gonna get into a few of the basic characters, but like this dude is kind of gross. May, I will get into her being Japanese later. It's way more relevant later, but she is an orphan girl who was just kind of hanging around, being an orphan, and Johnny did save her and brought her onto the ship known as Jellyfish Pirates. May eventually did get to she eventually fell in love with Johnny, though the whole Johnny May thing is complicated because May has a deep love for Johnny, but like Johnny sees himself as a father figure for her and just like a part of the family. So like there's a whole awkward thing that's still going on. The whole reason May joins this tournament in the first place, I did forget to mention, the reason why the tournament is happening and they're collecting people, the reward for winning the tournament, other than them collecting people to fight justice, is whoever wins this tournament can get one wish they're choosing. That they just say that the UN says they will grant anything that the person who wins wants. May's reason is that she wants to go in because Johnny does get imprisoned right before the tournament. So she just wants to join the tournament. She hears about it and she wants to get Johnny's freedom. Johnny breaks out on his own anyways. Her arcade ending even shows like it doesn't really matter. They do their own thing. A lot of these characters.
So she just wasted her time.
She wasted her time. This whole thing took like a week or two to prepare. Though a lot of it is like rewriting information and just going over like slides and redoing stuff. There is a good chance that some of the stuff in this presentation could be wrong or just not fully like dove into. But it's just because the information for Guilty Gear isn't fully covered. I sorted 2 wikis. I sorted a series from Wooly Versus, which was officially sponsored by Guilty Gear or like Arc System Works that gave them like official lore tidbits. But it's weird because that video stuff that was approved by Arc System Works was also overridden in Strive. So a lot of this information is kind of like random, or some of this information could be random. That's why if you see anything that you're not really sure of, or you're like, wait, this is something else, it's all rewritten in like Strive. Because they try to rewrite some of the story just so they can get and more toned down together. I do kind of cover plus R and X and Core, but Strive doesn't really consider this a game. They don't really consider it a game that matters to the series. So I will talk about it a bit. Potemkin, this beautiful guy over here. He's a mutant slave from the nation of Zet. He was born with a mutation that gives him like a superhuman body, and he wears a giant like neck bracelet around him, which is why in the old games you'll see that giant thing around his neck. It conceals his power, but he is just forced to be a slave by the Zet government. He does have a sergeant, but during this time, the government of Zet does send him into the tournament so they can get a wish they want for their own political means. Eventually, though, in his ending, this does matter. Gabriel does help free Pot from his like enslavement chains, and tells him that they have to essentially lead a revolution against Zep. So even though we haven't talked about Zep that much, Zep already got overthrown, and they become a democratic state. So they
That's my man for real.
They eventually retake Zep and abolish slavery.
That's my goat.
Let's fucking go. So based.
Let's see. Okay, so Chip has a lot of information. This one is kind of like, again, you'll see in the video if you want to go buy it, but I'll cover everything either way. He was a man born in the U.S. during the Crusades. he lost his father very early on, and eventually turned into a drug addict and did drug dealings for a mafia. Later on, the mafia was like, we got to kill this guy, just for like no reason. One of the people that was sent to kill him, a man named Tsuyoshi, did eventually kill off all the people that were trying to kill him, and it was shown that he was a ninja master. Chip, being very grateful for this whole thing, wanted to learn under Tsuyoshi's wing. So Chip, just being an average American dude, takes up the ninja like training lifestyle. Though it's kind of argued that Tsuyoshi doesn't actually know much about ninja life himself either, and he might not even be Japanese. So that's why Chip kind of makes up stuff. Eventually, in 2180, the Assassin's Guild does eventually ambush them for what they did to the Mafia, and they kill Tsuyoshi. Half the people are taken out. The killer for Tsuyoshi is still at large. So Chip does join the tournament to vow to like kind of have the government officially take out the killers for who killed Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi does have some very funny pictures. He kind of is a background character that doesn't really mean a full amount. It's just Chip's motive, so I didn't really include him here. Chip does eventually acquire a ninja otter that teaches them a lot of key magic. Doesn't really come up at a good point though. At some point too, Chip does find out that Tsuyoshi was a part of Interpol, and he was investigating the Assassin's Guild. So he decided to save Chip on his own free will and teach him under his own free will. Eventually, just making Chip a ninja and making him a better man. He dropped drugs. He dropped everything.
We love a redemption story.
I did mention Milia earlier. Also, wow, too. This is just a model, a random model for VRChat. I did mention Milia a bit earlier, so I didn't really cover it till now. But she was an orphan from Russia. She was eventually taken to the Assassin's Guild, and when she grew up, for the Assassin's Guild, she eventually met Zato, who became the guild head at the time. They eventually formed a relationship, which was very abusive. Zato is not a good guy. He canonically hates women. He also, it isn't really said if he forces Milia or Milia does it herself, but she does eventually cast a forbidden spell as well to sacrifice what we think is her hair. She might not have even given up anything at all, but she does cast a spell to give herself free control of her hair. At some point too, with all this, she does betray Zato by teaming up with the International Police Force, and during a mission, she backstabs Zato and leaves him to get arrested. Zato does get set in prison. I don't include him as a panel because I don't like him that much, but he does eventually get free from the prison to join the tournament and take out Milia because he paid for her. Yeah, it's not even just in the Strive profile. It is very well noted in the old games that Zato hates women. Zato is a misogynist. He's not a good guy. He only becomes chill later, but that takes him going for a shit ton of stuff.
Just when you think you know a guy, they turn out to be a raging misogynist.
I did actually give him a panel. Zato, he's just an orphan from Spain. It's already what I covered. This is nothing new. I think I just added this in the wrong order, but this is nothing new. Okay, now we get to Axel. So Axel is a British man from 20th century England. I think it's kind of implied that it is 1998. So he's like Sex Pistols and like old British rock. That's why he kind of dresses the way he is. But he's just like a little he's a pacifist dude. He doesn't believe in doing violence to stop answers, but to stop a lot of the gang violence in his area and to like help protect his girlfriend, Megami, he does eventually take a lot of hits and fight to stop a lot of the gang violence that does happen in the area. Everyone pretty much gets him on the side. Everyone loves Axel. He's just overall a good dude. But randomly during 1998, he gets time blipped. He gets sucked into a portal and gets sent to 2178. he kind of just starts jumping at some random points. But after learning about the tournament, he tries to see if he can win a tournament so he can get any information from the UN or any officials that can help him. Because during this time, some mangas do cover it, but he kind of roams around, and a lot of people are very suspicious of what he says, because a lot of stuff that he says is from a time before they canceled a lot of the technology. So he's considered to own dangerous information. The reason why Axel does time step we'll get into later. That's later information. And you may notice I am saying later information a lot, but it's because a lot of this is very like small character bios. Most of this gets explained in excerpt. Pretty much 99% of all the stuff gets explained in excerpt. Excerpt was a big deal. I'm gonna get a drink really fast. Okay, so I didn't really even need to cover Baiken, but I thought this was the appropriate time. Baiken has no real relevance to the story. She was originally a secret character that you can get if you beat the story, and she's canonically not even here. Later on in the secondary version of the game, they do give her an arcade ending and everything for like her reason to join the tournament, though it's never explicitly said if she does join the tournament or if not. I think that's an optional thing. If you want to believe that she did take the part of the tournament or she didn't, that's up to you. But a lot of stuff does say that she never took part in it. But she was a young Japanese woman during like that was raised in the colonies. During the Crusades and like all this stuff happening, though, her village does her colony village does get destroyed. She loses her family, her eye, her arm, and in a lot of the wreckage and chaos, she does see that man. She sees that man surrounded with his gear army, and she vows to take him down. That's her entire life goal, is to kill him. She walks around for like 20 or something years. I think she says like 20 to 30 years. She's an older woman, but she's roaming for most of the story, trying to find that man and take him down. I'm moving around because I got a free camera. I have several cameras. I also have one for the people up here. So they're quietly observing. Bean did die.
He did die, that's correct.
That is true. Older women are based. We do have a whole presentation thing. Most of the this is VR chat. Most of the arcade endings are considered non-canon. A lot of the arcade endings aren't really canon until like later on. Some are canon. It's kind of just whatever you believe or they eventually do pick. They don't really become fully canon until Xrd. But the main thing Soul does is he breathes the fuck through the entire tournament. He wipes out pretty much everyone, and he encounters Testament. And they pretty much revealed that they have everything they can to bring back justice, because they still are being controlled by justice, and that they need a sacrifice to bring justice back, and they wanted to be the strongest person from the tourney. They just kind of realized that it could just be them because they are a powerful gear, and so Testament sacrifices themselves, and justice does become released upon the world again. Soul and Justice do eventually they fight like right after. Soul's headband does come off. He doesn't fully go Dragon Assault mode, but you see there's like a red marker on him, like a demonic looking marker, which is usually what's on gear, is to show that they're gear. And so Justice sees that and is very confused. So they try to take over Soul, but they can't. And so Soul reveals to Justice that he was the first prototype gear. He can't be controlled, and that he is Frederick Bolsera from the past. This is supposed to be a plot twist. So it's kind of hard to make it a plot twist, but Frederick Bolsera is the guy that did create the gears, is still a bad guy, and that's why he's called the Guilty Gear. He became a gear and felt guilty for all the stuff that he partook in and all the wars that he helped cause.
I have a question.
What's your question?
So you mentioned that Testament, or like this whole tourney, is like bring back Justice, right? But then Testament was like, oh wait, no, I can just do it myself. Here we go. Offs themselves, revives Justice. So basically, the whole tourney was like pointless.
So the whole tourney exists because they heard Justice was coming back and they had the feeling, so they were gathering warriors to fight Justice. They were trying to make their own second Holy Order of Knights. They're trying to make a group for it. But Testament joins the tournament and uses it as an opportunity to find sacrifices that are strong enough to give Justice power to escape from prison. And so during this time, they just realized, oh, I could just give up my own life because I think they realized they can't take down Soul. Justice, when they learn this information, does say to Soul, if only we could have talked one last time, just the three of us. Soul, hearing that, becomes immediately enraged. He realizes that Justice is Arya. They put her soul into the body of the gear Justice to save her life from TP. And realizing that he just killed his old wife from like way back, he becomes enraged and he swears to kill that man. He starts his revenge quest. Injustice does not show up. That's a really shitty fighting game where you throw pigs at each other. But like that's pretty much most of the first game. There's some after stuff for the game. Zato, this is kind of said twice, but so I include it here. Zato does get consumed by Eddie. He starts to get eaten up, though the full possession doesn't really take place now. It takes place a little later. I already covered Potemkin and Gabriel. They take over Zep. Axel starts time sipping again. This is never really said until the very end, but Cliff does eventually find Testament in the tourney, and they lose their life. Testament kills Cliff. They die at they're like 90 something. They're old, but it's an off-screen death that you never get to see. But Cliff does fight their kid one last time, and they do lose their life.
That's bullshit. I'm just saying. We need to see that awesome fight. Assuming it was an awesome fight.
During this time, an agent named Kuralaba, from the Post-War Administration Bureau that is starting to be made, does collect data from the tournament, and start producing a first in line of a Robo Kais, which they're essentially just Kai Kisk but a robot. They do have in some other games other abilities of people, but that's Robo Kai Mark II. But they are collecting data on Kai Kisk and a lot of other people from the tournament. They essentially feed data and try to create weapons. For a lot of the side games, they are like minor antagonists that just kind of bring up random fuck ass villains. But most of them don't matter. A lot of the post-war administration's bureau's important stuff does come up later. During this time too, a lot of the gears are pretty much free. The gears that were remaining, they become free. And one gear specifically called Dr. Paradigm, he finds a way to access a place called the Backyard, and we'll go into that later. But it does eventually happen.
Free, you said?
Gears do become free. Also, don't worry about it, Bozier. This is a side story, so I'm just putting it to one slide, but this is important. This is important to for one point because it does bring up the Hydra, and this is Soul's first time running into Raven. This is a CD drama, because they actually Guilty Gear had a ton of CD dramas and art books where they had like their own stories. This is a whole side story. This VOD will be posted. Don't worry about it. The info will be around. They pick Kai for the information. They pick Kai for the information stuff because he is notably one of the strongest warriors out there. And he is trusted by the people. So I think it's just like why not choose Kai? But I couldn't find the exact year they mentioned when this does happen. But So Bad Guy, Kai Kisk, and a local doctor named Faust, which I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's just Dr. Baldhead. They're the same people, but Faust is a different personality. After the whole tournament happens, Faust does develop alternate personalities, and one of them is Faust, which is just a goofy doctor All he wants to do is save lives. So he goes around just curing people. He's known as a miracle doctor to most people. There is other Robos at some point. There is a Robo Potemkin series. And there is a Robo Justice series, but it's argued if those are canon or not fully, because they're in Arcade and Niche. So I was drinking. But in this village, there's a bunch of gear related homicides. So Kai, Kisk, So Bad Guy, and Faust do investigate because they have no idea what the hell is going on. Their suspicions lead to the Blackguard Company, which is a pharmaceutical company. They find out that the CEO of the company, Seabus, he's experimenting on locals with gear DNA. So he's injecting gear DNA into people, and it finds out that it's turning people into gears, but at the same time destroying their body in the process. This is important for later, but not that. Soul does eventually run into Raven for the first time. Raven pretty much says, like, I'm collecting gear information for that man. Soul gets pissed off of the idea, so Soul does destroy Raven, but Raven rejuvenates himself. Because Raven, after the incident that happened in the beginning, they're functionally immortal. Raven, you could like chop into like microscopic particles, they can still come back. They can set themselves on fire and come back. Eventually, though, Raven does ambush Faust and take the data that they need from all this gear stuff that's happening. Seabus is also doing most of this because he wants to create his own commander class gear and essentially try to control the world. So he does bring back the Hydra gear with the information he does have. Kai, Soul, and Faust do take out the gear, but they couldn't at first, so they summon a giant orbital satellite weapon, which I don't think is really brought up again. I think my head canon is that that's the same orbital cannon that Goldlewis uses, because they kind of mention this and it's not really mentioned again. But there is an orbital space cannon. Faust is not just an identity for Dr. Baldhead, it's an entire personality. Dr. Baldhead and Faust are just entirely two different people in the same body. Seabus does consume the gear himself, and he dies. He gets killed. You have a question, though?
Was there any point where his personality switched back to Dr. Baldhead, or has it just been Faust ever since? He
bounces around sometimes, but not really. Also, it's not really confirmed, Pan, if the satellite is one of Soul's weapons. I think it might be something from it is a theory that it's one of Soul's weapons. So like Soul doesn't really use it that much. That's why I'm a little skeptical of it. I believe personally that it's from like the US government beforehand. Because it's kind of a weird plot detail. They say it's an orbital cannon, though it could be anything. This stuff was on a drama CD and a short manga. I couldn't find the whole manga though. They don't really go into the full specifics of what the weapon is. It's just a giant satellite weapon takes down the Hydra. It's a short story. It doesn't really mean much, but it's just something that does happen, and Soul does meet Raven during them. So I thought it was important to mention. This is the actual stuff that does matter. This is a several part thing. This is also a drama CD that also has its own like short anime for it. No, I couldn't really find it. I found most of the drama CDs for it. Hold on a second. I was high-blooded. So the Golden Disc incident, you know how the US like shot like a disc full of information of, like our world into space like randomly?
Yes, Sensei.
It's that, but like it still stayed on Earth. Eventually, at some point, the official government does find old world ruins, and so Johnny and May, see the money making opportunity, and they try to scavenge it. They try to scavenge the whole thing. Kai runs into him, and it's like, listen, I'm glad you kind of helped us out during some past stuff, because they it's kind of mentioned for a sentence, but Johnny and May do help during the whole Hydra thing. He's glad they helped, but Kai still they're still seen as international criminals, so Kai does fight them. But in this time, in this whole fight, it reveals a golden data disk. The disk does eventually activate, and it releases like a hologram. The disk itself essentially says that it contains pretty much old world technology and scientific stuff from 2014. After directly hearing that, Johnny's first reaction is to misfind the disk and cut it into two halves. And he takes one half and just like runs for it. The pirates do eventually run into the assassins guild, which is the Syndicate. They are called the Syndicate because they're just a gang at this point. Venom does take half the disc for a bit, but then they eventually get it back. There's a whole fight with them. The guild takes it, but then they get it back. But Johnny, realizing the value of the disc and how like much this could mean for the world, he says fuck it, and he misfiners the disc into several different parts, like into shards, and makes them into pendants to give to the jellyfish pirates. It's a little like gifts because they're golden like shards.
Oh, that's nice.
This is only one part of it though. This is like several arcs. For some reason. It could be the Thor project. It's just like from the stuff I could find, I couldn't find any specific thing that name drops why there's an orbital weapon. Hold on a second. Okay. During all this, Kai does try to return his hat to the International Police Force. He's still running for them. Chip does run into him and pretty much says to give up the disc. Zep also runs into him and tries to get him to give up the disc. Though Zep is successful and they do take a disc from themselves. Kai does eventually sneak onto the ship and has a little skirmish with Potemkin. They have a kind of ideals talk where Kai says that this kind of information with Zep could go into the wrong hands, but Potemkin thinks the vice versa. Potemkin thinks that the International Police Force is corrupt and thinks they're going to use this technology that they get from the Golden Disc for bad means to try to bring back old world technology that shouldn't be brought back. And so Potemkin's goal was to essentially secure it and make sure no one ever receives the information for the light of day. During this, Kai just says he swears it won't happen, and the IPF rescues them. He tries to ask the IPF if he can destroy the disc, but the IPF refuses. It's not fully directly said, but Potemkin was fully right. The International Police Force does use this information to bring back guns in like their own way. They bring back guns and other nuclear missiles. So Potemkin was ultimately right. And the disc was used for a lot of the stuff like more later on. Don't worry about it, Tim. This lecture I will post the VOD. So okay, so since we're in missing slides, I will post this VOD on my YouTube. And I also will post the raw slides, like the 18-minute this video of the raw slides will also be posted at the same time. This will all be up by like tomorrow or something. So if you miss this event, don't worry. This is a lecture. This is a whole thing. So don't worry if you miss any of it. This happens. The stream will probably only go on for the lecture though. So like this is just a small thing. There will be a test on this for Friday though, where we will pull from marbles for people to join a trivia show, for a chance for VIP and Discord role. So if you want a chance at that and you want to like take any notes, everything that I put on these slides will be a part of it. Even some of the stuff that's slightly misleading, I will if anything is wrong from this that I do find out later, I won't include it onto the test. So if you just want to like have a look over the information of what's going to be on any of the kind of trivia stuff, it will all be on these slides. VIP is just a flex thing for Twitch. It's just a flex. It also lets you talk during emote only, which is a recent thing I learned. But this is the last part of the disc incident. Soul just kind of like he's kind of just drinking, hanging out at the bar like he normally does because Soul's an alcoholic, and he runs to Axel because Axel's getting chased by the cops. And Soul, seeing this, just says like, "Fuck all this," and he stops the bar fight. He fights off the cops, and he eventually gets to have a chat with Axel because they only like slightly met from the tournament. Axel So, Axel says that eventually, at some point, they heard Axel say the term E equals MC squared. I don't know in what conversation this would ever come up that he says that, but Axel does say E equals MC squared, which is considered old world information. This is old world science. The funny Einstein picture of his tongue out does not exist in the future.
Bro's educated.
Bro's educated. He knows. He knows about all this stuff. But after hearing about this, he does hear about the disc, though I don't really know where it says he hears about the disc. I couldn't really find that information. The wikis and like videos don't really track that down. And I couldn't find the original source. He does track down the golden disc to a restaurant, where it's pawned up to a waitress named Jem Crowderberry. She just kind of puts it up on the restaurant to help the restaurant get attention, and she thinks it looks pretty. People are still chasing Axel, so she helps fight them off. Nothing too crazy, but Soul does use the disc because he recognizes old world technology to use it to track any backup copies that do exist, and it leads to Kai Kisk. So they do eventually meet up. To go fight, but before any of that can like fully ends, the IPF does show up with black tech firearms. They've pretty much been using this stuff that Potemkin warned them against this whole time. Soul activates Dragon and Soul to try to fight with the soldiers, and Kai does take all these soldiers into custody. They kind of have a bro handshake. They're like, yeah, let's not let this information come out to the light of day. They decide to destroy the disc. So the discs are gone except for the half that Johnny has, and it's shards. Y2K is never really specifically said to destroy the libraries. It just gets rid of technology. Books are probably still around. Though during this time, the governments of the United Nations were censoring old world information. Anything that had any kind of a semblance to old technology was being taken away. So people can never recreate it. Mostly because technology was the big blame. They were the black sheep of this entire event. So they're the ones that were blamed for the entire ordeal. Wait for the next time to show up. I don't really have much info on Jam, so I just put a little side on her. She's the master chef. She's a great wielder of key. She's really good at key. She just wants to make her own restaurants, but she's poor. That's something that will come up later. So like I just mention it now because she does come up later for a bit. But she's just a really talented fighter that does want to make her own restaurant. Johnny, I will go into a tiny bit, but a lot isn't known about Johnny. He's just an orphan from the Crusades who loses his father at the age of 13. And his father was a lot like what Johnny is now. He views his father as a very stoic man and tries to only pursue truth and help people out. So after his father's death, he decides to be like his father and become a Robin Hood type of figure where he steals from the rich and gives to the poor. He does create the jellyfish pirates into around this time. It's not really a specific year that's given, but he does only specifically adopt the girl war orphans, and he raises them as his own family. He has a very, I will say for context, he has a very specific thing where Johnny canonically views himself as the center of all happiness for every woman on the earth. So if he views that if he's gone, every woman in the world will be upset. And he finds himself responsible for all women on Earth's happiness. He's a whole guy. He's a whole guy.
He's a guy, all right.
He's weirdly sexist while also not. There's a point where calls herself a witch, and he says don't use those terms because they're used to demean women. So it's weird. He only wants the best for women, but he also views himself responsible for every woman on Earth.
He's a guy.
He's accidentally sexist.
The golden disc just gets destroyed as a censor thing. So they get destroyed so the world just doesn't have the old world technology. It is potentially dangerous that every government could have the same weapons again that potentially did bring that godlike being into reality. Yeah, it's weird. Johnny's a weird case. He is a good guy at heart. He's just a little, I would say he's a little confused. He doesn't.
He's a little confused already. Yeah.
He's a little confused. This is another bulk of text. Again, this will be on the VOD. Don't worry, chatters. But at some point, Testament does come back to life. Somehow, Testament has returned.
For like the 4th time.
Yeah, for the 4th time. Testament. There's a long running theme with Testament dying and just coming back. It's from the Gary experiments. I think they're just like they fused with a gear that just kind of gave them immortality practically. So Testament, after the whole turning, the Testament, they are pretty much free. They have no longer have any control from Justice. They're wandering the earth, kind of just sad and guilty for everything that happened. And they visit their father because they do remember the events of the tournament, and they're very sad over it. At that point, they do meet a priest and a young orphan named Josephine that she herself is blind and says she's being treated by Faust in the area. Before any of this can happen, Venom does kidnap the orphan and demands that he'll give the girl back if Faust does join the syndicate for like their own means. Since at this time, Faust is very revered as pretty much a messiah. He's kind of a messiah figure walking around helping people and curing like illnesses like it's nothing. Testament does free the girl, and at some point, Testament and the girl like become friends, and she entrusts to meet to show Testament Dizzy. Dizzy herself was raised in this village by elders. At some point though, after 3 years of being fully developed after a child, they were a child for like 3 years, and then they fully developed into a full adult with 2 wings and a tail. And one of the wings is like an angel, and the other one's a devil. They both have their own names and personalities, but they pretty much work autonomously on their own. After that being witnessed, Dizzy they do get freaked out because Dizzy is a gear, and she gets pretty much shunned into the forest. Josephine though is blind. She has no idea what Dizzy looks like. She believes Dizzy's an angel and like her guardian spirit. And so around this time too, Venom does attack them again and gets wounded by Testament. They do strike the orphan, though. And this time, Faust does come around. They do find Faust, and Faust cures them of their blindness. And they do eventually see Dizzy and get freaked out too, that Dizzy the monster's to Earth. The entire village gets freaked out, and they pretty much set the forest on fire to surround Dizzy and try to kill her. Testament does fight off the villagers for a bit, and Millie and Venom do get in the way too to also like get villagers out of the situation. It's a whole ordeal. Testament, after seeing all this prejudice being taken to Dizzy, they swear that they're going to spend their entire life to protect Dizzy. They swear their life's goal is to protect Dizzy from now on because of what Dizzy had to go through for this entire event and her being alone in the forest. Yeah, Necro and Undyne are really cool. They're like 2 parts of Dizzy's wings. They're their own autonomous spirits. I don't know why they're like that. They just are. It's just a thing that exists. But during this time, Testament is bunking it down with Dizzy and is taking care of her and trying to protect her.
So, question.
What's your question?
I missed the part. God, if I could do words. Who were the ones that swore to protect Dizzy?
Testament.
Didn't you say there were 2?
There was 2 spirits that roam on Dizzy's back as like their wings. They're just a part of Dizzy. During this whole village skirmish, they do fight off the villagers on their own autonomously, but that does make the situation worse. That's why Testament does get involved and fight off the villagers.
There were 2 people that swore to protect Dizzy, or were you just talking about Testament and I just like missed that part?
It was just Testament. Testament does swear to defend Dizzy.
Okay.
So Dizzy's 3 doing this, right?
During this time, Dizzy is assumed to be 3 years old. Gears. So a lot of gears are pretty much bred to be military use. So they're like clones where they fast age immediately. So she was found by the village elders when she was like less than 1 year old, and by the time she was 3, she grew into an adult and fully developed. And
Interesting.
listen, don't. This gets complicated later. Don't worry about it.
I'm probably gonna have to worry about it later, aren't I?
You're gonna worry about it later, but trust me, just don't worry about it.
You're telling us to not worry about it at all, or like just not worry about it right now, or
Just don't worry about it right now. Yeah, Faust doesn't like being called a messiah. They just view themselves as a simple doctor trying to help people out.
he's super cool for that.
Anji Mito is the goat. He's kind of around for a lot of arcade stuff, and there's not a lot of mentioning of him, but he is like around in this universe at some point. He is introduced in this game too. That's why I put him here. But he is a Japanese man also raised in the colony, but he just doesn't like that lifestyle, and he's a curious guy. He wants to see what's going on in the outside world, and he hates being trapped in. So he takes the Zessen outrage weapon, which is used to protect the village. He takes that, and the barrier goes away. He is on the run from authorities. He did pretty much steal the only thing protecting a village of people, but he pretty much goes in search of that man from a discussion with Biken, just to find answers about the world and just try to like get his own perspective, because he's a different thinker. I don't know where Bean went. Tim's internet did die. The chatterman. The weapon is just Anji Mito's fan. It's a wind. I think it's just like wind and magic. It's a wind magic weapon. Nothing too crazy. It's just a really strong wind magic weapon that just looks like fans. Though I don't know if they ever fully explain why Soul makes the weapons look like that. They just kind of do. But
It's for a hot summer day. That's why.
though Soul does explain why he does make the weapon. So, other than what's discussed, during this stuff, it is revealed that pretty much from like what the dialogue that is happening, Dizzy is the daughter of Justice. She has all the same powers that Justice does have in the fights, and you can observe it. And it is implied that she's also a Commander class skier as well, which starts up the whole next game, because essentially another Justice is back in the form of like a younger woman trying to like survive on her own in the forest, which causes mass panic for everyone. I will go over Venom because he does actually show up more here and does actually finally become a playable character, because they kind of put him in the side stories later, but his first actual game appearance is around here. Yeah, Soul made the fans. He made all of the outrage weapon parts. He made the fans. He made like most of the swords and like a lot of the other weapons in the series. Not a lot is talked about with Venom. I couldn't find an exact thing for where he's from, but there's a few different theories on it. But he is just another orphan taken in from the Assassin's Guild. He was a poor assassin and was going to be taken out by the guild, but Zeta pleaded for his case, and Venom very much fell in love with him. It's never directly said, but Venom is it is pretty much said though that Venom is the gay representation for Guilty Gear, for like men love men. He's also very cold to Milia because he knows Milia and Zed are in a relationship. That's just, they have a weird relationship because of that. Venom might be British and from London. It's just I got different sources that all said different things. Some things said Egypt, some things said the UK. I just decided to not trust it since it was so like random. Zeto does have long flowing hair, so I don't blame him. But it's just like a preface because Venom does show up in this game and more in the series at this point. I will go into a lot of Bridget here because I know Bridget is a thing that people talk about and ask. She overall is a side character. Like, she doesn't really have any important piece of the story. She just shows up for this game and does show up in Strive later. Bridget herself was born male from a village that, like, she was from a pair of twin brothers, and their village themselves believed that there's like a superstition where they where any kind of twins just brought misfortune to everyone. And them being a billionaire family and having the rep of all this, they pretty much gave Bridget the lifestyle of being raised as a girl. Bridget eventually kind of feels odd about essentially hiding her identity, so she does go off on her own to become a bounty hunter and make her own life for herself, and to prove the superstition wrong that like that like it just isn't true and there isn't any misfortune. She does try to hunt for Dizzy. But she never makes it. There is some implications that she does eventually join the Jellyfish Pirates, but it's also an optional arcade ending, so I don't fully count it. And she does have a demon teddy bear named Roger. I don't fully know Roger's case. I didn't fully go into it, but I will say, since I don't really bring up Bridget again, but it is confirmed that in the Strive Arcade mode that Bridget does accept herself as being a trans woman. So that's why I will only call Bridget her. Bridget is a woman. So like it's just, there's a whole thing with her. People ask her if she's like the most popular character in the series. So that's why I just put her here for it.
Let's go, self-acceptance.
Yeah, she accepts who she is and has to live the life the way she like wants to live, instead of being like worried about how her village family will see her. Yeah, I think it is also made a little clear that she doesn't join the Jellyfish Pirates. She might have just been walking around, though I do like the idea of her being in the Jellyfish Pirates for a bit, because it's very cute art. It's kind of like whatever you want to accept, but I don't think she joins the Jellyfish Pirates. Bounty hunters are not really a guild. It's just like they post a bounty and some people go around and just like hunt people. It's like actual bounty hunting. Though, like, I think in this case, it's more, like, barbaric, where they actually, like, have magic weapons and hunt people down, like, in the street, that, like, have bounties on them. Because I don't know how IRL bounty hunting works nowadays, but it was that old show where that dude was, like, Grizz or whatever, that was, like, a bounty hunter, and you, like, go into people's homes and, like, take them. I forgot what it was called. It was an old-ass show from, like, the early 2010s. Yeah, they are self-employed. Soul is also a bounty hunter too. He mostly does this throughout the entire story. The whole story with Testament Dizzy does raise a lot of implications because the villagers do get talking. Seeing the power of Dizzy, Doug the bounty hunter, people do get terrified, essentially seeing a second justice around. So in 2181, the UN, to kind of stop a lot of worries and hope that people do solve the issue, they put about a bounty for 500,000 world dollars, which in this time there is a centralized world currency. They don't really go into it. It's just described as world dollars. And this is where games like Axe and Core come in, where most of it is a hunt for Dizzy. So a lot of the characters are trying to find Dizzy for their own reasons. Like Potemkin, he wants to bring Dizzy back to the Zep and like have her live a peaceful lifestyle there. Kai has his own reasons that is canon. Same with Soul. A lot of them are trying to claim bounties. Though after all of this, Soul and Kai's are the canonical ones. They get for everything. They get for Testament. And before Soul does kill Dizzy, because he ultimately does go to kill Dizzy because he views her as just as like another Commander Glass gear, Kai does step in and he does bring the idea to Soul that maybe not all gears are evil. Like seeing Dizzy's innocent nature and seeing how like she didn't really do anything wrong in the ordeal. So Soul says like, fuck it, why not? And then trusts Dizzy to Kai. And at this time it is implied that Jam was hiding the whole time and she took the bounty for herself. Because she saw the whole thing go down and no one was gonna stop the claim. Because they just took Dizzy.
You go, Queen.
The whole Dizzy and Jellyfish Pirate things, I don't know which fully says if it's canon or not. I'm pretty sure it is canon that Dizzy does join the Jellyfish Pirates for a bit. Testament does, like, with a heavy hand, kind of like, it sucks, but I will accept that Dizzy does want to live in the outside world, and even though it's rough out there. And since Testament doesn't want to really bring any worry to, or any, like, enemies to Dizzy, they after getting killed, they do just kind of come back to life and live off the grid in the forest. They kind of just watch Dizzy from the back, and they do live with the elders that did raise Dizzy for a while. Jam got the bounty because she was hiding the entire time while watching it, and no one really claimed the bounty, and she was there, so she just said that she killed Dizzy, and everyone kind of took her word for it. Bridget was too late. A lot of the other characters were too late. Some of the endings just don't really matter, or like never happen. So I think I do cover the next Dizzy stuff on the next slide. Yeah, I do. I made a lot of this when I was up for 24 hours. Like I said, I think I've been up for like 25, 26 hours. So my memory's a little hazy on how I organize the slides, but I do remember most of the stuff by heart. But that's the Jam thing was already mentioned. Zato does get killed by Milia Rage. Milia does eventually just murder Zato. And during this time, and he does fully possess Zato. They don't know that though. They have no idea that happened. During then too, Dr. Paradigm, in the background doing all this stuff, he discovers a giant cube in the backyard. He finds it. Nothing really is discussing this yet. This is the later information, but he does find this up in the meantime. And again, I will get into the backyard later. We're about to get to the beef of the story. Okay, before I discuss the backyard and go into this whole thing because I put the official text, does anyone need to take a break? Because this is going to be a long-winded conversation.
I do. I will be right back.
You gotta take a break?
We'll
Okay.
get some candy.
Okay. Okay, so in the meantime, I will insert any of chat room's questions. And that's not heretic. If chat room has any questions before I go into the backyard and the whole beef of the story, because Overture... I wouldn't play the audio from the emotes. That might be copyright. Is Tower a real thing? No, it's purely made up. It's just a rank man. No, it probably could be real. There's a lot of like random ass like places in gear that like are just kind of there, like for like no reason. Is Axel a Sigma? No, he's an Omega. He's kind of a very like very timid dude. Is it implied that Jam took the bounty because she overheard the convo and they used it as blackmail? Maybe. I just didn't really find that in my information, but that could be very well the case. Either way, she does eventually claim the bounty. I just didn't really fully find the information. Did that King Tekken?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
Axel did have a GF back before he did get sent back in time. He had a girlfriend named Megami, which that is important. But before all this happens, he does have a girlfriend. He does have like an entire place where he lives, and he tries to cure like figure out the gang issues and stop a lot of gang violence in his area and live with his girlfriend like happily. Before he gets flipped away in time, he does see her one last time, and his entire quest is trying to get back in time to back to his girlfriend.
Alright, I'm back, King.
You're gonna hop on our tick? Okay, we'll give you a minute then, so you can slot the last chair. There's two more chairs here. Where's Abba right now?
Also, Daniel, in an hour and 20, my internet is going to restart. So if we're still doing this at that point, you're gonna have to get me back in here after a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Once I see you just flip out of reality, I'll just like wait at a panel.
Assuming I'm paying attention, I'll say something before I get deleted from existence.
Okay. Also, this isn't an invite-only session, Arctic, so I'll see your invite. I'll just drag you in once you get in here. Yeah, pull up Max if you want to. We got a little bit of a break before we get into the beat. Are you back on?
Dom is back.
I am back.
Okay, so like yeah, if anyone gets a wanting water, chill out. I'm about to go into like a TED talk because most of the information is pretty much there for the entire story.
God,
A lot of the other
all
side
this
stories
information while having ADHD is man, it's like climbing a mountain. Goddamn.
It's
Bro.
really hard. I'm trying my best here, brother. Trust me.
I
Yeah,
also have
I'm
I also
trying.
have this stuff, and I
While writing
struggled,
some of
man.
the stuff down.
I had to drink
It's simple.
coffee.
Just play.
Speak again.
Just what?
Oh, I was just gonna say, play the VOD while you sleep, so you internalize the information.
I was gonna do that
So,
anyway.
right?
Play it like 24/7 until you go crazy.
This
No,
was
after this, and then after I go to bed and wake up, I was just gonna be doing a bunch of studying.
this is a struggle to kind of put all into like for information. This was a lot. I had to like drink coffee and like really like spend like all like nights on this.
Yeah.
ABBA isn't really a
how
thing
far
yet.
through the video are we?
We're about 8 minutes out of the 18 minutes.
Ah, damn. The second 4 minutes was like was like 20 minutes longer than the first 4 minutes.
Nice balance too. I don't know if Axe is a millennial. I think if you're born in if you're in 1998, I don't know if you're considered a millennial, but he was like in his 20s. So I'm not really sure.
He's like a millennial if he's in his 20s in 1990. He's like a later millennial.
Oh, Daniel, I have a question.
What's that?
So assuming theoretically, I don't know exactly when, but like theoretically, if we were to end this in like 2 hours, would you just be ending stream right then and there? Or would you be going on and do something else for the rest of the stream?
The stream will end
So I feel
with the end of the presentation. This will be a two-parter. So on the next Friday, we will do the tests for the rewards. So this will just be a stream just for this. Yeah, I've also been up more than 24 hours. So I don't think I have the energy in it to play.
I was gonna say I advise you to just go to bed right after this is done.
Where does Reinhardt fit in here?
Oh,
If he still lives for the Crusades, he's probably living as like a knight. I think he would. I think Reinhardt would live for the Crusades. I think he could do it because he would be around during 2016.
Daniel, do you think
What?
Winton would cast a forbidden spell?
No, I think he would. I think he would be against it. He'd probably be living on Zep because he's purely science driven as like a
Daniel.
person. What's up?
who from this group would be most likely to cast a forbidden spell?
I'm
like
sorry.
everyone
I'm a
here
little
communicates.
intimidated by that guy at the end of the hallway.
Oh yeah, that's valid. That's completely valid.
Oh
Um,
god.
I can't turn around.
Ooh. Oh no, he's got the
He's got the quickly voice too.
he's got the oh no.
Besides canon stuff, we're in the game right now. We are currently in Guilty Gear. We're currently about to get into Guilty Gear Overture, which is Guilty Gear 2.
Don't worry about it.
I will cover Midnight Carnival though before we get into Overture because Midnight Carnival is a thing, but it's not very crazy. So I will cover Midnight Carnival. I will get into the timelines. There is a major timeline stuff. I will get into that like right after this whole thing. Daniel, tell Ion to peep DMs. Okay, we're gonna wait for Max.
Okay.
Max is booting up. We're gonna wait for Max to get in here, and once he gets in here, we'll continue on.
I have candy now.
Congratulations, can I have some? You have to share with the whole class if you're gonna bring
Yeah,
some.
sure.
Share with the class.
I have a piece for
what else?
everyone. You guys like cinnamon hard candy?
Share
I'm
with
okay with
us.
it.
I actually do like cinnamon hard candy.
Why don't you?
Don't
Alright,
give any to
guys,
Quimbly.
open up.
Yeah, give me some of that.
Open up, Gwimbly. Get over here.
Yeah, if you feed Gwimbly a piece, he's gonna want some milk.
I wanted to have a VR avatar for this so badly, but I could not get the time for it. A lot of stuff got in the way. I did really want an avatar for this. Ask.
Can we kill Gwimbly?
Can you do your iconic dance, Quimbly? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Jesus
my
Christ.
heart-
Dude,
my eyes can't even process it.
It's not even doing anything on my screen.
There is Sin Kisuke. He is 5 years old. He's trying to learn history. That's so fucked up.
It's like a frame It's like an instant frame change.
It's
Yeah,
a
I'm trying to
spooky
learn
month
the
dance.
history
Yeah.
of our world.
I'm sorry, you're gonna fail the exam. I feel like Sin would not be good at history.
Damn, I'm
Who's
here
this
anyway,
punk ass car?
already.
Oh, Jada could just turn himself into a Porsche. Don't worry about it.
Oh, of course.
Jade
Yeah,
is
it's
a
one of his
transformer.
Fuck in my
superpowers.
Rari.
Okay, so
Hey, can
yeah, if Chabro, if you have any,
Hang on, I
Max is
can-
about to
I can
show
get
up.
the- I can
If you
get
guys have
the
any more questions, ask away before we get into the bulk because we're at some big bulk. I kind of skipped for Guilty Gear Xencor and Guilty Gear 1 because a lot of it's very small. A lot of the beef in the beginning is just like build up because around this point is when the story becomes like a whole full-fledged story with like actual like long story modes. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Tim.
Daniel, I have a question.
What's your question?
So after this presentation is done, you're gonna be doing like the entire lore of Fortnite, right?
If I played Fortnite, I'd actually do it for the bit. But if you guys really want it enough for like 2K or something, I'll do the entire COD Zombie storyline, which is arguably 4 times as long as this.
Jesus.
I'll
Alright,
be there,
here we
King.
go.
Don't worry.
But I could
You
do
gotta
it if
make
you
this
guys
a thing.
if you guys like this and you want me to do more of this, I will do
Alright, I'm down for that.
the zombies lore stream at 2K.
My
I
next
am
one
like
was-
unironically really enjoying this.
When explaining the Warframe lore, so many fucking times on stream I've asked you about Warframe lore and I still don't understand it. I have no idea what the fuck is going on in that game. I'm so confused by
Oh,
all of
right.
it. I can understand the backyard and like the Adam and Eve stuff in the storyline, but I can't understand what the frames are.
Oh, there's a quest that explains what the frames are.
Yeah, but
Alright,
even then I
Daniel,
still
we're
don't
covering
understand.
all of
that.
One Piece lore.
Max is still taking a while, I think. Where's Max?
I think it's
When
taking
are
a
you
dookie.
covering the One Piece lore, Daniel?
Oh, he's putting up. I've never watched past like episode like 5-ish of One Piece, so I wouldn't be able to cover it.
Damn. Do you need to cover all the lore of this first 5 episodes?
I don't know if I want the Beehive to unite for Fortnite lore. I don't know Fortnite lore. I would have to like read up on Fortnite. I wouldn't even be playing the game. No, I could do it.
Alright,
I mean,
when are you gonna do? Sorry.
I was gonna say for the bit we could do like a seminar. We could have multiple people bring up lore stuff that they want to bring up on their own too.
So when are you gonna be doing like a presentation on the ion gravity beam lore? I'm sure that's pretty interesting.
It's too immersive, and sadly the story is not even near like ending yet. So like probably like in 10 years, when we get like a good like when we get the
Cool.
when we get like a good like pace in the lore. Still being
Gotta
printed.
find a few more arcs. Gotta get a few more arcs in there. Solid one.
Wait, what
Have a
about
good night,
Honkai
Trent.
Impact lore?
Honkai Impact lore, I could do that, but it'd also be like nonsense to 90% of the people because most people who play Star Rail or Genshin have never played Third Impact. So most of it would be nonsense. I'm not doing Chris Chan lore. I can see your thing. They can't see it, but I can see your thing. I'm not doing Chris Chan lore. Yeah, it looks sad.
Don't worry, I'll cover that one.
I'm not talking about Chris Chan.
I got you, Dan. I got you, Dan. Don't worry, I'll do that one.
I would actually love to see you do a seminar in Chris Chan lore.
Yeah, I'm down to do it.
Holy shit! Unironically, I would actually do one of these for Dragon Ball.
Third Impact lore. Third Impact lore actually does unironically go hard. Dragon Ball is kind of weird though because like it is pretty good. It's just I feel like there's like so much random stuff that people don't care about.
Theoretically, I could do one on God Eater, but like I don't know if anyone would give a shit.
God Eater would be a cool one. I know there's like enough stuff for Monster Hunter, but the problem is that there's a lot of like misinformation about Monster Hunter. People still argue about the Devil Joe tail thing.
About its tail
BlazBlue?
being severable.
God. BlazBlue would actually probably be easy. There's an argument to this day still, even though there's no recorded footage of a Devil Joe eating its own tail. No, there is claims to be footage. I have not seen the footage. But there's a lot of arguments still if a Devil Joe will eat its own tail.
I don't know. A lot of
Like
those
if you
footage
sever
were
it, or just like
fabricated.
straight off.
If you sever the tail. So a lot of the videos of Devil Joe eating its tail is fabricated with people putting sleep meat or like meat inside of the tail. So like it's kind of like it's a weird up in the air thing. I don't fully know. That's not real. We're kind of not sure, but there hasn't been enough documented stuff to really prove it. I don't know if Pan knows, because Pan knows a lot of monster stuff. I don't know what's their perspective on it, but as far as I know, I don't think there's any foolproof that Deviljez do eat their own tail.
Daniel, when is the Danielsaz lore stream?
What is the Kingdom Hearts lore stream? I think it would like die. I think explaining Xehanort and like the 50 Xehanorts would probably make me go insane. Yeah, even Pan, you can't see it, but Pan says it's all fabricated.
Pop, like, your head would just pop like right on the spot.
Monster Hunter biology debate, that would be funny. Around the end of the world. Yeah, like the Deviljez thing's not real. Like, there's no way. Okay, Max. Okay, so I guess if everyone's ready, I'll go into the backyard. Let me just like drink some water really fast. We'll go into the backyard.
I'm ready whenever you are, King.
Thank you, Aether.
Okay. A lot of this is just taken from the source itself, because the wiki itself for the backyard has different things from what this says. And I would rather cite the actual game, because this is fucking like we're getting to the hypothetical of when you're trapped into the ocean like scenario kind of shit. Let me drink a drink of water before we start this, because I'm really thirsty.
Try to get some in between slides too.
I've been trying to. It's been a while since I've done any kind of speaking or like this kind of stuff. So like, I'm a very fast talker. That's why I'm uploading the pages as they are. So like people don't like get caught up in this. But okay. The backyard is essentially, with the implication that the entire world as it is computer code. The entire world is based on a generation coding from essentially a background coding system that creates and governs everything. So, and outside of the outer realm is where the backyard is. It's essentially like, if you want to call it the backrooms, if you want to call it like whatever, it's essentially a dimension that purely has information and is used to create anything and create like universes and worlds. Magic has been sprouted from there. The original went to the backyard to get magic from there, and a lot of the stuff in this coming forward is mostly based around the backyard. But as you know, just try to like think of it as it's an alternate world that purely is information dense. And the entire world is pretty much coded. Danielsaz lore stream, I think I'd die. Pretty much all magic, all sorcery, all science, and everything in the world is the backyard creating the coding for it. Everything exists in the universe because the backyard decides to create it in its code in the background. So like, a lot of the magicians, like that man and the original, do use the backyard as essentially a codex to create magic or create things to their own will. And a lot of the lore will come with this. So if you have any questions about the backyard, I can answer them. It's a hypothetical reality, like creation theory.
So that means I could technically think of myself as the king of the world, and therefore it would be reality within the backyard.
If the backyard has the energy and you have the magical will to control the backyard, you could manifest a world or manifest some sort of power to make yourself a king. You could essentially go, if you were talented enough at magic, you could go into the backyard, essentially code like an entire world and have that be separate from like our reality, if you really wanted to.
Well, I think it's time to get in my training arc, I think.
Yeah, it's also, long story short, it's an admin console for the universe. They go into there and they use the information to make the world. It's an autonomous thing that exists, and the entire world is built on the coding language of the backyard.
Duly noted.
It's not like the SCP-001 paper thing. It's more or less, it exists because the backyard wills it to exist. Everything exists because the backyard did make it at some point. Though this will be more that idea will be more talked about once we get into Shroud. because that has a more heavy hand with it. The data is the backyard is full of data, and it's so dense that most people that do try to go into the backyard will just die. The information is literally so dense it will crush you and evaporate you. Most people can't go there.
I'm built for it.
The backyard does repeat
What
some
you're
things.
saying is it gives you an aneurysm.
It will hurt your body and then eventually kill you. It will literally disintegrate and like eat you alive. Like you.
Okay, Daniel. I am terribly sorry, but ADHD. Can you like go over what the backyard is again, but like I don't know, a little bit faster? Like, if you want to skip over details, just like an overview.
Imagine that the backyard is a pocket dimension, and people can use, or the universe itself uses an admin control console to manifest and make anything into our world. Welcome back, Tim. They can make anything from this reality into our world. Everything that can exist can be made from the backyard, and it pretty much is its own autonomous thing. Most of the story will relate to the backyard. So if you ever have any questions, anything, it's completely okay to ask about this, because this is like a whole entire like thing that will be repeated a million times. We're getting into Kingdom Hearts type of shit. So I also put the whole, I ain't reading all of that. Happy for you though. Sorry that happened. But like, yeah, just prepare for the backyard to be mentioned a lot. I will go into more of the backyard and what it does as we're going for Overture. Oh, did Dom's Wi-Fi die?
Where did he go?
Oh no. Well,
I think his net died, yeah.
Uh-oh.
we will get into backyard after this.
Wembley.
But I'm gonna discuss Midnight Carnival. So a lot of people have different ideas of what happens at Midnight Carnival and what's canon or not, as it kind of comes down and what gear is Shrive itself. It pretty much implies that mostly everything in Midnight Carnival doesn't happen anymore. The game is an entirely series of what ifs, and it introduces a character named Ino. She's a time traveling witch that hops around essentially realities, trying to create a better future for herself. And so she goes for every pretty much reality, sees where it ends up, doesn't find a solution, and she wipes out the universe and hops to the next universe. Every single ending you see in plus R in like accent core are just what ifs of every timeline that's happened. Most of them tend to be like people meeting that man, Tim's Wi-Fi died, Dom's PC died. Whenever the panel's over, if you want to return, we'll wait for you. But
Max's PC can't load.
Slowly dying.
But the what ifs are essentially like, what if Asuka, or what if like Anji Mino met that man and gave him information? What if Soul Bad Guy met that man? What if Ino like did this or did this? But it's pretty much about her manipulating time. Order's Soul is a product of that. He isn't really fully canon to the main timeline. He's just a kind of like a part of like the hypotheticals. Abba does get shown up in this, and I'll talk about her in a second, but she's also a hypothetical that is real. This game is a lot of like a lot of this is essentially what ifs and just introducing a lot of random stuff to the story that like they're kind of like throwing stuff against the wall and see what sticks. But Ino herself is the canon part of it. She's a time traveling witch hopping around, and she does eventually meet that man. That man does promise a future that she desires if she does free him, because in that timeline that she meets him in, he's like strapped into chains, he's bloodied. It's a horrible future. She does go back in time and prevent a fight where she kills Kai Kisk and Soul. And she does eventually just like come back, and she makes the future right and sets our timeline back. So around this time, it's kind of argued if this even matters, because this could be before our timeline or during it. It's whatever, but the universe does get destroyed like several different times to make like this timeline that we're currently on. So don't worry about it. It's just a thing that happens. It just introduces Ino, and that's why it's important, because Ino's important for the whole plot. Midnight Carnival is plus R and Accent Core. So like Accent Core itself, like Double X, keeps getting new versions and keeps adding new story modes. And so Accent Core is a part of that. And Midnight Carnival is the name of the story that Ino is from.
Question.
Okay, Damatim's come back. What's your question?
How much of the Guilty Gear lore did you know before you did all this studying for this?
Pretty much 80% of this already. A lot of the stuff like the art books and a lot of other random stuff I kind of like learned over the research from this because I had my own ideas, but I learned that Strive also reread a lot and added a lot of new stuff. But a lot of this I did know originally. Midnight Carnival I thought was a canon thing that happened during. It's kind of hypotheticals. Strive doesn't even count this for its main chronology. They ignore this. Eno just kind of exists as a being in their version of it. But I didn't know a good amount of this.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay. I just want to cover that in the panel. Just Eno wants to make a better future for the world, so she kind of just wanders around and she's working with Batman. That's all I gotta really get from it. The soul killing Holy Order Soul happened during Midnight Carnival. It's a part of the series of what ifs during then. I just don't really include Holy Order Soul because again, it's just dragging like Soul for time and it's random bullshit that doesn't really even matter at the end. It doesn't even matter. Soul still does this. I think it's during this point too that Soul and Eno do meet and they hate each other. They hate each other. But that's really it. Some people do believe that they were in a relationship at some point. I've never seen the things that imply they're in a relationship. Though like they got that vibes of exes that are very mad at each other. Like I can see it.
Soul hates bad bitches?
Well, Soul is also the bad bitch himself.
That's true.
Why can't queens just come together and be happy?
Soul is the baddest bitch.
Why do they hate each other? It's a whole thing. I just don't really think it matters to the main plot, and I don't really fully know myself. I was trying to find information, and there's not like the wiki does say some stuff, but I don't really know how much I trust it when a lot of the Guilty Gear official sources don't even talk about it. So I didn't want to include it.
I have a good explanation. They're both too cool, and there can only be one really cool being in existence. They hate each other because they're both really cool beings in existence.
You know what? I can set that. Why not?
Alright, cool. I'm glad I helped.
Also, hi Shura. Yeah, this is like lore stream. I'm discussing the entire Guilty Gear lore. This is just a presentation, so this is for 1K followers. Yippee! So this has been a whole thing. So this is just a lore presentation. If you want to sit down and hang out with us, we're just gonna be talking about this for a while. We're kind of as story goes, we're 30% in of lore right now, like 30 to 40% in.
Oh damn.
A lot of the bulk happens later. We are getting into Funky's favorite character, Zappa. I kind of included him here. He's a character in Xrd that kind of just helps around, but he's not really crazy important. So I just wanted to cover him just for the sake of people that ask. Same with Bridget and stuff. He is a dude from Australia that just can't stop getting possessed for some reason. The wiki itself and the Strive things don't really fully discuss this. I don't know the full source of his possession, why he gets possessed more than other people, but he gets possessed by a woman named SKO. She thinks Zappa looks like her old ex-husband. So she pretty much possesses him and makes him go insane. He also eventually gets possessed by a giant, they describe it as a Chinese warrior armored like ghost spirit named Rao. A dog, a giant bloodstained sword, and triplets. He's just getting possessed by a million ghosts. And a hypothetical ending, Faust cures him, but Zappa does also explain in Exit that he's still researching it, so some of the ghosts might be gone, some might be there. It's still hypothetical until Zappa gets re-added into Strive or something, and we fully know the full details. In Guilty Gear, supernatural beings, pretty much almost everything exists. Yokais exist, ghosts exist. I'm trying to think of anything crazy. Demons exist. This is a world that fully embraces having magic. So, like, ghosts are real. There is no full afterlife discussion thing for Gear though.
Y2K, that's insane.
Yeah, they do mention that like there's like they do like allude to heaven a lot, so there might be a heaven, but like there is ghosts and a lot of stuff like
or hell.
There is ghosts and vampires and there is werewolves. Though the werewolf thing is kind of in passing, but vampires and a lot of those other creatures are called demi-humans. They're considered their whole species, and I will get into it at the very end of the Strive story mode because it matters then. There's a lot of stuff to talk about demi-humans. Heaven or smell?
Whoa.
You smell.
What?
Yeah, literally. Stinky
Oh.
smell.
Okay, I will discuss Robokai for a bit. He's not really relevant until Excerpt. He's pretty much a joke character that the Post-War Administration Bureau uses as a weapon because they do want to make their own private militia. He's a joke character for the most part. He kind of hangs around. There's a lot of joke endings where he gets murdered by like a Robo Justice because they try to recreate their own justice, and there's also Robopots implied. I don't fully really go into it because he's just kind of made for a joke too. And he actually has his own main lore piece in Excerpt. The Robokai is based. He's cool. Justice, by this point, became a robot and they were dead. Justice is dead.
The Queen of the Tuck is dead?
Yes. Justice and Robokai did not exist till after Y2K. All of the stuff is after Y2K, like 200 years after Y2K. A lot of Guilty Gear takes place in the 22nd century, for the most part. And I will discuss Abba for a bit, because Abba herself is a homunculus made in a lab called Fresco. They also, at one point, I think in Asuka's arcade, reference to the doctor's name is also Fresco, but she was just like an homunculus made in the lab and eventually was left alone because the doctor was taken away. She became obsessed over keys and stuff because of her creators, and like, so she kind of eventually found Paracelsus, which in himself is told because Slayer does meet the key before all this, but there was no point for me to really put it. But Slayer does find the key at some point, but it is a weapon during the Crusades called Clement Nagel, and she loves the key and decides to call him Paracelsus. She wants to find him a human body. Paracelsus doesn't really want that. He just wants blood. He's literally like an evil key, and he manipulates Abba into helping him get blood. And Abba herself is so driven in love with him that she does what he asks, but also tries to like make him human.
That is not a toxic relationship I support.
In Strive they do talk about it, and they do talk about how their relationship is toxic, and they actually do come to a point where they say they, even with their flaws, they will try to like stay together and make sacrifices for each other. And Paracelsus becomes blue just to be, because it's Abba's favorite color. It's very sweet and romantic. They do fix the relationship.
Oh.
Yeah, but
so he's no longer bloodthirsty?
He kind of still is, but they're trying to control it. Yeah, Alpha and Testament were trying to marriage counsel. It was a whole thing. There's a lot of endings for that. I'm just not gonna really count it to like a next game kind of thing.
You got it.
No, Blue Paracelsus is canon. It's the true ending for it. It does happen. This is a side story that's just like it's needed for a Strive, because like it's kind of weird that Chip just shows up, but this was like a manga that happens in between in 2182, where Chip is roaming around the U.S. and he eventually finds Erica Bartholomew, that she is the current U.S. president in 2182. She's getting hunted by the Assassin's Guild because she finds out that the U.S. government is deep-rooted with ties to the Assassin's Guild, and they're pretty much shadow government controlling the U.S. government. And so she tries to pass a law to sever the tie and stop most of the funding going to the Assassin Syndicate, because right now there's still a crime league. Slayer isn't back yet, so she's trying to stop the corruption. Chip kills the assailants, and he does eventually find the man who killed his old master Tsuyoshi, and that's when he tells Chip that Tsuyoshi was a part of the Assassin's Guild. The law gets passed. That's a short story. Not much happens. It just shows that Erica and Chip have a relationship, and that's why she's willing to hear him out and Strive. It's just context and a random like thing. But yeah, she was a president at some point before Vernon. Is she the first female president? I don't know if they have a female president beforehand. But she is a female president noted in the series. They don't really mention any other female president before this. Yeah, Paracelsus becomes blue so he can match Abba's favorite color. He's sweet. This is a lot of in between stuff. This is between a lot of the like accent core and overture, because overture. So most of Guilty Gear is fighting games, but overture is like, I forgot the name of the game that it's like kind of like, but I kind of compare it to a MOBA where Guilty Gear Overture is like a exploring game where you, yeah, Guilty Gear Overture is a game where you have like units and they usually summon units to fight in like a war in a big map. I don't know what
Muso game.
Muso game, yeah. They tried to. I don't know if Daisuke wanted to make that the main thing, and if he's done with fighting games. Warriors, yeah. It's a whole thing. So it's a drastically different game. So this happens all in between. Though, this is when we're set to get to a lot of stuff of this, because Guilty Gear 2, Guilty Gear Xrd, and Guilty Gear Strive all take place within like a year of each other. Everything all happens at once.
Isn't the break between Xrd and Strive like 2 weeks?
It's like 3 weeks, yeah. Between all this, Dizzy and Kai do eventually like start living together. They get like a loving relationship and they do fall in love. In 2182, Sin Kisk, which is the child of Dizzy and Kai, is born. I don't know why he calls him Sin. A lot of people think it's because of the namesake, because Cliffwood Testament. But a whole thing happens that I don't really mention here. But there's an incident where Sin essentially tries to go Dragon Assault, and to control Sin's power, Kai rips out one of Sin's eyes and replaces it with Kai's own eye, and then Kai puts Sin's eye into his own eye, and it magically heals because of gear cells. And so he takes half of Sin's power, so Sin can actually doesn't go out of control and kill himself.
I have a question.
Yes.
How old is Dizzy during this?
How is what?
How old is Dizzy during that? When she had Sin?
Dizzy herself, so Gear, since they're born for military use, they grow into fully like adults at the age of 3. At this time, she's like,
I get that.
Yeah. Which part you can be sad?
So you're telling me, and I don't know how else to say this, that 6-year-old fucks.
That 6-year-old does give with Kai. It's a whole weird thing. We try to ignore that.
Okay, I just had to make things clear, because it was not making sense in my brain.
She's not human, and she's
all I know is that let's just continue.
It's a very weird case because one, she's practically half robot, so it's like the whole like what you consider for their own definitions, because for her herself, she aged to full maturity at 3. It's a weird thing. We try to ignore it. It's like the whole, we don't talk about Bruno, we don't talk about that stuff with Kai. Well, all we know is that they are in love. It's probably like one of the healthiest relationships in Gear, like next to like Slayer. They do eventually have a kid, and they do have to take out.
Just wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't ask Kai mains about how old Dizzy was. So we don't worry about it. We try to ignore that. It's very odd, but I think he wanted to try to make Overture fit a few, like 2 years after. I don't know. It's a whole weird thing. We try to ignore it.
So, Kai players are the Jax players of this game. I get it. I understand that.
At some point in 2183, the United Kingdoms of Illyria is recognized to the UN, and they do split them into 3 different kingdoms. One of the kingdoms is taken up by Kai Kisk. I will go into why he's the king later. Second one is taken up by Leo Whitefang, which he wants to be. He's an old war hero. Is around the same time as Kai and Soul. He's just kind of a character made up during now. And Daryl, which Daryl is just a really good politician. He doesn't really do any war stuff. He's just a really good politician.
Hell yeah, Daryl Oh my god.
Shout out that guy. My
Shout out
fucking
to-
goat for real.
Shout out to Daryl and him and his weird ass haircut. Yeah, Guilty Gear 2 Dizzy is referred to as the Lady of the Grove. There's a whole thing with her. We just try to not worry about it. So when they're making when they're making Illyria into kingdoms, they wanted to the Conclave, which is still like the Shadow Wizard money gang. They want Kai to become king, because they know he's accepted by the public, and being the Shadow government they are. Kai recognizes that they just want him to be there so he could be a Shadow King, and he doesn't accept the terms. But before he tries to leave the place, the head of the Conclave, Corvus, does say, "Hey, by the way, Kai, congratulations on your secret gear wife and gear kid. It'd be a real shame if like the whole world decided to hear about that after you've spent like years of your life killing gears, and like loved by the public. So for the protection of his own family, he decides to become king. Eventually, though, from being a king and dealing with all this stress, he does become hyper depressed, and he doesn't see himself fit to race in. So he does hand him off to Soul Bad Guy, because like Soul, he could trust Soul with Soul with Sin, and so they go off on their own. Soul just says like,
Clearly Soul is trusted well enough with the kids.
yeah, they're
Clearly.
Hence,
they're
hence
very
Sin
different.
has one mother and two fathers.
Yeah. Kai knows him well enough to know he doesn't have bad intentions, and I think it's like one of those things that like they're close enough to be family. So he trusts Soul with Kai. Kai just says like, well, just don't complain about the man he becomes.
Daniel?
Yes.
Real quick, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but like the move names for Sin is actually a mixture of like Sin, a mixture of Kai and Soul, their move names.
Yeah. So
Which I find really cool.
Yeah, Sin is considered like a hybrid character. He carries a legacy of both characters. So like he has both powers. He has both powers that Soul and Kai can have, since he came from both families. Sin is a very fun character, like the way he's built. It's hard to hate Sin. He's just a cool dude. So Soul's single father. Soul's only kid at this point is Dizzy. I didn't really know how to mention it because we don't really fully know the process of the creation of Dizzy, but Soul and Arya were in a relationship and we're gonna get married during this time, and after Justice is dead, Dizzy does show up. We don't really know if it's like a biological Dizzy's the kid of Soul, but it's pretty much accepted that Soul is the father of Dizzy. Soul's
That's
grandpa.
insane.
Soul is grandpa. Yeah, he's hanging out.
Oh my god.
Kai and Soul did not have gay sex. No, they should have.
They should have. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out there and on the limb and say yeah.
Yeah, Kai is also at this point.
They really should have.
Kai is Soul's kid-in-law at this point, so it would be weird. But it also gets weirder. Just you wait. During this time, in 2184, Chip being motivated from meeting the president and her kind of like on the offhand saying that maybe he should lead his own nation, he decides to go to a lawless, pretty much like warland in South Africa, and he declares himself the president. He just walks in, gets rid of like a lot of the gang leaders, and says, "I'm the president now of the Eastern Chip Kingdom." He takes another ninja known as Answer as right hand man. Though it is a kind of a weird takeover, he does bring stability to the land and connects their nation back to the whole world. So he's overall accepted as a king and beloved. Though it is kind of weird. He does walk up into a place in South Africa and declare it's the Eastern Chip Kingdom.
I'm sorry, you're like, my brain cannot like comprehend everything when you're talking at light speed. So could you repeat the chip part again, please?
Chip in 2184 goes to a lawless land of South Africa. Like it's just completely destroyed from the Crusades. Right. He walks up, gets rid of the gang leaders, and declares himself the president of the Eastern Chip Kingdom. He considers himself the president of a kingdom. And even though it's kind of weird, everyone loves him. Like he's just beloved. He does everything right.
it's
He does ask for people to vote.
I'm gonna hold a couple of jokes back. I'm gonna be normal.
Even though it is a kingdom, it is a democracy. It's really odd, but it is a voted democracy, and they do vote him in.
Wink, wink.
They do. The public does oddly like him. So they oddly like him, but they also know that he is a little stupid.
Does the public that just are the ones that are able to vote so happen to be the minority?
Pretty much everyone universally likes him. It's not really like said if there's a group against him, because he kind of walks in, saves the nation by bringing like connecting it back to the world, and everyone just like like it's fine with it. The weird parts with him is that he tries to make Japanese education a part of like normal education in the land, and he doesn't really know shit about Japanese. So like it's very weird.
I'm holding
I know.
these accusations against him. I don't care.
I know. We'll keep that for the.
I'm holding it.
I know. Yeah, it's really hard to hate Chip. I mean, like, he's only doing the right. He's only like trying to help the people. It's a weird situation. It's another weird Guilty Gear thing. So we try not to worry about it. Again, like Happy Chaos once said, don't worry about why it happened. It's just the way it is. Sorry, I'm getting the next slide. Okay. Yeah, Chip's a nice guy, but he's just stupid. And he's also a massive weeb. Okay. So I will give another opportunity for a break because we're about to go into Guilty Gear Overture, and it's going to be another information dump because we're in between the games now. If you get,
I need a break. I'll be back.
If anyone takes a break really fast, I'll give you guys the break time.
I'll be right back then.
If chat room has any questions or anything, or anyone has a question, I can answer it too. Because like we're at the point
My
where we
question
can.
is, why do you look like that?
They made me in the lab.
That's pretty cool.
I know they stuck me with syringes all day. Yeah, like Chip is ultimately he's not like street smart, but he's like he is a smart dude when it comes to like helping his people and stuff. Plus, he is pretty important for most of the lore. I will say at some point he does meet Batman, like the original. Though I think it's one of the arcade endings, but he does eventually see his face at some point. It's not really fully covered, but he does eventually see his face. I just didn't think it really mattered because it's a one-off.
Chip is a fart smeller.
Yeah, is Soul Kink Guy real and can he hurt you? Soul Kink Guy is real and he's coming directly to your house, Val. He's coming to your door. How does he get May's otter? I actually don't know. I kind of just ignored that part because I didn't really care about the otter. Though the otter is cool. There's no real point and no part in the series they ever mention his otter. I think it's when he develops a relationship with the jellyfish pirates. And I think the otter just ends up just joining him at some point. No, I think he hands over. Yeah, he gets trained with key arts from the otter because the otter is actually trained in like Japanese arts.
Oh, Max.
Are you in a microwave, Max?
What do you mean? Don't got mic suppression.
What do you mean? You sound like you're in a
It's
microwave.
like you're frying chicken. It's like you're frying chicken
inside
somewhere.
a microwave right now, my brother.
We hear like popping or like oil or everything.
Thankfully, I can't hear him.
It's into a toilet?
No, you're in a microwave.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it, man.
Are you in the
Am I
middle
actually
of
in
a
the microwave?
storm playing VR chat?
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Are we waiting for someone?
Sound like
Your
you're in a
oil
microwave.
popping.
No, this is so sad.
Okay, everyone, get back into your seats.
There should be noise suppression.
Order, get in your seats.
Order. Everyone, get into the seats. Get ready for stuff. He does. He might have traded the otter. I just didn't really look into the otter. To be fair, I kind of forgot about the otter. I know that might be like blasphemy, but I did kind of forget about the otter.
Is it safe to say we're about halfway through at this point?
We're about like 50% through. Maybe like 45
Okay,
to
so in
50.
other words, halfway.
Yeah, we're getting to.
Baller.
Okay, so
We're-
halfway, yeah.
Yeah, after this game, it gets to excerpt and then it gets to shroud.
Okay. This
The
is
otter-
a lot of information to just dump on somebody in the span of a few hours.
Yeah, well, that's why it's a presentation, and that's why it will be uploaded.
I mean, that's why it's a lore stream too. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah, it's a lore stream.
I know, but I'm just like, it's a lot of info to dump on somebody, especially somebody with ADHD who's fighting
Listen,
like tooth
brother.
and nail just to be able to pay attention to the whole thing.
Don't worry, it's tough. The
Listen,
information
this is-
will be available
this is-
online after all this. Don't worry.
Ion, this is our training arc, right? We gotta lock the fuck in, me and you.
I'm locking in right now. At this actually, not even just right now. 3 hours ago, I've been locked in.
So, is Vast Edge present? I will talk about Vast Edge. It kind of happens like during this time. Vast Edge is right before Exer. Yeah, the Otter's just friends of main ship. It knows ninja arts. They train with each other. It's nothing crazy. Valentine, my beloved. We're getting into the actual cool stuff. I love this. I love this part of the story. I just think Overture's sick. I kind of want to play Overture and Shroom at some point. Okay. So at some point in the backyard, and here's the thing: the backyard works outside of time. It completely works outside of time and has no like real ruling of when it creates. And so you could be created in the backyard, and you could be a billion years old or like 5 seconds old. So at some point in the backyard's like time space, the first Valentine gets created. She has a resemblance to Arya. She's very similar looking to Arya, like a toe-to-toe clone. She gets released because Axel is kind of just dipping through time, and he leaves like a time hole open. So Valentine sees the opportunity and just kind of walk through. In 2185, dormant gears that have been hanging around have been disappearing. No one knows why, but it's been kind of a suspicious event that's been happening, and people have been getting a little worried that the gears are up to something. During the time in 2186, it's been a few years since growing up. He's like 3 to 5 years old. Yeah, he's like 5 years old now. He's a big roided out dude now. He's hanging out with Soul. They're on the road collecting bounties and stuff, and they eventually find a bounty that's for Soul, and Soul just sees it as like, oh, they're trying to summon me to the castle, and so they decide to hop onto the Illyria castle. Also, for context, Valentine, the name is brought up a lot. It is not a family name or anything like that. It is a type of unit made by either that man or another antagonist later. It's essentially a series of robot / like human like creations that resemble Arya. And so like whatever Valentine you see are made from like the same thing. Though they aren't always made by the same people. I think when Justice was eventually like made, a lot of like the record of Justice was put into the backyard, and that's why they can make Valentines. Characters using the last names, because those characters that do use Valentine are Valentines. When they head to the castle, they notice it's like empty. Like it's fucked up. There's like dead guards everywhere. And Valentine does show up with these like random creatures named visuals. They kind of look like Kingdom Heart, like random mobs. Like half of them look like weird yokais. They don't really come up after this game like ever, so like I don't think it really matters too much what they are. They're just like random units. Valentine sees Soul, and Soul sees her, and they both get headaches. They're very like shocked about what's going on because Soul's essentially seeing his wife again. This is the first time he sees a person who looks like his wife again. And he's very shocked to see the whole thing. But Valentine claims she's after a key. And so during this Soul and Sin escape, because they realize they can't fight off these units. And around this time too, a man named Azuna approaches them. He claims he's from a land called Underworld Hill, which is a place in the backyards that is pretty much just resembling a yokai land, where yokais live from. It's a completely separate space in the backyard. And Izuna himself is implied to be the spirit manifestation of everyone from Japan, He does show up though and teach like Soul some magic, whatever. It's just for this game to like defeat Valentine's forces. Yeah, Valentine's aren't gears, but Valentine, this one is just called Valentine. The rest of the other Valentines have a name and then Valentine, but this one's just called Valentine. I'll get into the next slide. We're about to hit the 10-minute mark. Okay.
Daniel.
What's that?
What was the whole Izuna thing?
Izuna is a mysterious dude who shows up. He looks like a kind of a fox dude with like a katana. And he shows up from the backyard as well. And he says he's a yokai from a place called Underworld Hill. And it's pretty much implied from a side story from an art book that Izuna is like the manifestation of Japan as a yokai. Like yokai are just real and they live in a reality that's separate from the backyard. Or that's like in the backyard as its own world.
Okay. I got it, thank you.
Full name is Valentine. No, it's just Valentine. That's it. Just Valentine. Sol and Sin do eventually go back after like getting the magic, and they do find Kai just like stuck in a spell. And they do find Raven. Raven pretty much just shows up and says like, "Oh, you got anything to tell that man?" And while they're investigating the spell, they pretty much figure out it's gear magic, and they go to Izuna leads them to a place, specifically islands that's being inhabited by a bunch of old gears that have been kind of living ever since the Crusades have happening. They've all been taking shelter in this island, just living their own lives, just trying to be happy. So society doesn't want them. And they end up meeting Dr. Paradigm themselves. The guy I mentioned, he's this little dragon dude who kind of looks like a bird. He's himself is a gear, and compared to most gears where they're just dragon-like monsters, he's a hyper intelligent, like smaller guy. But they do eventually meet. Paradigm, and Paradigm does mention the fact that he did see a cube in the backyard. He himself implies that he thinks that it's a command interface. So he thinks that whatever is controlling the units are from the inside of the backyard, and that they need themselves to go into the backyard to help stop this issue. And they bring Dr. Paradigm with him back to Illyria. And they say that they probably need original gear cells, like Justice gear cells, to open up the backyard and access the cube. So Paradigm frees Kai. Eventually sees Dizzy stuck in a barrier herself. Kai pretty much says that when the gears were like disappearing, they were literally like Thanos dust fading out of reality. And he saw that happening to Dizzy. So before Dizzy can fully fade away, he cast a spell and put her into a temporal barrier to like freeze her in time until he can find out what was causing this. We'll get the next slide goes more into it. How's that, Sean? Make it open ready. They assume that like what's happening is that Valentine is absorbing all of the other gears in the area so she can find the original gear cells needed to access the backyard. And Paradigm himself claims that Dizzy is a backup that the government made of Justice. And it's pretty much a one-to-one like a separate clone of Justice. And he himself claims that they should kill Dizzy and take her gears and use it to get into the backyard. Again, they fight against that because like that's like Sin's mother. But they also come into the consensus that maybe Valentine herself has original gear cells that because somehow she faded into this reality. Valentine then at some point, because Sin runs off because he's really mad at his dad, Valentine gains control of Dizzy because Valentine does have commander class control. They just fight him off, nothing too crazy. Just Sin goes edgy mode and has like evil colors on him. That man eventually shows up in front of the gate to the backyard because they're trying to find a way of accessing the backyard because Valentine already got in. That man then appears for the first time to Soul like this entire time, and he claims that Valentine herself is made by something called the Universal Will, and that essentially like Soul himself needs to open the gate, and Asuka can open the gate for him and go into the backyards himself because he can survive it because he has the flame of corruption inside of him and can defeat Valentine. Nothing crazy other than and this happens other than the fact that Valentine turns into a giant fucking robot and they fight off because Valentine tries to access the cube. Asuka does eventually say too that the cube was like his. He was using it to monitor stuff from the backyard because he's always chilling back there. Asuka Soul and Valentine eventually fight. Valentine turns into a massive robot and he punches his wife so hard she explodes. She's gone. She's dead. Valentine never comes back. She's just dead forever. And Asuka shows up and says that he needs to eventually take on the Universal Will and defeat it. Though like Soul doesn't really still fully know what that means. And for him to like live with his flame of corruption inside him, which he also doesn't fully still know what it means. After this whole incident happened, the Illyrian government recovers and they deem this incident as Baptismo 13. It's just what it's called, as like when the castle got stormed and like a lot of the troops died and like this whole incident happened with Valentine. Yeah, Jackal units are also Valentines. There's a whole thing with like the Valentines. I'm about to go into excerpt though. If you guys have any questions about Overture, I can get them out of the way right now because Overture, one, I didn't really play the game, but I got the keynotes from it. But Overture is kind of like a random game. Because I will go into the Universal Will. If you guys have any questions.
I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna have to go over this whole thing again because I've had to stand up a couple times to go do things, and I've missed a good chunk of like a lot of what happened with the past like 2 parts of Overture.
It's all good. A lot of the Overture stuff could be like explained in excerpt for the most part. You're completely fine, and this stuff will be available later.
Sounds good.
Anyone else have any questions before we move on?
No,
Did you talk
I'm
about
fine.
Juno yet or no?
Wait, say Max?
Did you talk about Juno yet or no?
No, that's not going to come up till later.
Okay.
The scales of Juno will come up during excerpt. Before I want to go into it, I will explain the Universal Will because it is like one of the first things that's explained in the excerpt story. During like all of this happening in like the 20th century, before a lot of all this stuff happens, when the original first goes into the backyard and discovers magic, he creates an AI, like a weird AI organism that its entire goal is to make humanity happy. Like it's for the betterment of humanity. But something kind of messes up in the bot where it kind of deems the idea of humans as not really humans because they commit violence, blood, and war. So they think humanity itself is inhuman, and the AI is kind of going berserk, kind of making Valentines and creating issues so they can end the world and replace it with their own humanity. They essentially want to restart the world. That's just a thing that the original fucked up on, and it's going to be a major villain for the next game. There is 2 Jackos, and yeah, Overture does get retconned a bit. That's why I say like don't really worry too much about Overture. Some stuff gets explained, some stuff gets kind of ignored. But I will go more into it when we get to excerpt because there's a side game. There's Bat's Edge. I don't remember if this one was specifically the Plinko machine, but there was a Plinko machine game. And during this time, Kai does try to like propose to the UN that the bears and humans can live together, but like they're like hell no, like those are war machines. Soul eventually gets a weapon called Junkyard Dog MK2, and he learns that the Conclave themselves are collecting outrage parts from his weapon. So, learning that and learning that the Conclave also put a bounty on him because they view Soul Bad Guy as a threat to their plans, they eventually move out to they put bounties on to kill Soul. They also plan on killing Kai at some point too. They want to take him out. They also view him as a threat. Nothing really notable, like crazy happens other than the fact that Soul does kill one of the members called Balbius. He's like a tentacle dude with like Hydra heads. He kills him and gets the flashing bang back and puts it into his Junkyard Dog weapon. Nothing too crazy happens to this one. It's a random thing. This one can be ignored, but I just don't want to ignore it fully because it does get a part of the weapon into his own like part. Soul's mostly working on his outrage, rebuilding it during this time. Because he learns of like having to fight Batman or having to like beat Universal Will. But yeah, there is more than one jacket. I'll go into it when we get to it, but it's a lot later. So we're about 10 minutes into the 18-minute video. The rest of this is all excerpt and Strive.
Oh, we were 10 minutes into this video, like it's 30 minutes ago.
No. We were like 9 minutes
I guess
into
I
this.
misheard
Like,
you or something. I don't know.
we're a decent bit
I guess
into
I
it.
misheard you then.
Well, before we start, I gotta
Cool.
wipe my forehead. This headset. My headset is very old and very fucked up. It's like a sweat generator. It's horrible.
Oh yeah, is your headset gonna like last throughout this whole thing?
Let me check what it does.
Turn it into a product.
Oh, it's completely fine.
You have it on life support?
It's complete.
Was it like?
I
You're saying the other day that like the charge on it died really fast.
Yeah, I Frankenstein a bunch of chords together and now it works. Though earlier it wasn't working well, but now it actually seems to be keeping the thing together. So we should be fine.
Okay, cool. Also, in like 15 minutes, internet restart, so keep that in mind.
This video is just gonna be as long as presentation is. The stream and presentation is not gonna be that long. That's why I decided for the test to be on a different day. Because it would be unreasonable for you guys to learn this entire lore and immediately get pulled into the test. So this stuff will just be like the raw VOD of like how it is. The video itself of all the slides just going through is like 18 minutes. But if you want to watch the VODs and hear my explanation of stuff, it will be as long as the VOD is. I won't really cut stuff down. Piss break? Does anyone need to take a break before we start?
I just went.
Edge. Have you ever been on an edging streak?
I'm balling living.
Edge.
I'm doing.
Do they
Yeah,
keep you
I'm
in a
fine.
state of edging?
Oh, I'm hearing some holy words in my ears. Give me a
When
second.
you're not performing your edging, do they make you goon? Edge. Riz.
There's also Guilty Gear
What's it
Petite.
like to hold
I have
the
no idea
charge
what
of
that takes
someone
place
you
in.
love?
There is a character named
Riz.
Fanny that's canon
Riz.
where she's trying to find
Do they
Faust.
teach you how to feel?
I kind of ignored that one,
Sigma to
TBH.
Sigma? Riz. Do you long for having your heart rizzed? Riz. Do you dream about being rizzed? Riz. Baby Gronk Riz done. Riz. Do you feel Terry's a part of you that's?
Just give me a second because my forehead is on fire.
Yeah.
So while the headset itself is like in a decent condition, the bands on it are like messed up. So I'm pretty much having the hot battery of the headset always on my face.
It's fucked up.
So where are you gonna duct tape it to your face instead?
I should always be in VR mode. How long would be the test to be Kahoot? I think I might do a Jeopardy for it. So if it's not a Jeopardy, it will be a trivia show. I have not fully decided the details. That one is still kind of pending, so we will get to that when we get to that. I will around Wednesday announce what it's going to be, so you'll have enough time to prepare for it. I would say by Wednesday, like anytime before Wednesday. I don't know if I want to do a Kahoot, because the problem is with Kahoot, there isn't a lot of good tools for it. I think Kahoot is kind of flawed. Like, you try Kahoot, but also Kahoot has a lot of cases of having bad actors for it. Yeah, a game show sounds fun. Okay. I'll start excerpt 9 now. Because there's two different story modes, or there's like a few different story modes for excerpt. But around the time in 2187, after the whole Aptisma 13 incident, the Conclave deploys their own like military called Opus units. It's like their own like autonomous, like really powerful like units, and every government pretty much accepts them. They just have them like sitting around. People like them. Right after that, Ramblefall Valentine, which I have an image of her now. I don't really go for a panel for her and Elphelt because I'm trying to get for the bulk. We're trying to get for the bulk here. Reupload Valentine shows up into reality and declares war on humanity. And so it freaks out the public. People like are hearing about another Valentine and a gear war, so people start freaking out. During this entire time, Axel Lowe randomly time slips into 2192 Babylon. It's gray, it's messed up, it's dull, nothing's happening. He's wondering what the hell happened. And he gets a weird telepathic message from the original telling him to pass on a message to that man. So while being in the same while being in that time walking around Babylon and hearing the message, he does encounter Ino, which Ino herself is going, that's the dull gray feature that she normally sees and tries to prevent. And so while she was walking around, she eventually meets Axel, and she tells Axel that she'll show Axel the way to that man. During this time, randomly, a young man named Bedman does show himself to Axel and some other characters. It's mostly the arcade mode where a lot of characters get sent to Bedman via dream mode. A lot of them aren't canon. Some are canon, like Potemkin interrogating Bedman, or Soul meeting him for the first time. I won't worry about a lot of the arcade modes here. There's only a couple I'm going to focus on. So, during all of this, once I hear about Ramifal announcing she's going to declare war on humanity, she posts up over the explosion of Japan, like the crater of Japan. So a lot of characters set out to go beat her. May and Ship are the notable ones. A lot of other characters do try and like they fail. Like Ino does try and she knows this timeline is work because she can't kill Ram. That in herself finds reality interesting to her because she usually can't kill Ram. May and Ship do set out to try to kill Ram. They fail. Ram then tells May that she's the Z's and she's a Japanese person. May has no idea what the fuck this means. She has no idea what a Japanese person or being diseased means. So it fucks her up. A lot of this is arcade because a lot of the arcade happens before the main story. Bedman is a person. So Bedman himself is a young man. Bedman himself. There's two bed people. There's this pair of twins that were born. There isn't really a preface time for it, though Delilah's has a preface time. I just forgot to jot it down. But they say that these kids were born with an overwhelming amount of intelligence, like so much intelligence they couldn't wake up. Like if they'd wake up, it would kill them from the information density that was in their brain. They also have significantly powerful abilities from the backyard, and so the Conclave does apprehend the kids at some point and uses them for their own stuff. Delilah, being the sister of Romeo, which is the main Bedman that we know in Exerd, is she's locked up and she's used to power the cradle, which will be on this panel. Bedman himself gets freed and is being bossed around by the Universal Will to go do tasks for her and to set up stuff for their plans with Ramahal. So since they're both currently asleep, Bedman is just kind of a dude asleep strapped to a bed frame. He's just hanging out in the mech. But he mostly like Freddy Krueger's people, where he sends them to his dream realm to fight them. That's where he's like the strongest.
That is so cool.
He is tricked into it, yeah. He's not bossed around, but he is tricked by it. The Conclave at some point, because Eddie does eventually die himself after possessing Zato, because Eddie just loses the will to live. The Conclave does resurrect Zato with the same trick they were going to use on Dr. Baldhead's magic to use on the little girl. They do reveal now that Dr. Baldhead's Faust. I think they implied it earlier, but like I couldn't really find where they implied it earlier. And Zato does tell Faust to straight up like, Zato says that he killed the girl because he was ordered by the Conclave to kill her and keep the idea of the resurrection magic at like a classified levels. So they started a conspiracy that Faust killed the girl on purpose and pretty much drove Faust insane. And made him into the serial killer he was. Soul Kai and Sin do eventually come up to Ramafal and do fight her. They beat her for the most part, but she does reveal she was a distraction. And during this all happening, a giant like diamond shaped object manifests itself over the city of Babylon, which is still exists in the timeline, but it manifests over Babylon, and it releases a giant information wave, wiping out the entire city, killing every single resident in like one fell swoop. And Kai, Soul, and Sin just watching horror as like an entire city gets wiped out by that information density, which, like I said earlier, was being controlled with Delilah's magic. What they're essentially doing is they're using the backyard's power and manifesting it into reality. And since people can't handle that information density, it just kills them immediately. So they're essentially just like their logic bomb dropping onto Babylon and killing everyone in the process. While they're all distracted and kind of freaked out by the whole incident, Ramifal does grab Soul and pretty much says, "I'm just gonna self-destruct and take you out with me." So Kai sees it in his effort to release what is named Elfel, which they had locked up in an Illyrian prison. So she kind of flies in, she stops Ramifal's magic somehow, and reveals that she's the sister of Ramifal. These are both Valentine sisters, but with Ramifal Valentine, she showed up and just did her mission. She showed up immediately. Elfel showed up into the world and had no idea what her goal was. She had no memory of it, and the day that she was gonna marry a death metal singer, it like sprung into her. But instead of being controlled by the universal will, she decided to use an ability that she claims she has to find people, and she finds Kai Kisuke and warns him about this. So Kai is skeptical and locked her up. So the public does believe that they're not really sure what the cradle thing was over Babylon. They believe it's an incident called the St. Elmo's Fire, which this is the thing entirely introduced now, where essentially every 13 years a random giant lightning bolt comes in and just strikes like at random, but it always does strike at the same time. And Illyria itself has a giant lightning rod, so a lot of the public does just kind of believe it's the giant lightning bolt. Though even though it wasn't, it's like a zip bomb. It's like, instead of thinking of it like a zip bomb or information bomb, imagine they put people under the density pressure of like being dropped at the bottom of like the Mariana Trench. It's like that much pressure to essentially immediately kill them. Like, it's essentially a giant information sphere of powerful energy that just immediately vaporizes people. Batman just kind of fucks around. He goes and fights people. He's mostly collecting info and trying to take people out that the universal will deems targets. I think a lot of Batman stuff for the arcades is like a thing later. He more or less just like yaps. Batman's a very yappy guy. He kind of just rants for a really long time. He rants for a really, really long time about just him wanting to make a better world for himself and his sister, and that the universal will give that to him if he does what he needs to for her. During this time, May and other Japanese people from the colony start getting this mysterious illness out of nowhere. Like, it seems like they're in a critical condition. Johnny, being kind of confused with this whole thing, does eventually meet up with the Faust because they're friends, and he asks them like if he can somehow cure it. He tries to investigate it, but Faust has no idea what it is. So he goes and Faust goes to the colony himself to go investigate it. Though again, Batman fucks around and fights people for a bit, and it cuts to Axel and Uno going to the backyard and meeting that man. The reason why I have this whole space of text is that that's the message. We couldn't interpret what the original was saying to that man. For some reason, we just don't know. I don't know what it was, but yeah, Batman's a
Morse
Predator.
code.
The government, the Illyrian government and the U.S. government do try to attack the cradle because they see it floating around, but they discover that it's defended by a spell called Absolute Defense Billion, which it's recognized as the strongest type of defense magic there is. Like, nothing can crack it. So naturally, Kai and Sol go to Zep to see if they can like figure out something about this, since they know Chip's also there. So they're trying to investigate and try to come to a plan to how to stop the cradle, because they know they have already an idea that's the conclave, but they don't fully know how to move on to this, because they know the conclave are making moves, but they don't really know how to get into it. There's a whole, I don't know why I put Alpha eats hamburger. That's not what happened. I think this is when I was up 24 hours. But what happens during the time while they're flying around to Zep, it cuts to like a happiness montage where Sin, Ramifal, and Alpha all try to become friends. Like Sin tries to talk down like Ram and try to show, because Ram kind of acts like a robot. She acts like she was made for only the mission and that's it, so she has no other point of living. So Sin tries to convince her like the happy things in life and try to become friends with her. It does work. Even though I put Alpha, that's wrong. Ramifal does eat a burger, and experiences the flavor for the first time and gets very happy. That kind of starts a whole thing where they just become friends. The whole happiness montage, birthday train. Eventually Sin does give her a mage hound, to see if it can bring up her spirits. The message wasn't really PlayStation inputs. I have no idea. I think it's just kind of random, it's kind of random, just fuck off symbols to be random symbols. Though Bedman does eventually reach Zep to attack everyone. Gabriel does take on Bedman and immediately takes him down and contains him in a cell. Potemkin does try to interrogate him, though Potemkin does pretty much lose. He doesn't have a way of interrogating Bedman, and Bedman does eventually escape. At some point when Ramifal is just kind of hanging out in her ship, Bedman drags Ramifal into his dream realm, and after a discussion with Ramifal, he learns that Ram is starting to gain emotions, and Bedman himself was shocked by that. He thought that they were only robots and couldn't believe that he was making a young girl, essentially, that the Universal Will is making a young girl essentially kill herself for a mission, and that's it. So Sin comes in, they have a nice chat about uniqueness and what it means to be human. So Bedman immediately during mid-conversation comes in and murders Ramifal's dog. He murders Ramifal's dog right in front of her, and then he immediately generates a new dog that it looks exactly identical to Ramifal's dog and hands it to her. And she notices that it doesn't bite her like her old dog does, and she begins crying and learns that every being is unique, and that she is also a being like everyone else, because she was putting herself she was describing herself as a tool, and so she was starting to gain her own humanity and know what she was. I'll have to fix it.
My internet is restarting in 20 seconds, so I will be back.
All right, we'll give it a minute. I'll probably fix the Alpha burger thing. I must have been tired, but if there are any questions while Ion is still loading, back his internet, because I just discussed a lot of shit.
No, I think I understand for the most part of what's happening here.
Bedman did kill Ramifal's dog to make a point, and he did make a new one. He made he made a new one that's identical to Ramifal's dog, but it wasn't the same dog. He was trying to show Ramifal that people aren't invented for tools, and that she is her own person with her own emotions and shouldn't view herself as a tool and as a weapon only for her mother, which is the Universal Will.
It's a fucked up lesson.
Yeah, Bedman does value a lot. I think he saw a bit of his sister in Ramifal, so he wanted to help her. What's your question, Val? It's all more just.
Romeo is a sociopath.
Romeo's a bit of a sociopath, but he is a good dude at heart. Yeah, a lot of the science story becomes a lot more digestible. It's easier to kind of put all this stuff together. When we get to Strive is a fucking mess. I kind of describe events how they go in Strive because it's a whole fucking mess. A lot of stuff happens in Strive for no reason. When we're getting 19 Inches of So Bad Guy tomorrow. Max, you're really quiet.
What about now?
You're a little fine. You're a little.
Hello?
You scare me over there. You scare me.
Shut up.
Do you kind of dance? Oh, that was so
Yeah,
fun.
so I either sound like I'm in a microwave or I sound too quiet.
No,
Oh my
you're
God, you can
that
see my
mode.
panties.
Yeah, you should probably not have been a model. You're lucky
Yeah,
that Twitch
yeah.
lets you get away with a lot.
Oh my god, the
Nah, I don't
dance.
care. You can look at my panties.
What? What are you looking at? Why are you looking at me, Jaded?
I can make this model worse.
I was looking at fucking Grimly, not you.
You should probably change to a
Oh.
better model.
I thought you said me.
You can see right? Yeah, I'm not worried about it. It's TBH. There's worse on YouTube and worse on Twitch. We're not gonna be sensitive at all for it. And plus, it only happens for like a second, so like we're fine. Though you should change to something better too.
I'm looking right now.
Don't you have normal Kokomi?
Tim has several Kokomi models though.
Yeah. Oh no, Arctic.
I'm downloading Final Fantasy 14 on my PS5 so I can play them on my backbone. How well does the game even run on the backbone?
Yeah, you're.
That's a lot. That's a lot better. You're very clever.
Or Kokomi now.
Oh my god.
Yo, is that Raiden from fucking Metal Gear?
No, it's Raiden from Fortnite. Get it right.
I see that like this half of the table became a weep table.
What do you mean? I'm a normal guy.
It's been like
normal
this.
dude.
Max, you're like taller than probably like half the people here. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like 6.
My model isn't.
I don't know, man.
I am, but my model isn't.
Technically, you can see more of my panties now.
Yeah, but it's different.
Of course, Dan turns over when he
How's it
says that.
different?
Because
I
you're
can't-
normal.
I can't see shit, but like, don't worry about it. That's not
True,
rated
Cubby.
Fortnite.
No,
Spitting.
no, Cubby, no.
The internet connection. Oh, it's one of those streaming things. That sucks. I don't know how long Iron's internet will take, but it should be that long.
When I was in top 8, freaking Jaded and all them got people in the chat to call me Pixelated Pookie.
That's funny.
It's fucked up.
And it was well deserved because you were popping off
Yep,
when we called
yeah,
you
we just
Pookie.
called you
That's true,
Cookie the entire stream.
Yeah, that's true. I was fucking cooking. That shit was heat. It was fun as fuck.
You know, I just realized that I wanted to use this world for a laser pointer, but I barely use it. That was because I realized that it's kind of like, look at that. You can barely see it.
Yeah, you never use the laser
Yeah.
pointer ones.
You can see it pretty well on stream though.
Can you see it well on stream?
For me, at least, it looks fine. Because I have your stream.
Not
up
with
on
that
my
orange
phone.
background.
Yeah, the orange background kind of makes it a little worse.
Yeah, that's true.
Made
It
you
looks like a
smiley
giant
face.
stick.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh shit, the marker's still left over on Dom's side.
You can clear the marker.
I've been trying. I'm gonna be completely real. I've been trying my hardest to look away from those because the moment I I start thinking about it, I'm gonna grab one and start drawing everywhere.
No, you
so I'm
have to
trying my
clear
best to be a
this
good
out.
boy.
Dom,
Oh, here,
Dom.
Dom. You can clear it here.
Over there, you can clear him.
Dom, here. Stand
I
up.
understand
Press
that.
W.
I understand I can
Clear
clear
all.
it. But what I'm saying is, I'm just gonna end up taking one and draw everywhere while you're trying to do your presentation. I'm trying not to let
He's
that happen.
fighting the urge to use the Crayolas.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm like a fucking baby. I'll play in the paint. I don't care.
Okay, that's good gear. Why are you mad though? What happened? Listen, Dom.
Nice. You can hear
We
What's
better
that?
be in the chair so you can control yourself.
Wait, what's up, Jaded?
I am trying to control
You
myself.
can hear your static.
What the fuck?
It is.
Hello.
Okay. Ion's back. We will.
We're good.
Everyone get settled up. Everyone get settled up. Everyone get in their seats.
Business.
Okay.
Hell yeah, business and shit.
Ion's just staring at me from the hallway.
Okay, let's get the show back on the road.
Why is my model so? Are you talking about mine, Funky? Oh, yeah, I wouldn't take your parents seriously now. Parents are great at not being supportive. That would be. Okay, everyone seated? We're not missing anyone?
Yarp.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide.
You spittin', Funky, you spittin'.
Okay. Max is always short.
Says you're short.
I was about to make a joke, but I don't want to make it. Okay. I'm gonna drink a water really fast and then we'll go back into this. Don't worry about the bottom half of the text.
Kai, what now?
Okay. And during this point, it is revealed that the Opus units are actually gears. The Conclave took the gear cells, during everything that was happening and made Opus units into gears. Okay. So there's several things. So Opus units are made by gears. It's pretty much a private army that's been deployed like around the world, and so they want to stop they want to stop the Conclave because it's too late, because they know that the Conclave is going to try to take over the world. And so they devised their own they devised their own plan. They devised their own plan to surround essentially the cradle whenever it next shows up, because they devised an area of where they think it will show up. And they surround it with like a ton of ships and a ton of beacons. Batman does try to stop them, but like it doesn't really go through. So their plan is to have Soul jump onto a nuclear bomb, right on it, and when he reaches the cradle himself, that man does show up to cause like a little crack, so Soul can punch a hole into the defense spell. And everyone just blows the living fuck out of the like cradle. They just shoot it down. I think the only thing notable is that Soul rides on a nuclear bomb. During after this point too, Dizzy does get free from the temporal spell. She's fully recovered. She's fine. Justice then does appear over Illyria. Because during all this, the rest of their plans are going down. So they shoot down the cradle. Justice does appear over Illyria and try to use the lightning rod that was used to suck in St. Elmo's fire to revive Justice itself. Because their plan is to revive Justice and sync themselves with the power so they can control all gears and take over the world. And so during this time, they devise a plan with Dizzy so that since Justice is trying to power itself with St. Elmo's fire, they're going to overload its system so they can stop it. During all of this, Kai is walking around and trying to like stop the Conclave, and one of the guys shows up and shoots him to death with a gun. He has an actual like pistol, like a black tech firearm, and just shoots him to death.
Oh, he got shot by the guilty Glock.
Yeah. This is around the point where I started getting very, very tired. So some details are missing, but I know the details. One of the Conclave agents named Axis does execute Kai with a gun. He fucking shoots him to death, flash on the head. But Kai does get up, and he reveals his gear eye that he got from Sin, showing that Kai himself can drag and install. while Justice is charging St. Elmo's fire, charging of St. Elmo's fire, Dizzy fires like one of her gamma rays that Justice can do onto Justice to overload the energy and detonates the core of Justice, taking out the person with it. Because they were trying to sync themselves to Justice. Justice's body is practically just scorched. It's left there. During the recovery process of them, getting over the battle, Elfelt essentially says that she's been working as a double agent to stop the Conclave from their plans, and that she put everything in motion so she can go through with her plans because she wanted the Conclave to draw out Justice. She reveals herself to be evil. She has this cool shadow form, and she reveals that her personality was essentially fake the entire time, and that her true mission awakened the second they beat the Conclave. And Elfo does get dragged away by the universal will. Though Soul does kind of get a bit of the old Elfo back out of her, showing that Elfo is still in there, even though it does seem like she is brainwash. In the recovery of the ruins of the cradle, Corvus is just chilling in there. He lost. He's just over. He finds Faust, and Faust is like, "Well, my stuff's done. If you want to kill me, you can just go ahead and kill me." But Faust just went there to ask him what the deal with the Japanese virus was, what his plans were. And Corvus says he has no idea what they're talking about. He has no idea what that even was, or he thought this entire time that the Japanese colonies were getting correct medicine and being treated right. He had no idea that this was even happening. Which leads to its whole different thing. I don't remember if I explained this in slides, but if not, I will explain it. Okay, this is the whole thing. Okay, so this happens for the arcade modes and some of the side stuff in between Sign and Revelator. So this is a setup to Revelator. Is kind of doing her thing. She wakes up the Jacko Valentine bot prematurely. And it resembles Arya, the original Arya, but with white hair and red on the inside. And she references herself to having the power of the Scales of Juno, which is Dizzy and Kai and Sin's power. Though Jacko does wander off, and Raven does tell her that she is kind of only half human at the moment because she's supposed to be. They have her plans with Justice. Though Raven does approach Soul, and I clicked something. I have no idea what it is clicked, but I did click something. Everything's fine. Raven does appear with Soul asking for help to go find Jacko. Though he also reveals that the Universal Will wants Elfelt because the Universal Will is making that Valentine as a vessel to absorb Valentine's soul into Elfelt and essentially use her to also destroy the world with the existing world with Justice's power. Though Jacko does kind of remember who Soul is. It's kind of it's half and half, where when Jacko and Soul meet, they get a headache again, and Jacko's like, "Oh, I kind of know who you are. I know your name's Frederick, though I don't really remember most things." And Raven also describes that this Jacko unit, her whole existence for being there, is that they were going to use her for the same plan. They were going to put Jacko inside of the Justice unit, and so that can absorb the soul of Arya that was existing before all this, and essentially bring back Arya, make her 1-to-1, give her a new body. So their goals are to stop Ariel's or stop the Universal Will before this all happens. Eno and Axel have their own arcade thing where Eno's talking to Axel about how her reality doesn't really exist anymore, and so doesn't Axel's. Jacko kind of boxes the both of them, saying that he reveals Eno's entire creation about how Eno's entire creation was that during the Crusades, humanity was wanting a brighter tomorrow, and the raw emotion was leaking into the backyard. So the backyard, seeing that emotion power, essentially flipped it off and put it into a person. During the time too, they put a random person's essentially code ID because every person has a code ID for some reason, and they put it onto hers. And for some reason, Axel also has the same code ID as Eno. So whatever Eno can do, traveling and everything, Axel's been doing it without him even knowing. And Eno's been also kind of just dragging Axel along. And then Jacko says whenever they want to, whenever like Eno's been time jumping, she's been just destroying every reality behind her. And that if they really wanted to, they could just end the world and just make a new one if they really wanted to. Though both of them are kind of feeling like a little like iffy about this because they don't know if they really want to leave the world and make a new one when they don't really have a past or anything left. Because they both learned that their past that they wanted to go back to don't exist anymore. It's just gone because of all the time hopping that's been happening. After all this, they kind of have like a scene where Jacko and Raven are just kind of hanging out, and Raven asks Jacko if a Happy Chaos unit is done yet, and Jacko's like, yeah, it's halfway done, but it's not fully ready yet for and you kind of hear like a red thing pops up on the screen, and the original does like his voice does show up, and he just says he likes the name and you'll take it. And then just walks out of the plot. She's not relevant for the rest of the story. She just leaves. We have no idea where she goes. She just steps off for the rest of the entire story for Revelator. The arcade here is just like an in-between right before the main story happens to explain where Eno's been the whole time and what Axel's motives are during the Revelator story. Yeah, Axel and Eno have the same ID. Though it's not really said in Strive, but it's kind of implied that Eno and Axel are both the couple from Axel's past. His girlfriend Megami is like Eno's an alternate version of her from her reality, and Axel's also his version. And they both got kind of pulled in at the same time from like a freak event. And both have the same powers. Though neither of them know that they're the other partner that they lost back in their old past. They're not the same person though, but like they just both share the same ID because of some freak accident with the backyard. Though I don't
the
really
same person, but not the same person.
They're not the same person, but the backyard recognizes them as having the same ID. So what that means essentially is they have the same powers and they can do the same things. But the problem is that
I see.
they could
Same IP address.
Yeah, they could bring back the old version of their lover, but it essentially erased the pre-existing version. Because then that would be making an entirely new ID and everything. So, kind of gets freaked out about learning that she's the entire world's emotions and steps out, and Axel gets really depressed about it because he kind of learns that he can never go back to his old girlfriend. Like, his past is gone completely. So this is mostly all set up.
There's layers to this story.
It's kind of annoying because it's paced with it. I'm not going to go crazy over Kumian because they don't really explain a lot about him. The most we know about it is that they're a tuner from like a Korean family, and their family doesn't really have any they don't believe that like a woman should lead. So she built like a mech to like have herself like host in. So the giant old man is is the mech, but Kuma herself is inside the mech, just driving it and beating her whole group, like her whole guild. That's why I didn't go into it because there isn't really a lot with them, and they kind of exist for the story, and they don't get brought up ever again. Yeah, maybe Megami loves Axel so much that it did affect Axel too. Though it's weird because they imply that Eno's form that was made, they kind of just took Megami's body. But like it's not fully her. Like she has the memories, but it's not really her. So like she could have dragged Axel along with her, but we kind of don't know the full details. It just kind of was a freak accident with the creation of Eno. So maybe Eno manifested like her old love enough that Axel also got the powers. It's kind of really weirdly shaped. Yeah. Johnny and Coom both head to the Japanese colony because Johnny's a good friend of Coom, and they talk. she talks. She eventually she reveals her past, like how she's leading in like a mech. It's a May, and they kind of don't really know what's going on with the Japanese colony. Like everyone's mysteriously getting sick. Um, the government was handing out medicine, but it wasn't really doing anything. Uh, um, no one knows what's going on. Like everyone's in a very like a like what's the term, like when they're it's fatal. People are just dying. Um, Mike and Answer do eventually meet up at some point. They just talk about what's going on. So Mike heads out to the colony. And Daryl does absorb the Assassin's Guild into the Illyrian government, though it isn't really like a thing until later. But they do become a part of the Assassin's Guild, do become the Illyrian government, and Slayer, during this point, it isn't covered, but he does get a wife, and he does eventually come back to the guild and lead it. His leading is very short run though. He eventually gives the power to Milia. I will go into the Japanese people thing of why they get the power. But during this, it has the after events of like the arcade where Axel's just kind of hanging out in a bar. He's really depressed. He calls up Soul and kind of asks him like what he should do, because he pretty much tells Soul that if he wanted his old past back, he would have to essentially get rid of his current world, and he doesn't know what the right answer is because he thinks that his old girlfriend wouldn't really appreciate it, but he also is very conflicted because he likes his new friends now. Soul's just kind of like, that's like freaky, but like I have nothing against it. That's up to you, man. Like I can't talk you out of it. That's your choice entirely. Soul's kind of running away from the bar talk, and a random creature comes out of the earth on like the road he's in and explodes. And it's like a really weird Gear-esque monster. He has no idea what the fuck that's about, so he decides to call up the castle. So I do kind of forget where this took place. It could have been more with the Japanese thing. I don't remember the full context of it. I think they just kind of had a creature explode in front of Soul, so it was a call to action. So you just go there. On the side, Venom kind of finds a homeless Robokai because the post-war administration bureau, it's gone. So Robokai is homeless. He tries to get like do random separate jobs, and kids are bullying him on the street. He's just a loser. So Venom's like, hey, like, come with me. Let's go fucking kill Robokai. Or not Robokai, let's go fucking kill Bedman. Zappa does meet up at Faust at some point. And they meet up talking about, because well, Faust is researching the Japanese illness of what it could be. Zappa kind of has the same idea that if something with that is happening with spirits. So they kind of just decide to go to Illyria. Batman does fuck around and fight Slayer. Nothing really happens. They just find like he leaves. Okay. So I will explain the Japanese thing here, because I had a hard time really finding a place to put this. During everything that was happening, one of the Universal Will's plans to destroy the world was to essentially give every Japanese person like this shit ton amount of energy from the backyard. And so their plan was to detonate like essentially the entire planet in one fell swoop. During the incident that was happening, that man noticed that the energy was coming into Japan, and so he had to call a shot to say either he had to blow up all of Japan and pretty much spare the rest of the planet from essentially exploding from the blast, or just let it happen. So he controls justice and forces justice to fire onto Japan, which that makes justice go crazy and from what they just did, and they carry out their plans against humanity. The reason why specifically Japanese people have it is because of the Universal Will. A lot of the Japanese people are powerful because they have a lot of energy from them, from like the ancestral like lineage of Japanese people having this energy and being ready to explode at any moment's notice. So the Universal Will is carrying out their plan, essentially detonate people across the planet. And that monster that Soul saw was the monster that every Japanese person is going to become, and essentially eventually detonate to, where it's like the Kratos explosion, but like in a multiple like scale like basis. Axel at some point does chat with They have like a thing of where he doesn't know what to do. He kind of just like vents. Kind of vents to where he doesn't really know what to do either. They don't really get anywhere. But during everything that's going down, Mike and May and Kum are like hanging out at the sacred tree that has a fuck ton of key, like a shit ton of key stored from the Crusades, and it's like really powerful. So Kum decides to start tuning it to see if he can do something to help cure the Japanese people. I don't really know why that does anything. That's something I don't really understand. I think it calms down I think the key from the tree calms down the energy that is erupting from the Japanese people, and it stops their illness, like generally, for like the most part. Like it calms it down for the moment. So during then there was a skirmish with and I think it was not Bethlehem, it was one of the cities, but during then the Universal Will drops an antimatter bomb onto a city. So Ram and other forces are trying to like save people, and they drop a bunch of units, like Opus units, on top of like this kid so they can distract Ram, and Ram sacrifices herself to save a child, but dies in the process. I said I'm not going to type this explain the Adams and Eve thing. I'm about to go into a whole rant. So they discuss what the seeds are, what the flame of corruption, and what the scales of Juno are. So I couldn't. Yeah, the Japanese people are radioactive. It's essentially ticking time bombs. Yeah, they were. Yeah. Also, yeah. Japanese people were attuned to the world, so they're using the key to calm them down. Yeah, thank you, Pam. But so, whenever they mention the flames of corruption and scales of Juno, what those essentially are is that whenever the universe gets created in a new cycle, it leaves these like two code things. They're just called seeds. They show up as like an Adam and Eve type of program, and they create the universe. They show up for like a second, then they bam disappear. During the original's research of the backyard, he claims both of the seeds and gives them to that man. And so that man puts the flame of corruption into Soul, which is why he's an ultra like powerful god here, because he essentially has the matter of what it takes to create the universe, and he also puts into Justice as well, making like the fundamental basis of how gears should be made. But the reason why there's like hyper powerful gears, and they're the only ones that can take on these kind of threats, is because Soul and Justice both got these essentially like building blocks for the universe as powers for them. So Soul's Dragon Soul, and that symbol that you see over his head is the flame of corruption. That's like the primordial fire that creates the world, and so are the scales of Juno. Alright, Jaden.
You killed me again.
It's really hard to explain this without making any sense. Imagine whenever the universe is created, essentially two blips show up of like primordial power. They create the universe and they blip away, so they can just like go and make the next world whenever like the cycle does repeat itself. And so Asuka, where like that man decided to fuck around and put those powers into gears, and that's why they want Justice's power, the Universal Will, because Justice's Universal Will, the Justice's power is a primordial power that they could use to restart reality from the get-go. And they want to take out Soul Bad Guy in the process, because if they have both seeds, they can create their own world. And the only thing that can really like take on Soul and his flame of corruption is the scales of Juno, which the only people who currently have that power is Dizzy, Kai a tiny bit for the most part, and Sin. Yeah, I don't think I have you on a VR chat.
Power to what?
Dizzy, Kai, and Sin all have the scales of Juno's power, which is one of the seeds that was the building block of the universe. They got it, and Soul has the flame of corruption. So the Universal Will wants the power of the scales of Juno, so they can, one, take down Soul, and two, restart the entire universe in their own image. And with both of those powers, they can't really be challenged because they have the building blocks for existence.
Okay, I have a question.
What's your question?
What I don't know if this was explained already or if it's going to be explained or if I just forgot or whatever, but what is the universal will? Exactly.
The universal will was an AI made by the original way back in the 20th century. And the entire point of the universal will was to was essentially create a better humanity and boost humanity forward, like bring happiness and bring humanity forward. Though over time, the universal will AI didn't really know what that meant because they saw humankind, they saw war and bloodshed, and they saw that as being human. So they thought a perfect humankind could not exist with humans still currently around. So they want to destroy humankind and make their own humankind to complete their goal.
Okay. Damn, that's insane. The Guilty Gear lore is like so deep.
Yeah, it's every movie AI ever. It's an evil AI that it has a good intention technically, but it's trying to end the world.
On paper, it's good intention, but when you
Yeah,
really take a look at the grand scheme of things.
When it comes to like when you get to this part, if you guys look for the slides and you get to this part, I would just look up the seeds and add them to the thing. There's an entire like whole section to it, or you can just look at this part in the rant. It's really hard to really explain the scales of Junio and Flame of Corruption, other than literally it's just two forms of code that create the universe, and like both Soul and Justice both have it. That's why they're so hyper powerful, and that's why I could go toe to toe with something like that, because they're pretty much the unchallenged like forces in the world. Like they're way too powerful. Yeah, the original didn't really give his AI a good objective. The original has a very weird mindset where they only try to strive for humanity's progress, but they didn't do right with the universal will. Though it gets worse later. My computer is starting to lag for this. Yeah, next panel really fast. Okay. Really fast. I need water because explaining that was a pain. Trying to explain this shit is so horrible. I saw Dom immediately get up and start messing with the pen. He was holding that in.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
He couldn't take it anymore.
Dom was holding.
I
been
took
thinking about that for the
one
past
second
4
and it just took
hours.
over.
He could not hold it in.
He had been holding that in for like 4 hours, and then the second there's like a break, he's like, okay. Literally.
I just had to pick it up.
All right.
It was his evil plan all along.
Okay. Everyone get back to seats. Does anyone want to do any like bathroom break or anything before we keep going?
No.
Mr. Cheddar.
Yeah, the universal will does kind of believe in like they gotta save humanity from themselves thing. They think they know more than humanity, but they also don't really understand
The way to
humanity.
save humanity is to get rid of humanity.
Yeah, they don't really understand humanity.
Honestly, I like what the universal will it's doing. It's trying to save Tim from himself. It's honestly respectable.
What?
They took one look at Twitter and they're like, "Nah, I'm good."
One look at Twitter and they're like, all right.
You know,
Like, it's like alt control alt delete.
considering the world kind of goes to shit in 2016, that or like 2190 something, like does kind of imply that like Elon's shitty Twitter exists during the Guilty Gear lore.
Yeah, that's true.
The universal will was made when Twitter just started existing, and was just like, what is this?
What's the Tim doing? Tim's just taking it. Okay. So it's implied that Harambe was dominant effect. What? What are you talking about?
What?
What do you want about Jaded?
You guys can't see it.
Terry.
Jid's adding a very strange question. I don't understand. Can we beat up Tim?
Did that happen in the
That's just
Guilty Gear
Jaded.
universe?
Tim?
Did 9/11 happen in the Guilty Gear universe?
Oh yeah, since there'll be like no planes.
No planes now. When it happened?
There's no
Weird.
flames, so.
Yeah, it would have happened.
Can we beat up Tim? Jump Tim. No, don't do that.
Wait,
No, I agree with that. Can we do that?
Why are there no
Let's do
planes in
that.
gear?
Wait, say again?
Why are there no planes in gear?
Because Y2K happened.
Y2K,
no
Y2K
modern
happened? All
technology.
technology's banned.
Although they could have made
Teacher.
magic planes.
Yeah, they should have just made magic planes. 9/11 could have still happened.
I feel as though a
What's the
student. I feel as though a student hasn't been paying attention to the lesson so far.
Okay.
I think I.
Max has always been a little problematic. We try our best with him.
Yeah.
No, I just wasn't there for that part.
Max, this is why you're
Yeah, he wasn't
problematic.
paying attention. He was busy gooning or something.
No, I wasn't there for
Literally.
that part. I literally think I just wasn't here when that was explained.
And that's why you're problematic.
Oh, fuck you.
You should have been here.
Pal.
What?
You're right.
Daniel.
Quimbly was paying attention.
Daniel,
Why
get
can't
Max
you?
out of here. He said fuck you in
Yeah,
class.
Goblin was paying attention. That's a
supposed to
homeless
see what
guy.
he's at.
That's like some I don't even know why they're here. That's a homeless guy.
Yeah, who let him in?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hey, you can't
Get
ask
rid of
to
this
let him
guy.
in when he paid more attention.
Listen.
Yeah, maybe
I was
we'll
paying
assign
attention, I just wasn't
maybe we'll
here.
assign Max some homework for what he's done.
That's crazy. No.
Max,
to
you know this was
present. He has to
happening
present
today.
his
You should have been
homework.
here.
He doesn't present his
No,
homework.
don't do that to me. No.
Yeah, you think you
I
understand, Max?
apologize.
Why don't you step up and explain the entire lore?
Alright, so what happened was, your mother.
You're too small.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
I know, I am too small. Wait, hang on me. Yeah, I go under the...
You're way too small.
I'm a tiny girl.
Whatever lab they made
Teacher
you in
Max,
did not make
Teacher
you
Max,
right.
I have a question.
Yeah, they really don't. What?
Teacher Max, I have a question.
What's up?
Is Daniel in fact smelly?
Why are you
In a good way.
Why are you dispelling
Why are you
know
insulting
that?
our teacher like this?
Also, why are you
Why are
making
we
radioactive
teacher right
Why are you
now?
making radioactive noise? Are you okay?
We were talking about this earlier. He's in
No,
the microwave.
I don't know when it happens.
You
I
got
think it's
near
because
me
I'm
and
on
you
the
started
ground.
buzzing.
Why
That's
did it
creepy.
He's frying chicken in there.
I think it's because I'm on the grandpa computer right now for this. Because it doesn't overheat as much.
Holy shit.
Max
I
is
cleaned him so much, he
radioactive,
changed
and that's
into
why he's problematic.
Mirage from Apex Legends.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Isn't there like noise suppression in VR chat though?
there is.
There's a little bit.
No, when I
Yeah.
had this noise suppression on, you literally couldn't hear me speak at all.
What the fuck are you doing?
Dumb.
I see.
What? Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
Get that back.
You did like what are those things called? What are those things called that ants do when they like get themselves stuck in like a death spiral? You did that to yourself here.
Ah,
It's quite beautiful,
You
actually.
threw it all away.
I'm sorry. I'm hands off keyboards from now on.
Wait, does anyone want to take my spot before I dip?
Funky, you said you don't have me add on a VR chat.
Grabbing the fucking broom.
Funky, do you want to try to join the room because
I'm
Jade
about
is
to
dipping
dip.
out?
It's gonna be an open spot in
Where
like
did you put
5,
the broom,
10
you
minutes.
bastard?
Oh, so hi Marissa, welcome to the
Guys, I'm watching
presentation.
the presentation through the wall.
Epic.
Oh my god, Arctic's
Whoa,
jumping
holy
in and
shit.
out of the fucking...
Don't worry, Wild Sue. This is one, very nonsense.
Hey,
But two,
Glenn, can you run with these scissors
this
real quick?
part of the lore, Wild Sue, is an entire story mode that you can watch. On YouTube, they have a 6-hour-long movie for this.
I'll do it for $5. I take Venmo.
They have a 6-hour-long movie?
No.
Holy shit, I gotta see that.
You can try it if you wanna. If you wanna hop on VR chat and try to add me. But you know what my name is.
Can you run with these scissors real quick, Max?
Do not run with scissors. I think you will die.
Can you run? Whee! Bye, Max.
Okay.
This is why Max is problematic.
No, you're problematic.
I think crossing Tim and
Why are
VR
the
will...
scissors down the hallway?
Because you're
No one's
Sin,
gonna take
not
my
Leo.
spot?
I plead the fifth. I'm Sin because...
Who is
I-
this?
Actually, I wonder, is there?
Oh, I did not. Oh, I did not know this person. Okay, they're not gonna join. Yeah, the main stories are so cool. If you ever get the time, if you ever confused about the slides, go watch the stories they have officially out there. It's so good. Tim just kind of sits there like a creature in VR. They just, I think they lack the when you put like an ape in front of a mirror and they start like hitting the mirror. It's like that, but with VR.
Pins!
I didn't even do anything. I was
How
chilling.
do you even find avatars in the? How do you even find avatars in here? Can you not search up avatars?
How did?
See, this is why we shouldn't have let him.
Dom.
Yes.
Go put the markers back, okay?
I'm not the one that put them here. Someone put it in front of me.
Poor Dom. I'm so sorry, Dom.
I'm being
I know
framed.
exactly who. I know exactly who did this to you.
I wonder who.
Man, it's still radiating. It's so odd.
Yeah, it was Max.
Yeah.
Because he's problematic.
I'm dipping. Enjoy speech.
Oh, come on.
Enjoy presentation.
I'm not radiating.
Max,
Max, you
Dom.
better pay attention because you're getting quizzed next week, and you have to present next week, Max.
Nah.
Okay, I bid you all adieu.
Yeah, Max,
know-
you gotta do the same presentation Daniel just did next week.
I did not say
No,
my
it's
name like
okay.
I'm famous. It's just like I keep the same name on everything. I don't change my name on stuff.
Teacher.
What?
Teacher. One of the problematic children drew a penis on the screen.
Well, I already
There's
deleted.
no penis on the screen.
Yeah, I deleted it, so
I
I
still
can't
see
see
it.
it. You guys have to live with
How do I delete it? Can I delete
Go
it?
over here. There's a thing that lets you reset it. On the wall.
Okay. Baller.
Ban Tim. Yeah, let's ban Tim for 1,000 years, guys.
No.
About time.
I love this idea.
I was chilling.
Nuh-uh.
You drew a penis.
It was funny.
And that's why you're problematic,
What?
Tim.
Hang on, I'm trying to.
Holy shit.
There's a whole silverback gorilla over there.
I feel as though we're getting derailed very fast.
We are. We're waiting for Funky really fast.
Oh.
Yeah, we are derailing really quick.
This is why Monkey's problematic.
Everyone get in their seats. Funky is joining. So get in your seat, Max. Everyone chill out.
Why you yelling at me? I was.
Because you were the only one out of the chair.
I was trying to get rid of the penis.
It's technically not in his seat.
He said get in your seats, and this is my seat.
That's not your assigned seat. Your assigned seat.
That's like the teacher's assistant seat. Or like
do
the
you have
class
an
pet
assistant?
or the class
Do
pet
you have an
seat.
assistant?
I do not have an assistant. But you know what?
I'm the favorite student, right?
No, that was Beanie. He left already.
I'm the new favorite student, right?
I don't know. Show me your moxie. What do you think you got to be the best in here?
I don't like being put on the spotlight like this so suddenly. I didn't think about. You know what? I'll just go back here.
Yeah, that's if you can't handle the spotlight, get out of the goddamn kitchen. Am I right, teacher?
You're so right. That's my bad, Dom.
I had something to say, but I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of anything funny. My brain ran
Don't
dry
worry.
there.
As the real teacher's assistant, I got you. Don't worry, I understood.
We should kill him.
You should,
Yep.
you should be sitting in that seat then, Dom. Go sit in the seat.
Yeah, let's throw Tim down a giant pit.
What?
True.
A pit full of eels.
I agree with
That
this.
can squirt venom.
Yes.
A pit full of gays.
What?
What?
Huh?
Your mic cut out horribly, brother.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, you have to say that again.
That's for the best. I don't think I want to say that again.
Okay.
Perfect.
Say that again.
We're getting one more, and then we will start up again.
Say that again, one more time.
No, it's okay.
There's people in the back.
Shut the fuck up, Winston.
Okay. Okay. We have Funky here. We can start back up. Okay. Is everyone settled?
What are you?
Everyone's all
Oh,
good?
you're Appa.
Okay.
I would give a thumbs up if I could.
I already explained the creation of the universal will. That was the original sin. That man comes in, he explains the soul and the gang. I already explained the process of the universal. They're essentially saying that the universal will is a threat and needs to be taken down. Baxel just vents in general to Bedman. He kind of like wants to know what to do too, because he doesn't know what to do about this. He's suppressed, and Bedman tells him the reason why he's doing what he needs to do is that the universal will promised Bedman that he would make a better world, or the universal will make a better world, and that she'll make one for Bedman and his sister to live in. And Bedman just says, "If you get in my way, I'll kill you." During this, it gets brought up that they want to use Saint Oratorio's Saint Oratorio, which is a spell that Soul was specifically researching before the entire thing began. He left the project to join the Gear project. They want to use it to charge up Justice, and so they can use that energy to revive Justice's soul and put it into Jacko. Ariel's then at the time was like the Pope. She reveals herself as the universal will to like the world and like people around her, and goes on essentially a Joker. She has like the makeup and everything. She puts Elfel into like the machine that is going to transfer Justice's soul into empower into Elfel, and like pretty much mocks her whenever Ram dies. Faust and the others find a cure to the Japanese illness that was happening, and right after this is happening, the universal will just drops like gear antimatter bombs directly on top of them. So they all skirmish to try to like save the city and like cure as many people as they can. And like Milia, Venom, and like all the gang are like helping out. Like they're actually doing their jobs. Like they're good guys now. During all this happening, Bedman runs into Robokai and Venom. They have an entire fight. Where Venom Kai pretty much blows up his body to sacrifice himself and help like the kids that are bullying him from the beginning of the story. And Venom was the one to do the last shot on Bedman. And his like last like dying breath, Ariel shows up to Bedman saying that like, "Oh, I was never gonna make like your world that you wanted. Like, I'm gonna keep your sister for like whatever I need to do." And over the shock of that, Bedman uses the last of his power to wake up Delilah, and he turns to a stone and evaporates. Bedman's just like fucking dead. You kind of after the scene too, it kind of shows up where you just see her like standing over his corpse, like his dust corpse. But what happens for her isn't relevant till Shrive. And I'll cover the rest of the Revelator finale. This is a bunch of paragraphs, but it covers the rest of it. Okay. So pretty much during this entire thing, when Kuma and the others are tuning the tree, and they're fighting off like gears while trying to tune and cure like the rest of the Japanese people, Soul and the others attack Ariel's and try to get Alpha out of the Justice Machine so they can replace it with Jacko. They shoot Soul's Saint Oratorio spell at Ariel's to knock her out for a bit, and then they replace spots. Ramafall comes in last second because it reveals that Raven saved Ram last second and repaired her before she fully died. And so Ram gets reunited with his sister. It's all happy. But when this is all happening, they put Jacko's body into Justice, but Daryl and the rest of the army shows up. They pretty much say like we know what you're trying to do, but like with the whole fight going on, we really can't risk Justice waking back up. So we're gonna fire all our weapons at you guys. So like come back to the ship like right now, or we're gonna kill like all of you guys because we don't even want to risk the idea of Justice waking up. Most of the gang goes back to the ship, and Soul Kai and like the others like Soul Kai skirmish against Ariel's, and as what's it called? as they fire the cannons. Okay. As they're firing the cannons to kill the others on top, like next to Justice, Axel freezes time as like a beam's about to hit Soul, and Axel just shows up saying like I could go back anytime I want, but I love my new friends here, and I don't want to give my world for that. So he gives Soul a little time window so he can Dragon Soul and absorb the laser from the shot from the cannon, and then redirect it directly at Justice and Jacko so they can merge her soul with the body of Justice. During then, Kum also completes the tuning, and every Japanese person is cured. And Jacko comes out of the Justice body. The Justice body turns to dust, by the way. I thought Justice's body was still around. Justice is gone. They fade into dust. Jacko is now pretty much complete with the right hair, and Arya's soul is inside of Jacko. Most of the Reb story pretty much ends there. Soul and Sin at one point to meet up with all the others, like at the very end of the story. Asuka finally like that man finally takes off his hood and pretty much reveals himself like for the first time, like shows his face. You can see the little capital here. He got the little capital ears, and he says that like Soul says his name is Asuka or Kreutz because that man is Asuka or Kreutz. There is another that man, but we'll get into later. Asuka pretty much threatens Soul to a fight to finally take out Soul once and for all, and that's just set up for the next game. It cuts to like how Venom and Robokai did some really risky shit to like kill Bedman, and so the Assassin's Guild is cutting them out of the program. So instead of killing them and taking them out, they decide to relocate Venom into a baking job, and Robokai's with Venom because Venom promised Robokai to get him a new body. So they're just living together and living in a bakery. There's also another side story where they have there's a murder mystery about who ate the giant pudding and had it collapse. At the very end, they all ate the pudding, so they shoot into the sky with rocket fuel coming out of their ass. That's a side story. Not really anything crazy happens at the end other than like Ram and Alpha are a part of the family now. They live as a royal family. There's like some funny conversations about what that means, that two clones of Arya are existing in the family now, if like they're aunties or sisters or mothers. Ram pretty much says she views Soul as her dad. Kai and Soul have one more fight because Kai just wants to like get it over with, or Soul wants to get it over with, and so he mocks Dizzy. And so they get into a fight. Kai just whoops the living shit out of Soul, but Soul still gets upset because he still thinks Kai is holding back. And that kind of wraps up the story for the most part. There is a scene where Raven and Oscar are by the beach, and Raven talks about how he's been like a messiah kind of walking around humanity ever since his immortality cursed him, trying to like be a Jesus like savior to people, and people just didn't want his help, so he kind of just hid away until he met Oscar. And he said that he wanted to be like friends with Oscar the whole time and be saved. And Oscar said he didn't really have anything to save him, but he told Raven that he wanted him to live on as a witness to help record like what happens of humanity and just be there for people. And Raven accepts that answer and decides to say goodbye to Oscar before Oscar turns himself into the US government, because they claim that something called the G4 summit is coming up soon, which leads directly into Shrive. So Raven is kind of just walking around now. He exists. He's living his own life. There's no solution for Raven, though, like, Raven's kind of a weird case. Which, Shrive's the whole thing. Shrive is a monster. Yeah, Kai fucks Soul. It, like,
came out of fucking nowhere. It took me off guard. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's kind of weird with Raven, because, like, they did like his help, but then whenever Raven would leave, they got upset that he left, and like things would happen whenever he left. He kind of didn't like being that.
You just like you finished that bit, and then like you're just like Kai fuck Soul, and I'm just
Oh
like,
yeah. Like the chat for a second. That's the first thing I saw.
Yeah. You were talking about all that Raven stuff, and you're like, yeah, Kai fuck Soul. I'm just like, huh?
Yeah, you know the White Among Us gay sex. That's what happens with Kai and Soul.
My God.
About time my headcanon came true.
I'm about to warn you. We're about to get to the very end of this, but Strive itself is 31 panels.
You got it.
Dear God.
So
How many panels have we done up to this point, approximately?
70.
Okay.
No,
so
no,
this
like
whole
80.
thing is like 100 panels.
Yeah, it's like we're like at the 80 panel mark. That's a high Fox.
So this is the final stretch.
This is the final stretch. The reason why there's so many things for Strive is that a lot of Strive's story is very interpersonal and has a lot of like lore. So I kind of just go by the by the what happens during the story for Strive. Because like kind of too much random shit happens. Like they'll walk in a hallway and then they'll give lore about Happy Chaos being like God or whatever. So I pretty much cover most things that happen in this story. For T because Xr is really easy to like spark notes. Another story is 1 page. I found a way to wrap that into 1 page, so we're like chill there. So we're at the final stretch. If I loaded up the Strive story mode and just put on the screen, we would be here for 5 hours.
What? It's a long one.
Also, hold on a second. Tibbers, thank you for the raid. Can someone shout out Tibbers? Hello, Tibbers.
As totally a mod for real, I got you.
I got a second raid. That was the Tibbers raid. They said it twice. What the heck? Yeah, thank you for the raid,
Twitch has
Tibbers.
been weird lately.
Yeah, thank you, Tibbers, for the raid. We've been doing the Guilty Gear presentation. We've done every game and stuff, and we just ended Excerpt, so we're now on the last stretch. So, you know, if anyone wants to learn about Strive story stuff, we're going to be talking about Strive story and the lore for about 30 pages. About it. It's been going pretty good. It's just been a really long explanation. I will upload this to the VOD because this stuff is pretty confusing, even for me to explain it. It's kind of like hard to wrap it all together. So like, I'm trying to think if there's anything major I'm missing out so far. I think most of the stuff is covered that's like important. I think we've covered pretty much everything important that's happened before. I wish Aether, but no, this is White House down with Evangelion.
Hey yo, you wish.
So I appreciate the raid tippers. We're about to get into the beef of the Strive information. So we gotta drink the water really fast.
Gotta stay hydrated.
The last time I ate something was like Popeyes at like 4 p.m. I'm so hungry. I think I've been up. Hold on. 24, 28. I've been up for 30 hours. So
damn.
We're gonna try to get through
40,
this
right?
as much as we can. We're gonna try to get through this as much as we can. I'll try to cover every detail that is important. And that is like and that is important. And then, you know, it'll be fan dabby dozy. We'll be out of the story and then we'll have to quiz on Friday. So we're in the last stretch. Plus the 70 panels weren't that bad. McDonald's expensive, dude. Okay. So Xrd, the time between Xrd and Strive is only 3 weeks. We've talked about this before a few times. It's not that long. It immediately happens and it immediately cuts to Strive. After everything that's happened in Xrd, Eno breaks into the jail cell that they had Ariels in after the story because they apprehended Ariels. They didn't kill Ariels. She walks up to Ariels and just rips a dude out of her. They discuss who he is in a moment, but they rip a dude out of her and then she just leaves. She doesn't kill anyone. She just breaks open the doors and they're all really baffled by it. During this time too, Asuka did turn himself in, like Xrd said, into the G4 Summit. With the G4 Summit is essentially our world's version of a G4 Summit, which it's full 4 or so world leaders. So like in this case, it's the 4 major world leaders, which I think it's Africa, China, Illyria, and America, all discussing like world peace plans. And President Vernon, which is the new president now, he got elected during extra time. He plans on making a plan where every country in the world demilitarizes. And so Oscar decided to show up at the turning himself in right before the summit because he wants to reveal his stuff as well. Aji Mito, searching for that man this whole time. He does eventually meet that man, though it's not really fully like it could be the arcade ending in Plus R. They don't really fully explain it, but Aji does intercept the car that they're transporting Oscar in, and he does get a good look at him. He's like, "No, that's not the guy. That's not the guy we're looking for. It is the gear maker, but it's not that man." Leo, Daryl, and Kai are just discussing what happened because they have no idea why is making a move now, like suddenly next to the G4 summit. Daryl recommends using Soul, but like Leo and Kai are like, come on, man, he spent the last 100 years like saving the world, and like a lot of info about Soul has finally like been out to the public because he's been more out and open in the world. They still agree to like try to contact Soul and see what he thinks. Of course, Jacko and Soul get the infamous sexy Malcolm Myers, the goat. They capture him for a bounty, and Jacko just kind of has like a random thing where she talks about how even though 3 weeks has passed since Xrd and Arya's soul did fuse into Jacko, Arya's soul has never come out. It's still Jacko. Arya's soul is just laying dormant in Jacko's body and won't come out for some reason. And Jacko just views herself as like just a body, like a vessel that exists for Arya whenever she decides to leave, like wherever she is in the body and actually take over. Soul doesn't really like it. He's kind of irritated by the idea of her bringing it up, but they kind of move on. And takes the guy away, and they start talking near like at the edge of a cliff where he says his name is Happy Chaos, and that he knows specifically what Ino wants, and he can give her back her power that she used to have, that the original took away. So they just set out to move on that. He just says that like pretty much that he doesn't really care for anything. He has no motive or no real directive in the world. All he really cares about is creating drama and having fun with the world. It just kind of finds that weird, but they roll out. Asuka does eventually roll up to the White House, and they go into the PEOC, which is, I forgot the word for it until like later on. It's a presidential like safety room essentially. They go into the PEOC of the White House, and Asuka tells the president that he's there for 2 reasons. He wants to destroy a book called the Tome of Creation and destroy Soul Bad Guy, and he also kind of mentions the idea of a project called Project Tirnanog. They don't really they kind of like Vernon and like Erica, who is still in office. She's just assisting Vernon. She kind of knows what it is, but she's like, I heard it's just a rumor. They explain this stuff later. Giovanna and Goldless also show up during this time. Nothing too crazy. It's just like an introduction to just show them. They talk about like them kind of being worried that Ino's on the move now, like right before the G4 summit, but they think it's fine. Like they think as long as like everything goes well, they should be fine. And they also have a little thing about how the Secret Service, the president himself designs all their badges specifically, and it's like a little cartoony star, which weirdly enough that's important. So remember that for later. On the next slide. Sometimes I have to look. I'll go into Giovanna and Goldless for a second too. Sometimes my chat, you guys can't see it, but my chat becomes like a giant massive code. It's not that I miss chat history, but you guys are talking about Warframe, so we're fine. I just want to talk about Giovanna and Goldless for a bit. There's not really a lot of context in these characters. They're very new. Goldless himself, he's just the Secretary of Defense. People love him. He kind of came around and everyone likes him. He's just a big fucking dude who has that coffin that is implied to have aliens in it, and he kind of walks around and hunts UMAs all day. He's just a good all-around dude that hunts up. Giovanna, she's a Secret Service agent that protects the president, and they didn't really give much on the dog before recently, where they described the dog itself is not like a mage hound, but it's a dog. It's a spirit dog from a place called Iguazu. There's not really stuff added on to it. It's just that this is new lore and new realm that kind of is discussed earlier. Though Iguazu, Ray, which is the dog's name, does translate into king and I think Portuguese. So like there's like a maybe like a future thing with Geo. I don't know what they're planning on doing with her, but it's just like a little like tidbit. I don't know what they plan on doing with those characters. But I thought I'd mention it because they just recently, like Geo recently got stuff for it. I didn't want to uninclude Gold Lewis. And since I name dropped a book called The Tomb of Creation, I wanted to mention it now. Because the only mention of the Tomb of Creation before Guilty Gear Strive was the very beginning of the excerpt story and like a script for like a paragraph. Like a sentence and a paragraph before the excerpt story, and it's never mentioned again. It implies that the original made this book, and it contains the entire backyard. So instead of instead of putting the backyard as a background space in reality, he sealed it inside of a book. And most power in the entire universe is being drawn out from the tomb itself. So the tomb knows all of human history and knows every spell and knows everything that will happen and can happen and how to change everything. I don't know how they put the backyard into a book. The original just did it. He just did it. Again, it's just the way it is. Just think it's a MacGuffin that essentially has the entire power of the backyard. Oh yeah, Goldless doesn't believe that aliens exist. He just thinks that like thing inside of his coffin is like a monster. Though like several times whenever he beats people, aliens abduct people. Aliens do exist in Guilty Gear. There's like little like tidbits in like old Guilty Gear stages where you can see like little alien dudes like in the background. So I just want to mention that before we go on because the tomb is very important to the story and it has like pretty much no prior context. So I put it here. Okay. So Axel's just kind of hanging out during this time. He just sat over like Megami. He's not really sure what to do over the whole time travel thing because he kind of just gave up his old world. I already mentioned the Gold List thing.
Wait, hang on. I thought it was Tome of Origin, not Tomb of Origin.
It might be both, but I thought they call it. I mean, it would be Tome. Yeah, it would be Tome.
I'm pretty sure the book itself would be called Tome.
Yeah, it would be called Tome.
Because
Yeah.
Tomb would be like, you know.
It would be like a cave. Yeah.
Yeah.
I already mentioned the thing. During this time we get a little flashback of Soul and like Arya hanging out before like everything went wrong, and it shows that like Soul was using artificial code named Rose to like make like a simulation of a wedding ring to propose to Arya, and she loves it, but she's like, oh, whenever I do die, is there anything you want to remember me by? And Soul mentions just her hat. And she finds it funny, but Soul gets reminded of it when he sees the halo over Jacko's head. This is a cute little scene. Most of the story is a love story, by the way, for Jacko and Soul. That's why I mentioned it. So, Chaos mentions two things. I don't really mention anything here, but he mentions that one, he can make a hole with the Tomb of Origin, so they need to go get that, and that's currently with Asuka in the White House. Two, they need to get Soul bad guys, so they need to go get more manpower. So they just move out for that. Though Soul does during this time, he's still not really on the move against Ino. He shows up to Larry Castle after getting called up after capturing the bounty, and he just turns it in there. He gets called up to Ilaria, and Kai just kind of comes down and hands him a paper for it's essentially a lease deed, like a deed to an area called Iseo, which it's an old abandoned military like an old abandoned military compound essentially, or just like lands that used to be there during the Crusades. He just gave him the land ownership of it because Soul has always wanted to live there his whole life and retire there. They also casually drop as a new conclave, but they don't really go into it. I don't really know what the new conclave is doing. It's never mentioned again. I don't know who the new Shadow Wizard Money Gang are. Though they do go into Arya's cell, and she is like very like oh, she's very gloomy after the guys like have her body after Chaos is ripped out. She's just kind of like dead inside, where she's like, you have to stop Eno because she's gonna destroy the world. She's gonna make her own new thing, and like Soul has to stop her before it's way too late. Soul's kind of like, oh, maybe just kind of like was mean to her, and he kind of dismissed it. But after hearing that that man might show up, he gets way more interested in it. Though doesn't really accept it. He doesn't really accept it. And at the same time, Tukaya hands him a paper saying that the President of the United States called for Soul to be a knight to protect them during the G4 because they have to have a knight representing each world leader. Again, he's kind of like half and half about it. He kind of rejects it. He goes outside, hangs out with Arya. They talk if they want to like go work and go mess with the G4 stuff or go on a vacation. So they decide to go to Zeo. But they decided to go on a trip there. I'm trying to think of anything I'm forgetting. Burden alone. Yeah, nothing else really happens. Axel's still just hanging out. Axel is still hanging out where he was like blooming, and an old guy kind of comes up to him talking about how like he's looking too much into his past and like he should like think more about like what's happening in his future, and he's just giving him advice. Though during it, Chaos does manifest himself during like a time freeze, and Chaos like something's gonna go down, so I gotta get out of here, and just flips out. This makes sense because like I think it's implied that where Axel was hanging out is where him and Megami got separated. So he's just kind of hanging around there, seeing if like he'll ever meet her again there. Okay. During Solon Ino's bike ride to Isaiah, Jacko kind of leads on the fact that she knows what Ino's about, and that other than Axel being a force that can destroy the world, she also drops that Ino could too. And Sol gets a little suspicious of that, knowing that Jacko knows something about what's going on, but won't really go into it. And Sol kind of just blips it out of nowhere, out of like time, and drops on top of their bike, warning them that something's gonna happen. And what was happening was that Chaos was freeing Nagoriyuki. I'll go into him in a second, but Chaos just says the reason why they're getting Nagoriyuki is that he's one, a knightless, and can harm Soul, and Chaos can also clone his weapon, and he's immortal. So they have a little skirmish, but Nago joins the team. They free Nago by blowing up a building, and during that, Axel helps the people and gets a good look at Chaos, and Chaos is just like a little creepy thing and creeps out Axel. Something too crazy, but after that whole thing happens, and Axel frees all the people, meets up with Axel and essentially warns saying, don't go down this path, because like he doesn't like that what Chaos is up to, and just thinks that he's just gonna make a mistake that she's not gonna be able to overwrite. And then like the cops roll up and surrenders herself to the Illyrian police. And so like right after that, Soul hears about how they apprehended and he finds that himself very suspicious because she's a time witch who could just teleport anywhere instantaneously. So why would she give herself up to the Illyrian police? He just finds that very weird in general. And while they're investigating the crime scene, they notice Chaos' car driving away. So Soul and Jacko decide to chase. And at the same time, Anji, Mito, and Chip roll up too, chasing him because they pretty much assured that the same the Chaos that they saw was that man. So they also roll up on Chaos to chase him, and I think it's implied that they just want to get a good look at him, but Chip wants to kill him. I don't know when Chip met Happy Chaos. I don't remember what part it was. I couldn't find the thing where they eventually met, but Chip does say that he's met Happy Chaos a couple times. The only thing I wanted to note from the whole car chase, because other than just showing off that Chaos can hurt Soul, was the funny question of what came first, the chicken or the egg? And Chaos essentially says that the omelet is the reason why the chicken and the egg exist in the first place, showing that Chaos is a really weird backwards ideology where he thinks that he thinks that what's it called? He thinks the cause he thinks the effect creates the cause instead of the cause creating the effect. Though that's arguably the weirder one out of the two hypotheticals he gives. Like, there's a better one later. I thought the entire thing itself was funny. And that's what I mean by Shrive is bulky. There's a lot of shit happening in Shrive for like no reason. To go over Nago really fast, they don't really give much on Nago other than that he's a knightless samurai, and he's probably met Slayer at some point because he does practice Dandyism. And at some point during the Crusade, Chaos did capture him into video spinning. Nothing really crazy. The Shrive glossary says that he actually rented a space under the building, and that's why he's laying under the building. Which a lot of people thought he just concealed like Naga in there, but no, he was just chilling. He was sleeping. Chaos can puppet Naga, so like Naga really can't do anything about what's happening. But it's like very clear that Naga doesn't want to be controlled, and he wants to like give his own life up so Chaos can like lose. I just want to go over that very fast. Yeah, dandyism is a funny term because inherently with dandyism, it's the ideals of being an upright gentleman. I had the Assassin's Code show it earlier, but it's a very specifically funny code about having them follow a specific idea of being a gentleman and while also carrying out any duty you need to without having any regret. It's very funny, and I find it funny that Naga also practices the idea. Nothing of note happened crazy during this incident other than just Leo finds out that the Assassin's Guild is no longer a thing. They're now the Post-War Administration Bureau. They got reinstated and they're part of the Illyrian government fully, like I explained in excerpt. And then Zato gets in the gamer chair. Nothing too crazy about the scene. It's what happens after, where they discuss how they hacked into the White House's floor plan or they didn't hack into it, but the White House gave every country security floor plans for the White House. And they notice that under the White House, there's a black box. And they discuss that they don't think they should open it because they're not really sure why, one, there's a black box under the White House in the first place, but two, that if it is a big deal, it could mean a whole thing for the G4 Summit, and they don't want to be the first ones to do it. Chaos then hacks into the White House, sees Project Terminanon, and gets interested. Kai and Soul kind of interrogate. It doesn't really go anywhere, and Jacko does explain how there used to be two Jacko units. One existed for the use of to contain Eno, and what Oscar was planning on doing was to contain Eno within another Jacko unit and store her there and get rid of her so she didn't have to be like corrupted by the god power and she could just live on like as her own person. Though that Jacko unit was never complete and their name was Happy Chaos, so they find it weird that Chaos also exists with the same name. And during the time too, Jacko says that she does have another use that she could technically kill, in like one blip, but it would sacrifice her own life and Arya's like Soul inside, and Soul refuses the idea. He gets very upset over the idea. Nothing else nothing else happens in this like instance other than this Naga and Chaos are having a conversation over a building, talking about America. Naga does get a good look at Chaos and sees that he has like a weakness in his right hand for some reason. Though I don't know why Chaos has a weakness in that right hand. I don't know if he inherits it, but I find it very weird that Chaos specifically has a weakness in his right hand. G4 begins. Vernon pretty much just says that he wants the world to be united under like stuff like football. It's very goofy.
He's so real.
Because he says football used to be a sport that everyone was united under, and that football could save the world, and he wants to end the world of might is right. He's very goofy with it.
He's
very
goddamn
slick.
right. He's so right.
He's going to save the world.
During them, Jacko has a small little conversation with talking about how also has a blip of her past where she remembers a dude and his past named William, a dude with long blonde hair like a woman's, and a dude who was a pacifist that whenever he could get into a fight, he would start crying over it, and that everyone loved him. And now she doesn't have any memories of him. And so her driving force is that she wants a world where one, she can remember him, but two, like she thinks there's no world really left for her, and she wants to make a world that like can fit for everyone. She also has an argument about Jacko, if it's right for Jacko to take away her world. It's kind of just trying to draw parallels between Jacko and Soul's relationship and Axel's. What do you think he's been doing while inside of Ariel's chaos? Probably getting a little silly. Probably getting a little Gangnam Style.
Plotting, scheming.
It was implied. No, I'll talk about it later. They did talk about it later. Asuka in the G4 summit does start, and he does tell every world leader that his one plan is mostly to get rid of the tomb, because the tomb has unlimited power and people can use it for the wrong thing. A lot of the world leaders disagree, saying they could use that power to like help progress humanity, but Asuka also sees it as we don't really need that. We're already moving on our own, and having this cheat book can like mess with humanity's progress and possibly hurt the world. And during all this in the meeting, Chaos does take over the White House, and he gives the little rabbit, he gives little guards little rabbit ears to possess them, kind of like near automata hats.
One could call him hopping mad, huh?
Get him?
Yeah.
As you can tell, I'm trying to breathe through this as much as possible. There's so much info. We're on parts of it. There's so much info. The problem is that there's so much happening, and I could skip some of it, but then some of it doesn't make any sense to skip it. Chaos does break into the White House and breaks into the office where all the world leaders are like hanging out and chilling. He then shoots a few guards. One of them's bleeding out on the table, and then takes over Asuka's feed that he's talking to the world leaders from, and shows them a feed of every nuclear arms in the world launching from their base, all aiming towards like each other's countries. And then he hands a button in front of all the world leaders, saying, "If you press that button, it will destroy all the nukes, and it will also demilitarize all your governments." They all click the buttons, of course. Zeto does stop the Illyrian nukes before they even launch. They gain control back of them. But they're like, what's even the point? Like, we would have just like demilitarized anyway. And Chaos is like, well, like my plan was to create world peace and help Asuka with it. That's already over. You guys have all demilitarized, and now I want to like go for like the rest of like my plans. He's just doing it for the fuck of it. He's doing his power to show off, and saying that he needs Vernon to get into the White House, to get into the POC, because he wants to talk to Asuka and he needs the tomb. And so, he's about to take Vernon because he threatens to kill everyone in the room, but Soul shows up and takes Vernon, and they dart the hell out. So like, I'm trying to remember if there's anything else to mention for that. It's just he causes the world peace for like no reason, just to show off and get Vernon. For like half the
story. Just for the fuck of it.
Yeah, just for the fuck of it. He's causing world peace. I do not think Chaos was there January 6th. I don't think that even happens in that world. VH. I think the world.
Okay, he would be there though. He would be there just for the fun.
Maybe just to fuck around, Be a little silly. Maybe he's the guy with the bull hat. Like the horn hat.
Oh, for sure. Oh yeah, he was definitely the shaman guy.
While they're trying to escape, Soul does get shot, and he figures out every guard in the White House is armed with weapons that have the bullets that can hurt Soul. Because during the skirmish on like the chase, Chaos does shoot Soul with a bullet that has the same properties as Naga's weapons, and it actually disrupts Soul's healing factors. So they realize they have to hide and be very stealthy about it. Like Soul can't just like blaze for everything and bullshit around. So they decide to go to the air command post in the White House to contact Zep to hopefully get some communications to the outside world, because Chaos jammed every like magic communication thing in and out of the White House. Nothing else too much with the Kai and Jacko side. It's just him saying that Soul loves Jacko very much, and Jacko does not understand. Because they're saying that Soul just wants Jacko, and Jacko doesn't get it. She's a little goofy. Vernon and Soul do get into the comms room and contact Zep. Zep thinks it's a prank phone call, and they say they track their location and will nuke the White House, or they'll nuke their location. But then they realize it's the White House and they call back. They open up like communications between Zep and like the U.S. security team that's currently like outside of the White House, like with Gold Lewis and like all the others. And they try to find a breakout plan of how to escape. They're mostly like all like chill. Like, don't worry about that RAM blip. For some reason, when I was making the presentation, this specific page had an empty slot for it for like 9 whole seconds before it actually shows up.
That's the pizzazz.
Oh, let's just see what the hell's going on. I mean, like, I don't know. It's weird because like the information is all there, but it's kind of out of nowhere. You kind of need a lot of the Shred story needs like some context with older shit, and it makes no fucking sense. I drink with this.
I can confirm, as someone who watched the Strive story mode without knowing at all what happened in previous games or anything, it was very confusing. A very fun watch, but very confusing.
It is a fun watch. Yeah, let's kind of hang around with Daryl. But he's having a good time with Daryl. He pretty much just tells him that one of his main motivations is that he wants to make interesting human history like fun, like interesting. And he also gives another one of those like hypotheticals to explain his like goals, where in his eyes to create the world's strongest shield. Like how would he go about do that? By making the world's strongest sword. I don't know why I didn't put the shield part. I think it's when I was tired. Chaos just wants to make a world where history is fun and kids not be sleeping in history class, and he wants to make it so, you know, the world's always exciting and always progressing in a way where Chaos can have fun with it and everyone can have fun. And then he activates Project Tiernanog, which Project Tiernanog, which they drop a couple times in the story and not really beforehand. They mention it in one dialogue option in Exerd. What Project Tiernanog is that it's an airship located directly under the White House, and it goes from the White House to the Washington Memorial, and like he activates Tiernanog and it launches up, and they just start flying up into the air and then flying away from Washington for like some fucking reason. I mean, Cal's mostly doing that to get like people away, but he also has his own plans with it. But he activates Project Tiernanog so they can start flying away, and everyone gets just very shocked over the fact that the White House is flying. The Tiernanog has like more uses than just being like a random airship to fly around in. Oh yeah, that's what it looks like, by the way. It just comes out of the ground. This is what the airship looks like. It's a massive fuck off airship for like no reason under the White House the entire time. And that's why it has a black box. It has an aircraft black box. That's why they were confused about the whole thing. Why the White House in the first place would have even a black box. Yeah, the White House stage is so fucking cool. I love the White House stage. I wish we would just get DLC packs of just like stages. The U.S. security does try to reach the White House. They just get shut down. The White House itself has anti-aircraft security, and during the whole thing, Chaos does reveal that he is the original, and that he's the original, and his plans were to help, you know, become fully empowered again. They're all fucking shocked because they have no idea how to interpret that the guy who gave them magic and essentially saved their world is now this dude like trying to like fuck with them and take over the White House. Zenoleo and Amelia do open the black box. I don't remember what they fully saw, but it's nothing crazy, like too crazy. I think it's mostly just floor plans to the White House. It's floor plans to the White House and how to control like a lot of the aircraft stuff. So why is there Paris? During the entire time Nago is on the chase, Nago is in the White House with them, just like doing what Chaos wants, and is just trying to kill Sol and Vernon. Well, he's trying to kill Sol and take Vernon. They skirmish a couple times, but realizing that they have no aircraft that cannot be detected by the White House security, Zep decides to deploy their own special Potemkin ship, which I'll show that later. It's very funny. And Ahsoka does run up on Sol and Vernon, but Vernon does actually have a laser arm cannon, and he does shoot it to like fuck up a guard for like no reason. I said it was a fun tidbit because they for some reason gave him a weapon. I'm a firm believer in make Vernon a character because I think it'd be really fun to have the president as a character. I like that he has a special.
Fuck around.
He's a robo fist that he punches that dude and he like gets launched across the hallway. Man gets fucked up.
I'm on the train making Vernon a character. He seems fun.
Make the president a character, that'd be awesome. So the US security does check out the flight path of the White House, and it does seem like it's flying over a city named Neo Phoenix, which it's Phoenix, Arizona. It's the new Phoenix. What they think is gonna happen is that since it's gonna fly over White House territory, or it's gonna fly over US territory, that eventually someone's gonna have to shoot it down. And if not, they think that that they're gonna drop, like once the ship's out of field, they're gonna drop the White House down onto Neo Phoenix, kill everyone in the process in the city, just so Chaos can get Asuka's Asuka out of the POC, kill him, and take the book. They do discuss if they should. The US security team discuss themselves if they should blow up the White House, because then if they destroy the White House, then Chaos will kill a massive amount of people and they could possibly prevent the whole thing from happening. Daryl does fuck with Chaos a bit. It's like saying like how he likes coffee, and Chaos hands him a little cup of coffee. And while that's happening, Daryl plants like a wiretap spell that activates a comm relays for them to talk like over like a magical phone. Oh yeah, that's something I didn't mention. So they don't have cell phones. They contact each other by a magical cell phone. It's like a weird like magic spell thing on their ear. But for some reason that can be signal jammed. So Daryl opens a signal for them to go through, and he hides it under the coffee cup. And to distract Chaos from that, he pulls up a gun and pulls the gun on Chaos's face, and says that they should let him and all the hostages go, so all the guards who are bleeding out can get proper treatment. And Chaos is like, why would I do that? Like, I'm getting nothing out of this. And he's like, well, one, you're getting bored of sitting around here, and two, like Sol's is gonna beat you anyway. Like, there's no reason to keep me here. Like, I'm just kind of like, we're just kind of doing nothing. And like, I think he just plays the Chaos's ideals of like Chaos is like that's a bad idea. It's a horrible deal. It's never been done. And like Daryl's like, oh well, it's never been done before, so that'd be fun. And so Chaos just lets it go. He lets go of all the hostages. He finds it funny and just lets all the hostages go. Though Chaos is sad about it, he just kind of spins around his chair and he's like, man, I should have always kept Daryl. He's cool.
He was fun.
Chaos's entire character is literally just, it would be funny though.
I know why people shit on Daryl. He can make clutch. I think it's because Daryl in itself is a spineless politician. He doesn't know what the people like. He knows how to take advantage of the people to get his position, but he is a good leader. I think the reason why a lot of people hate on Daryl is because of how he was an excerpt, because he pretty much was willing to kill everyone. But it was still a good stance. I don't think Daryl's a bad character. I just think he's a harder to understand character.
That's I want to play as Daryl so bad.
It's weird because Daryl doesn't really fight, but I wouldn't mind playing as Daryl. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, he said like, I think what he says is that Chaos is like that kind of deal has never been done before, and so Daryl says there's a first time for everything. Also, Bunnyos rating me? Oh my god. Bunnyos, thank you for the go, Bunnyos. Bunnyos, thank you for the raid. Oh my lord. I don't know why it plays that twice.
I didn't even know Bunnyos streamed.
Yeah, go follow Bunyos. Can someone shut up Bunyos really fast?
I'm following
Bunyos.
Bunyos apparently.
Bunyos is the goat. Follow Bunyos. Hi Bunyos. I am giving a presentation on all the Guilty Gear lore. We are currently 5 hours in, so
We're
we've been
5
going
hours.
Yeah. We're a good amount.
I didn't notice the time until now.
Hi Ron, how you doing, man? Yeah, we're in a whole like presentation right now. This is for the 1K followers thing. So we've been discussing Guilty Gear lore this whole time. So you know if any chatters from Bunny stream want to hang out and just learn some Guilty Gear lore, they can. We're getting to the very nonsensical parts. We're just hanging around. Even reading the lore as I play games. That's funny. Well, I'm glad you've been reading them too, Bunnyos. I hope it's not coming off as nonsensical as it seems because the story is kind of nonsensical. I'm about to continue again. Let me get a little drink of water. This is different from streaming because at least for streaming, like you have breaks to talk. But I'm just like yapping for 5 hours straight.
That's what presentations are, brother.
You've been talking just like 5 hours straight, and we've just been sitting. We've just been sitting here, being like, yes, I agree, and you were all, while you were just talking literally nonstop for 5 hours.
I'm trying to make this as presentable as possible, but it is hard. I do recommend for everyone that like if they wanted to take part of the test for the Guilty Gear thing to do their own independent research or just watching the story modes. So they aren't that bad. Most of the stuff that is in this will just be covered anyway, so I'm not gonna like put in like some random like fuck you, like this is the answer. That's not as a part of this. Everything that's in this will be a part of the test. Also, hi Yumi.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a bunch of research.
Never get the notification. That's so tragic. Listen, I know there's like Wimbly across the room, but I have been doing YouTube for so long. I am inherently trained to look at the camera, so I've been trying to look at the camera the whole time. I don't even I forget that Wimbly exists like beyond the camera. Though he does have a very like intimidating face. Yeah, I'll throw in a random Bladsby question. I'll ask everyone who what Ragnar's most threatening move is. During this whole thing, to go on to the story, during this whole thing, Chip does sneak into the security room and recruits Erica again because it's been a bit, and he gives his case where he and Anji Mito both say that they've met that man, and that there is two that mans. There's one that man, which is Asuka, and he was the one that made the gears and essentially took blame for most of the. He pretty much took most of the blame for everything in Crusades, even though that was chaos. That was the other that man. So there was two that mans. One that was the original, and the one that was Asuka. The original became Happy Chaos after taking Ino's power. It started causing rampages throughout the Crusades and causing a lot of like the world skirmishes and created the Universal Will. He also possessed Ariel's during the time of Exert, and he's what made her crazy and go evil. Asuka, being the other that man, was the gear maker who was just trying to like help the world and undo his mistakes. And he makes the case that Chaos is probably flying the ship the way it is because he wants the US to shoot it down. And their best course of action is to prevent the ship from moving and just keep it in the air somehow. Because Chaos wants him to shoot down the ship so he can take everyone out with him because Chaos would be completely fine. During this, so Bad Guy and Vernon are trying to sneak out, and so Bad Guy grabs the Lincoln statue and starts swinging it at dudes. I have a frame for it. I thought it was funny. We'll get to it. After 10 seconds. There it is. He grabs it and spins it. He grabs it and spins around the room. Pretty awesome.
I forgot about that part. Holy shit.
Yumi, after this presentation's done, everything will be posted to the YouTube. So if you want to rewatch the VODs will be there. Because there will be a trivia show on this for Friday for a VIP in the Discord role. So don't worry. Like anyone that misses any part of this, there's the info will be there. By the way, whenever I recorded all these slides, I found it. So when I found the Google Slides autoplay feature, and so I had to record OBS and have it autoplay the slides like 3 different times because for some reason, the footage took the final slide and started putting that clip of the final slide into random parts of this. So it took me like 2 or so hours to organize this again because I had to cut every single slide into their own individual parts for the video. It was a nightmare. I don't know why OBS is such an issue recording because for some reason, whenever I record an OBS, it makes copies of every video, even though there's only one destination. It's only supposed to record one video. So like, it was a nightmare. This is important, even though it's kind of a random scene, but it is important. Soul and Vernon do eventually reach the Oval Office because Vernon wants to get battery for his like robot arm to like defend himself. And they reveal an entire like wall of batteries called Spiritas Type 48. Essentially, it's a really fucking strong Duracell battery that can input almost near infinite energy. And that like one of those things alone can like blow up a mountain. And Vernon gets freaked out of the fact that they have that in the White House the entire time. Though Soul knows the ability of removing the limiters on it, making it just overly powerful for like no reason. This is important later. So like this comes in later, which is why I had to mention it. Though the good news, we're halfway for the Shroud story.
Only halfway, Jesus Christ.
How much shit you got on there? First of all, hi Lotus. Second of all, we got 16 pages left. Yeah, we got 16 pages left, and the page total for this presentation was 113, I think. Is Lotus still streaming? Lotus is still streaming. Lotus, what you doing here? Go be a streamer. Go call your chat Stinky or something.
Sounds like something Lotus would do.
Lotus would do that.
Yeah.
Let me in there. If you're on VRC, I can invite you right now. Your ass ain't on VR chat. Get on the VR chat, Lotus. I'll give you a minute so you can join. Because to be fair, my mouth bones need to break for a second.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I think I passed out for like 10 minutes. I don't know what happened. I just woke up with my face on the table.
You're okay. You're okay. It's okay, Dom. Don't worry. If you have any questions later and you're confused, I'll explain stuff to you later.
I'm gonna finish this out. Trust me. I promised. A promise made. Promise kept.
I believe in you.
Almost
I
done,
believe in you.
Dom. On the final stretch.
We're in the final stretch of the Shroud story. I'm trying my best to summarize. It's really hard to summarize this. I could have easily made this one page of saying chaos takes over the White House and the world reveals stuff, but I don't think it does it justice because there's so much that happens.
Yeah.
This Shroud story mode is a drama.
Story.
It's all a drama. So like, I think it doesn't unfair to like the keynotes. This ABBA looking creature. Scary.
Dude, I've been like.
I can't even see the
holding out for
textures
dear
on
life
it
for
on
so
my
long.
screen.
Okay, well, since this Lotus is loading in, you guys have a second to take like a pee break or anything you guys need it really fast.
Thank
You
God.
got it.
Yeah, take a break real
I'm
fast.
making fucking breakfast. Might as well.
Yeah, take a little break. We're getting Lotus in here. Yeah, there's a Gwimbly in the back. He was wincing earlier. It was scary. I'm so glad I didn't do this IRL with a camera because I would have died. I would have. I don't think I actually would have been able to stand up this long. Holy fuck! Funky became badass. It's so cool. So anyone that's still here isn't taking a break. If you guys have a question before I continue on? I don't think they could take a pee break with the VR headsets on. They have like their own ground that if you're like wirelessly on the VR headsets, they have like their own ground that they want you to stay in, so it wouldn't really matter. So that's something to check yet. It's loading. Why are they all staring at the camera? What, these fellas? I think they've all become like statues. I think they've all like peeped the horror. Kind of actually creepy. The yeah, setting up a headset is a lot of work, honestly. Hi Wendy. Bro, it's not my true form, but I do want to model. This is a random VR chat model that I got that I've just been using. This has always been my that's my model that I mostly use now. I hope you're doing good, Wendy. We've been doing a lore presentation for like 5 hours, so what's been happening? Well, thank you, Wendy. It is a little cursing to all stay at the camera like this. They're all very emotionless. I think the worst one is the Sin one because he's like breaking his neck to look at me. Why are they doing that? But yeah, we've been giving a presentation. We're very close to the end now. We're in the final gap. Oh god. Doesn't have the lines on it. It might be an avatar detail. You might have the security thing that disables it. Lotus. Are you still streaming, Lotus? Lotus ate nap. What's over here in the corner? What are you doing?
Yeah, I am. What's up?
Okay, I was figuring out if you're alive or not. Well,
I'm still going.
They're taking a break really fast.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I do gotta fix this camera really fast.
Why is this freak here?
Oh, I gotta make this a little more even. Oh, I'm so bad at balancing stuff.
I'm so back, by the way. I got lucky. No, that's not Lucky Charm. I got Honey Nut Cheerios.
Live Lotus reaction. Oh, so welcome back though.
Wait,
Okay.
reaction for what?
Who are we waiting for?
I don't know. I'm just getting a good look. Getting a good look. What the fuck? What did I do?
What the fuck? Bro is staring at me. That's kind of crazy.
Bro, you're staring at me. What am I supposed to do?
He's looking at your boobs.
Dude, like everyone else in here,
I've been doing that the entire
what?
time.
they've been like they're all coming back to life. They were like statues like a minute ago, Lotus.
Sorry, I was collecting my laundry. What the fuck did I miss?
I was making
What the
coffee
fuck?
and
Yeah,
some
Gimli.
food.
We're in the presence of a celebrity, Lotus. You should be more like like ask Kissy to Gimli.
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is this thing?
That's Gimli.
Cretin?
You don't know what the fuck a
Fucking
Grimbley
creature.
is?
No, what?
You don't know who Gimli is?
No, not at all. No, what?
You gotta watch some Smiling Friends.
I've seen like 4 or 5 episodes. I think that's it.
They're from the new season. I got the.
Oh yeah, because I only seen the first season, so I'll watch it. You say so.
There you go. Put it there, camera. I fucked.
How is this actually going though? What fucking like?
It's been me yapping
Oh,
for
great.
like it's been me literally yapping for like a straight 5 hours. But we have pretty much covered mostly everything. We're in the last 16 panels.
And you're on a break right now? Is your throat hurting?
No, my throat's fine. My cheekbones are just a little hurry because what's it called?
Talking so much.
Yeah. But we're waiting for everyone to get back, and
Why is Sin Kiske here? Bro, Sin Kiske sucks.
Alright, is everyone ready?
can Gwimbly hit the ooh in VR chat? Can you Gwimbly? He's just dead. He's emotionless. He has no soul.
Gwimbly said fuck no.
He has no soul in his body.
Why are you here?
Why are you here?
You quite literally don't have a PC. Why are you here?
I do have my PC.
It got fixed.
What? Bro, that shit got like thrown out of a fucking skyscraper and set on fire. What do you mean you have a PC?
I got it back.
I'm on my way over to break it again.
Also, I've been here.
Is everyone here?
Bro. I've been here the whole time. Yeah, I'm ready.
Everyone ready?
These are actual lies. I've been here the whole time. He wasn't here for the first half.
That's wonderful.
Ready.
Okay, I've been here longer than him.
Okay.
You are struggling.
Alright, we good?
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting the presentation.
Okay. Okay. So this is Lotus streaming. Anyone from Lotus's chat? We're just doing a presentation of the entire Guilty Gear lore. So we've been here for a while. We're halfway through the Shrive story. Chaos has already taken over the entire like White House. The White House is flying. You guys haven't really missed you guys have missed a crazy amount, but also like we're getting to near the end anyway. We still have 15 panels at the end, so there's a lot of lore. Not much really happens right after what I mentioned though, but the Soul and Vernon are gonna go to the POC which Asuka is residing in. And before they do head out, Chip does recommend that they do fight Nago, because Nago does seem that he doesn't really want to be controlled by Chaos, and that Nago probably knows Chaos's weakness. During all this too, Asuka's like, "Oh, I'm gonna take control back of the ship." So he tries to like hack into the ship, and Chaos notices and tries to hack back too. And they have like a wizard battle where the both sitting on PC's going like meow meow, and like lightning's flying everywhere. Asuka originally knocks him out, but then Chaos while being knocked out gets into like a dream where he's in a room with Ariel's, like a white room. Because right before he gets knocked out, he implies that humanity as it is a bunch of what is essentially a white room, that nothing is happening, and people are just desperately looking for a way to get out because he sees that humans are just not progressing. And he gets sent into his own personal white room with Ariel's. And Ariel herself says that, like, I was pretty much corrupted by you being inside me the entire time during everything that's happening. And that if you go on with Eno's plan, it will probably ruin everything that we've ever wanted and also get us into consequence. And Chaos like, well, like, Chaos is like, I don't really care. I'm just doing it for this fun of it. And I also want to help Eno. So he wakes up, declares that he sees Eno's entire world as a white room and he wants to free her from it. And that's like the last, like, if like his main goal is that he just wants to show Eno that there is a future, even though he has every negative emotion of humanity inside of her and is completely bleakest person. And so Chaos will take control back of the ship. And they just had a little wizard battle. Dan, don't read this out loud. Warframe. I was told that.
Wonderful.
I was told that.
Mo was not paying attention.
Lotus was not paying attention.
Damn.
Well, promise
I
you.
was.
You said Warframe.
Warframe at someone.
I was given instructions. I'm sorry. That's how it is. That's how it works in this bitch of an REUPLOADED.
I have you pulled up always. I have you pulled up, bro. So I was like in your chat at the same time.
Ew. Okay. Nago and Soul get into a fight. Nago just says, like, yeah, he wants to give the weakness, but he really can't unless someone beats him in a fight, and that this whole thing is a game to chaos in the first place. And Giovanna steps in, so she gives the opportunity for Soul and Vernon to leave. While Soul and Vernon are escaping, Soul comes to the realization that the PEOC in the White House is made with old world technology. And that Vernon himself, the reason why Chaos wants Vernon is that his arm can be used to unlock the PEOC. Soul then asks Gabriel to go into the White House security encryption and like to try to get inside of it so they can deploy the PEOC and open it. And Gabriel's like, oh, it's just this weird code. I have no idea what it is. And so Soul realizes that it's an old code called Rose that he used to work on, and tells Gabriel that that's like to translate the numbers back to letters, and to get access to the White House security. Gabriel mentions that the POC itself is an escape pod, and if they can make it to it, they can launch themselves out of the escape pod and possibly just reach back down to safety without having to get hurt. During all this, they just pretty much learned that like they have to get inside the control tower first. They can get access to the escape pods in the first place. Nothing too crazy. They ride on a motorcycle like while being in like the White House like square and like jump from like one part of the ship to the other. They almost like kill themselves, but like it looks cool while they're doing it. I think like this entire story mode is just it's a torture Vernon simulator because they like freak the fuck out of him the whole time.
Jesus Christ, Arctic. What the fuck?
Geo does win the match against Nago.
Get your ass over there.
Geo does beat the shit out of Nago. Soul and Vernon do make their way to the Skybridge to get back towards the POC. They get flanked, but here is the Potemkin ship I was talking about. They get saved by the glorious Potemkin ship. As you can see, Potemkin is this tiny little dude. He's this tiny little guy in this massive ass air mech that they use to fly over to the White House. Which, keep in mind how big Potemkin is. Potemkin is so big. So that is astronomically large. I love the Potemkin mobile. Nothing too crazy. They get saved, so they start heading back towards the PEOC. Waiting for the side to move. Okay. Potemkin uses this massive airship to like stop the giant ship as it is, so they can stop its flight path. It's just to buy more time. And so the US security team is still a little finicky about it. They're like, we really should take down the White House because we don't want it to kill like a billion people over Neo Phoenix. That would not look good on us. Leo then in the moment realizes that his nukes are still remaining, and he threatens the US security team that if they decide to bomb the White House, that Leo will launch the nukes on the United States and attack the United States as like a bluff to like stop them from killing everyone on board the White House ship.
Oh my god.
And Leo pretty much says, have faith in Soul, bad guy. Like, the man saved the world so many times. Even Daryl backs up, like, been saved so many times that it's non-existent. Like, please just don't strike down the White House. They decided not to, of course. Nago does face Soul one more time. They have like a cool little fight thing. Nago's kind of critiquing his fights the whole time, his fighting style the whole time. And they get into like a good like block off stance, like, you know, when Star Wars when the two lightsabers clash and they're like the sparks are flying everywhere. Nago notices that like, oh, you could beat me, but it's gonna take a while. But if I happen to let go of my fingers, I'll get knocked out and die. And so Soul knocks the shit out of Nago and realizes that he didn't even get to ask him for his weakness, so he just walks away. But he does beat Nago.
Has anyone said anything about his avatar yet?
About my avatar?
Huh? Yeah.
Listen, people always be saying something about my avatar. The first time when I showed my avatar, I don't remember who was here for that, but I recently showed my avatar for VRC on stream, and fuck, I got so many like fucking the femboy, catboy stuff.
Listen, I was defending you. I was in the trenches.
Waiting for it, man.
I would give him VR chat plus. What do you mean by that? Bootleg Fillion fidgety ass MF. You know you're at the end of the table. You know why are you saying that in chat instead of saying it to me? What the fuck? I mean, slated at
He
you.
thought he could get away with
That's
it.
fucked up.
That's fucked up.
He thought Daniel wanted to look. Thought Daniel wanted to see.
I'd give him 1K. All right, Matt,
also-
shut the one money.
A piece of information you said earlier was kind
Oh,
of wrong.
shit.
Because
Oh?
Nago actually technically beat Geo, but only by like tricking her into powering down.
He does, yeah, but like the Strive story kind of skips over it.
She
But I don't think it really
whooped his
matters.
ass, though.
Yeah, she does. That's why I say like it doesn't really matter. He pretty much just like she lets him remote and then she pretty much gets wounded and goes away. But it doesn't really matter, so I didn't include it because yeah, it doesn't really matter, so I didn't include it. Dan is Fillion. What does that mean? I don't even know who Fillion really is.
I think
I don't
it's
fucking know.
That's another VTuber.
VTuber that's like exclusively in VR chat.
That's not helping me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know how I'm like Fillion though, but
Part 19. Ooh.
so okay, so
Not
Vernon
like
and
Killian, they just be saying shit.
your mother. Sol and Vernon do reach the POC. Asuka's like outside the room. He's like, come on guys, get inside the POC. We got to get out of here. So he tells Vernon to open the doors to the POC, and which he does. And so the Asuka does run into the room again, but he just kind of fades out and just shows that he is chaos, that he just took himself disguised as Asuka so he could trick Vernon into opening the door to the POC. And so when Asuka goes inside of the room to confront Asuka also reveals that was a clone inside that room, and Asuka was waiting inside the hallway the entire time. He shuts the door, traps Chaos inside the POC, and then Soul, bad guy, kicks the pod so hard it flies out of the White House, and Chaos drops like from 1,000 feet in the air, like out of the White House. So they're free. Yippee! Chaos is no longer sieging the White House. That he's gone.
Surely.
Surely nothing can go wrong. Now that Chaos is gone, everything's great. They're all they're covering. Ships have flown in. Kai came in to check out what's going on. And Asuka kind of just mentions that there's only enough fuel for one trip of the Tiernanog. And so Asuka kind of gets Soul that look so they kind of get a position to the fight. And before everything happens, Asuka reveals that the entire purpose of the White House having Tiernanog was that during the Crusades, they weren't sure if they were going to win the war. So they made the White House like it is, being a giant airship, for interplanetary travel, so they can go to a moon base on the moon that has enough materials for a human to survive for like 400 years. And Asuka plans to live up on the moon with the tomb. It's a concealed tomb forever, so it could forever be safe since no one can access it. Asuka then just grabs Soul bad guy. He's in forehead kissing like distance. He removes the flame of corruption seed from Soul, removing all of Soul's power, turning him back into a human guy again. And then claims that the hero, Soul bad guy, is dead, and that man is just Frederick Bolsera. He's just a dude. There's nothing to do with it. Trying to. Asuka wanted to free the burden of being forced to be a hero off of Soul, so he gets rid of the power for Soul, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and so he can be with Jacko and not have to worry about having to be a hero.
Wasn't Soul like technically immortal?
To get out of here.
What did you say again?
Wasn't
He became Frederick, just a guy.
wasn't Soul like essentially immortal until like his powers got taken, because he hadn't been alive since like 1980, and it's like what 2190 or some shit.
So because of the nature of the flame of corruption, the divine seed, it kept him being immortal since the beginning of essentially the whole Gear project. He's been practically immortal the entire time, and that's why Naga's weapons hurting him was a big deal, because nothing could really originally fuck with his healing factor.
Wait, so does it? So I don't remember if this was talked about in the story mode, because I remember it super well. But like, wouldn't that like mean, since his powers are taken away from him now, isn't he just like a normal human again, and like he should have like a normal lifespan at this point?
Yeah, Soul is now a human. Though it kind of like, they ask him if he's human, and he kind of says kinda. I don't know what Soul means by that. He might be a little part Gear still.
He might not know fully what this means for him either.
Yeah, we kind of don't fully know, but as far as it knows, that most of Soul's power is gone. Asuka then says that his main goal with the tomb was originally, like, he originally quoted it as the accumulation of goodwill. Sorry, I just looked at chat for a second. I saw Asuka sucked him off. Asuka then discusses his plan for the accumulation of goodwill, which is a radio show hosted by him, and he uses the tomb's hard facts about reality, like specific numbers, what's going on in the world and what can be done to change the world. And he plans on hosting the show on the moon just to help humanity like know what to do in the path forward and know what's going on in the world. Like he wants to do like essentially like a show to help humanity. So I find it very funny. It's a radio show on the moon. Giovanna does show up wounded from the fight from Naga, which that's when I was gonna mention it to him. She kind of shows up to ask if her boss is okay, and she kind of says like, oh well, you can recognize it by it's the goofy ass jacket with the cartoon star badge. But Leo's like, wait a second, like that same jacket with the cartoon star was on the chaos that we found on the PEOC, and so a random guard just wakes up like next to them. Revealing that was just chaos, and he just goes disguise himself as a random guard on the floor so he can wait for this very moment. And so he just threw the decoy off the ship so he can throw everyone off guard. I don't have 9 pages left. Chaos then reveals that the tomb wasn't actually with the POC or instead of Asuka the entire time. He was waiting for the chance to be there with Asuka because he knew that the tomb was fused with Asuka, because he knew that was the only way he could truly protect the book. So he rips the book like pretty much most of the ways out of his body, and it like debilitates Asuka. He then steps on top of the book, casts like whatever spell that was needed to like fuse himself with Ino, and Ino, from where Josa was in Illyria, teleports himself directly to where Chaos is, so they can combine the spell, and does at that point ascend to the godhood by fusing on top of the book.
He's always been a queen.
Chaos does
Chill
always
in every sense of the word.
Does reach godhood, and she kind of sounds like really like fucked up and sad about it, because she claims that she was a shittier creature than before. And she says that, like, anything that she did see, like, in Harmony or anything like that, she can't see that as anything anymore. All she sees is ones and zeros. And she can't, like, appreciate anything that existed even before she had, like, no future. So it's like, hey, man, get back Asuka. Like, you can't just, like, keep the book. Oh, that's, like, the god, by the way. He just says, and the gossip rag for the gods. Like, he says, like, get back Asuka, man. Like, that's not like your right to keep him. And then like during the skirmish, just to show like how threatening is, she grabs the moon from like the night sky and she just pulls it like directly like right up to like the ship. And Kai's like, wait, but like the entire world would be going into chaos and like tidal waves would crash and shit. And she's saying that, yeah, I'm keeping it up. And if you try to stop me, the entire illusion falls apart and like the world would get fucked up. So you can't even stop me even if you wanted to.
God, she's so awesome.
That's crazy.
I love like
it is what it is. I respect powerful women.
I love the look. I love the look of like Kai's eyes when she pulls the moon to the earth. It's so like he's so baffled by the idea. Oh, yeah.
It's still playing. It's still playing. No.
Well, okay.
Daniel, no.
I know what happened in the last slide. So what happened in the last slide was that did fully ascend to godhood. She chills by the Washington Monument, and I don't know what she's doing with the Washington Monument, but like the power is going up the monument. Then she projects herself as a giant like woman, like with like cosmo patterns over her, and shows herself to the entire world. And everyone on the planet is like crying, even Zato, who like lost his emotions when he got revived. And she claims that every human is now free from every like suffering, like starvation, like anything like that. She pretty much says all humans are free, and that her plan is essentially that she wants to find what is keeping humans away from a purely peaceful future that nothing can go wrong. And if she can't find it out the first time, she'll just wipe out humanity. And then she originally wants to give every human her power, just to see what humans do with it. And then if they wipe themselves out, she'll just do it again and again and again until she can find a future that everyone could be happy in. Kai is like yellow square out, but is not afraid because he knows the only thing that can stop her is the flames of corruption or the scales of Juno, like that kind of power. But Soul's gone. And so Kai reveals that he has a bit of the scales of Juno inside of himself because it's from Sin's inherited power, like from the eye. So he does drag in Soul to fight her for a bit. Though sadly, he does immediately get his ass whooped.
Weakness install more like. That guy sucks.
He immediately fucking loses. Jacko then shows up. She says it finally combines the Soul, like pretty much she's gonna go into the sacrifice path. And Soul asks Vernon for a favor as Jacko's leaving. Axel does come up to help. He's pretty much just telling, like, what you do, man? Like, this isn't right. And Jacko, like, mid skirmish, she jumps directly into Eno and like kind of appears in this like weird near automata like information realm, and she starts her self-destruction process to stop Eno.
Yeah, she just like me for real.
DI into die the class. So this is where the love story ends. Jacko does before Jacko does fully destroy herself, Asuka does open like a little gate so Soul can just like reach in, and Soul's just like Soul like tells Jacko like he's not going to give up Jacko because he knows that once Jacko came up with a part of Arya that he didn't want to give her up. That Jacko then apologizes, saying that Arya does not want to leave where she is, and that she can't give Arya back as much as she like wants to. But then Soul's like, "When have I ever called you Arya?" And says that he wants Jacko, like he cares about Jacko, and he like even if the world ends, he's not gonna give up Jacko, like and lose her again. And so, Jacko's all like happy from that. He rips Jacko back out of Eno's really fucking pissed from that. Just the idea that they just gave up their entire winning chance. And upset like why they haven't even given up at all. And so Phil's like, it's whatever, like I got my own plan. And so Vernon shows up with those batteries from earlier, from like the Washington room, like the Oval Office. He just opened an entire massive box full of those batteries. I forgot the box. A box full of those batteries, and he uses those batteries to power up the outrage weapon that Soul had. So he he loads up the entire weapon with a chain of batteries to use near infinite energy. And so while Soul's trying to get a good shot, Kai and Axel are distracting Ino, and Nago does walk up and say, like, "Oh, I'm glad you waited for me. The weakness is on her right hand, for some reason." So they get the perfect shot, and Soul fires the near infinite energy like beam directly at Ino's hand.
Why is it the hand? Is she not like jerk
I
off
don't
enough,
know.
or what's the
It's
stuff that?
in the beginning of the
Excuse me,
story.
what?
In the beginning of the story, like Naga scans chaos and shows that he also has the right hand thing. I don't know why it's the hands. I don't frankly understand.
Because that's what crafts our world.
New wife Poggies,
The
the
right hand of
Omega
God.
Gat. Has
Basically,
carpet.
yeah.
Okay, but it's like a Dragon Ball thing.
Got carpal tunnel. That's why he heard we.
During all of this, like being blasted by the beam, and she's still like holding it back for a bit. And she's like, "So why the fuck would you make this? You're like so strong, you could have killed me anyway. Like, why are you making weapons like this?" And he's like, "Okay, I was bored. Like, I gotta make hobbies so I don't get bored and just do whatever."
Fair.
And so he made it as like a pretty much a hobby. And he was like, "Yeah, like Axel, you're right. I shouldn't have done this." And so Axel, he starts crying, and he sees the Megami and pleads for her to remember anything about their past together. Like if them being on the beach or enjoying tea or anything like that. And asks why Axel's crying. And Axel's like, "It's the only thing I can get out right now." And it just shocks, And she's like, "Huh, beautiful blonde hair like a woman's." And at that moment, as she realizes that Axel is her old lover from a different timeline, she gets vaporized. So I'll discuss what happens to her in a minute. But like Soul is also left just fucked up. Like he looks practically dead. Because during the whole time of him firing the beam, he was also getting broken in the process because of him just standing the force of firing 1,000 like infinite energy. This is kind of the prologue for the story. Erica and Go Lewis are just discussing on top of a building, like saying the White House are still repairing and they're gonna hold a funeral for Soul. Like after like everything he's done. And it cut it a little bit further ahead, where Soul now has a shop in Isaiah where he won the whole time called Jazz. This dude just rolls up, which it looks especially like Soul's bike. I don't know why it looks like Soul's bike. But he asks for batteries specifically, like a certain ounce, and Soul's just like shocked of like why is even a human there? Like why is a civilian without a jacket to the military zone? And he's like, "Well, I'm a band, I can't like cover the shirt," which is like the bad guy shirt. That's a real shirt they sell, by the way. I kind of want it, but like, the guy leads on to the idea. Once he sees the batteries, the guy leads on that he knows that that he knows Soul is still alive and like he's taking the same identity as like the shopkeeper. And he says he'll come back. And Soul's like, why would you come back? It's like, because I want to be friends with you. Like that's like he just wants to be friends with Soul and he just has a good like feeling about it. And Soul's like, "Yeah, you can come back during my next business hours." And he does give a story about how when they do bury Soul, they bury Soul with all the Spiritus batteries left, and there's no corpse and no batteries, and that's why he mentions like it. And Soul's like, "Oh, what can I hear? What are we talking about?" And the guy's like, "Oh, well, if I told you, you'd probably say like it was nobody." It cuts right after that. It cuts to Axel. It cuts to Axel pretty much like he's sad as fuck. He lost wife. He's hanging around a bench with like Ino's weapon because that's all he has left of her, and he hears a voice that sounds just like Ino's. Pretty much saying like, "I'm giving you my unfair version of life. Like you asked for this," and so it's implied that Megami replaced herself at the very last moments of her life with a version of Megami to give to Axel to see if like his version of life works out over hers, and so he can be reunited with his long lost love. And we got 2 more slides left.
That's so sweet.
Huh?
What do you mean, huh?
I never watched the cutscenes. I ain't gonna lie.
It's okay.
It was a few things. You know, Soul's talking to Kai on the cell phone. He's having a good time. He's living his life with Jack that he's always wanted to. It shows a giant rocket in the background of the house. They're probably gonna go fly to see Asuka, which I assume. Daisuke said there's one more story left for Jacko and Soul that we have no idea what it is. So we're kind of waiting on that one. Vernon's in office. Ariel's is actually back to being a normal person again. Though she's still a universal will, but she's back to being like a priest, pretty much. Millie's out of visit Venom in the bakery. And it just gives a lot of other characters. I only mentioned a few because these people were relevant for most of the story. Bowser's still walking around with Corvus. And it shows like a zombie corpse form, which I'll get into that in a minute because we have one more slide. Talking about another story. But it feels like everyone's just happy. But at the very end of the credits, it does show the Chaos is back. There's an arcade mode thing. So the arcade for Chaos takes place right after the arcade. Same with, you know. At the very ends, when she replaces herself with Megami, she gets sent to this weird paradox realm where like it's the exact feature she wanted, but she sees a shadow, essentially a copy version of herself. And she kind of just like decides to like chill in the realm, even though she finds it very weird. Chaos does show up eventually, and he tries to figure out a way of getting out and meets Ina during them. And he kind of just pleads that, you know, like he wants her to leave with him. But Ina's kind of hesitant about it, saying that she'd probably make a paradox of the whole thing if she even decided to leave. Though Chaos does say that his way of leaving this weird paradox world is by the assistance of demi-humans, because he said that Bedman, the reason why Bedman was able to travel between the backyard and the human world so freely was said because he got rid of his own ID, essentially not existing as a person at all and being able to traverse between any realm he wanted to. And that every demi-human is essentially multi-dimensional, and that they essentially live in every universe at the same time, but they're usually putting their focus on like one at a time. And so it's not exactly said. I think it's implied that he uses Nago or Slayer to get out, but he is free at the very end. We have no idea if, you know, Lee's with them. I don't know what they're gonna do now.
I hope she comes back.
I put another story into one slide. Because it is a really great story. I would recommend honestly for you to watch it yourself. It's 40 minutes instead of like the usual 5 hours. It's really good. But it talks about it's during the White House siege. While it's always all happening. It starts with Bedman's sister, Delilah, at the after the end of Exerd where she notices her brother was dead. She knows it's Chaos that knows this. So she's in the midst of a random teleport over a city. It's actually doing the same kind of energy the Cradle was doing because she was the one powering the Cradle and teleporting around. Sin, Biken, Ramafal, April, May, and Faust are all there, and they're all devising a plan of how to get her out.
Shit, that's me.
One of the guards recommends to incapacitate the girl so she won't teleport, because if she teleports, it'll wipe out the entire city of 100,000 under her. And when they mentioned incapacitating her, the possessed bed frame or Bedman, the Bedman bed frame seems possessed, and it comes out of nowhere and attacks them. Though Sin does explain to Bedman that they're only trying to help, and so Bedman helps by time. Sin explains where babies come from. They come from your eye.
Yeah.
And it gives a little bit of a flashback that before everything was going on and before Anji decided to go to America to do all this stuff, Biken learned that man, Chaos, was in America. So she was about to head out on the journey on her own too. But she says before she goes, she entrusts Delilah onto Biken, and for Biken to drop her off at a child service area. But Delilah just keeps following her anyway. And Biken learns that Delilah's whole purpose is that she wants to kill Happy Chaos and she's trying to show Biken that another version of what she's going through. Being traumatized and wanting to kill Chaos at any point and having this whole revenge quest. So after Faust does everything he can to stop the teleport, he fucks up himself, becomes essentially a zombified person himself. Because I think what's happening is that Soul, or what, not Soul, that Faust gives up most of his power to stop the teleportation bubble, and he overexerts himself, and I think he redeems his at least his old life for his old bald head life for saving the girl. And so at his last breath, he like a ghost version of Faust comes out, essentially like implying that like one part of him died, leaving only Faust left. So like most of the bald head is out of Faust, but it's mostly just like a husk of what Faust is. Because they also imply that Faust is now the dominant personality. So I think Baldhead redeemed himself by saving Delilah during all this. During when they saw the bubble, there's like a little tiny one left. So Ramafal decides like I'm just gonna try to help her with Delilah. Hopefully like we can go somewhere and save her. Baiken seeing everything that's happening and seeing how like Delilah's just a reflection of her, walks through like the bubble, which is like a huge compression load of like data, and it's like harming her and Ram in the process. She hugs Delilah and says like, let's just give up like the revenge ship. Let's just live together. Let's be a happy family. Like we don't have to do any of this. Let's just give over revenge quests. And there's a nice bittersweet ending where they Delilah, Baiken, and Anji are all in the family. And like the whole situation is done. They also around this time pick up the Bedman mech. It doesn't really show it, but it does happen. They do pick up the Bedman mech, and it does live with them. The last thing that is mentioned in the story mode is that Kai does abdicate his throne, which he gives up his throne, and reveals his entire family to the world. And then they say they not welcome a non-human leader, which I think it implies Dizzy, but Kai's also wearing like regal gear, so maybe like he gets the king again. I don't know what they're fully implying, but maybe there's more with that. It could just be like Queen Dizzy now. But it essentially ends up like it's still ongoing. The story's still going because it's implied to be 3 stories. I feel like it's implied to be 3 stories.
Well, so far it seems like they got their happy ending.
They got the happy ending.
I see Soul or Eno next game.
Soul can still be there. Soul can still be there. He can still use fire magic. Anyone can do it. I have citations for everything I sorted for this because Wooly versus covered a lot of stuff to official sponsorship. I got a bunch of citations here. I got everything cited. I really appreciate like all the source of information being out there because holy fuck, this was a nightmare. This was a nightmare to collect.
Oh, I bet it was, brother. Don't worry.
Good job. Good job. I'll give you a B on your work because of citations.
Round of applause. You probably can't.
You didn't sort your your sources right, so I have to give you a B. But aside from that, it's all right.
Time to quit streaming forever. I'm leaving forever.
If you're gonna do that, send them to my place first before you do that.
Daniel's retiring and he's moving to Illyria.
But yeah, this 1K presentation was for like it was a bit ago that I'd represent the entire lore for 1K followers. So I appreciate everyone who's followed during this time of me being a streamer the last few years. And I hope you guys like the yapping. There will be a trivia thing on Friday. So if you guys want to make it, there will be a thing for chance getting a reward.
That's so awesome.
Yeah,
I
have a question.
What's your question?
How old was Dizzy when she married Kai?
Let's
not talk about that.
Daniel, a genuine question. So, would Kai even be considered fully human anymore after inserting gear into part of his body?
He's half human. He's half human, half gear.
So, do you think like? So you said Kai stepped down from being king, right?
He abdicated his throne.
And it wasn't said who took it over?
It didn't say who specifically took it over. They just said they welcomed the non-human.
So, I wonder if that means they're accepting Kai or if they're accepting Dizzy.
I think they're implying.
I feel like it might be Dizzy, but I don't know. Yeah, this whole thing's crazy. I'm gonna have to do a bunch more research because my brain didn't get the whole thing, but I now understand Guilty Gear lore on a much more in-depth level than I did before.
He's got gear powers, but he's not immortal. Yeah, he's just got a part of it. Also, thank you, Wildsit. Listen, I understand to take a nap. This information will be out on the channel like tomorrow or so. Are you still streaming this?
Yeah.
How long have we been live?
I ain't stopped
I'm
yet.
surprised you've been still live.
10 hours.
Wait, why?
I had a scheduled thing to do some fuck was that game called again? The one with the YouTubing fucking
Oh, content, whatever, content warning.
content warning. Content warning. Yeah, I did that early, so I just streamed it and then kind of sit here. Did Monster Hunter for a while.
Listen, chat room, we're not going to talk about how old Dizzy was when she had sin. Let's not worry about it.
How
We
old
already
is
She's
she?
did
not
that years
human!
ago.
God.
She's not human!
She didn't make.
Shut the fuck up about it! She's not
She's
fucking
okay.
human! Shut
She's
up
not
about
human.
it! I'm only
I'm with Tim on
human
this one.
after all!
Yeah,
You're a
listen,
human. You're disgusting, but she's not a human. Huh? What now?
Yeah,
What
I'm
about?
only
Yes, me.
human after all.
What? What?
It looks like we're taking a group photo.
Group photo, yippee.
Group
Hey,
photo.
Yeah, group photo.
Don't worry about it.
It's really funny because I can't take a
I'm
picture.
enjoying my position right here.
Maybe on top of this fucking
Take a
nerd
picture
right
anyway.
Figure out a way to take a picture.
here. There's probably a giant dick in my way. Can't even see me.
Yeah, there's a giant dick in my.
Okay,
Listen,
we have.
I have to be in the center of attention. What do you want from it?
Okay, I took a group photo. How much time is
Can't
it?
even see me. I was blocked by a giant dick. Dude, it's only like
Time
fucking
for you to
6.
get a watch.
It's actually a worm.
You still gotta keep going. You can't end stream right now.
No, Daniel.
It's time to
please
roll
don't
back.
let
Brother's
us
been
end stream.
brother's been awake for way over a day, so
Yeah,
I think he deserves to take a break.
I have been.
You've been
I've
awake
been.
for 30 hours. Go the fuck to sleep,
I've
please,
been.
Daniel.
I've been up for 31 hours.
You sound
Please
kind
go
of
to
bitch
sleep.
made right
Just
now.
stay awake.
You're kind of bitching me. What the heck?
Stay awake.
What did I do?
Don't ever go to sleep.
You continue streaming.
No. I
You're
got
so right. You fucking
Wow.
tell him.
Yeah, I'm kind of a free spirit.
I'll go.
Yeah.
How much is my beer?
Free
I said
from what?
$40. I got it from a suspicious website, and the guy delivered it to my house.
What are you
That was
free
me, by the
from?
way.
Your mother.
You gave Daniel the headset, Dom?
No, I was the delivery guy.
You're such a delivery guy.
Okay. I closed VR chat. I'm mostly closed. I'm mostly closed VR chat. It's still closing. Okay, hold on. I'm okay. So I know you can see the pog frog and you don't see any PNG, but I've just been up for 31 hours doing like a 5 to 6 hour thing. Tomorrow I will upload all of the stuff for it. I'm going insane. I've been doing this for so long. I've been up for 31 hours. I'm gonna go eat and get some rest. So again, everyone who followed for the 1K and helped get this goal, I do really appreciate it, and it does mean a lot. To the next 1K. Maybe we'll do something extra silly for that one. So thank you, Dom. Thank you, Funky. I'm gonna shoot you guys over to Lotus's path. You guys are gonna see Orca, and you guys are gonna like it. So I appreciate everyone for showing up, and tomorrow is a break day. Saturday is a break day, so I will be back. On Monday or Sunday. I'll decide. I'll decide if Sunday. We'll figure it out. But Saturday is a break day, so thank you, fellas. Thank you. My head is on fire because that I don't have padding, so I've had a hot battery on my head for 5 hours. Ugh. Yeah, everyone have a good night. I appreciate all of you and enjoy lettuce. Goodbye for now.